there's two ways that this matchup goes. One, whoever gets the Alanas off first and can create that board pressure. But even if they do create that board pressure, if the opponent has like, you know, back-to-back decrees and is able to keep that board, then Alanas doesn't do much work. Honestly, in this matchup, it really depends on what your starting hand is. If you have like a really good Alanas hand to get that really big board generated, or you prep for your Seraph combo. You can see right now, we are watching from DinoT's perspective, correct?
Yes, we are watching in DinoT's perspective.
Alright, so as you can see in his hand, he's got a Hollow Dogma and a Healing Prayer. So he has two of his countdown reduction cards if he does pull his Seraph. The advantage does slightly go to LilNatFour simply because he's got, he was the first player.
Yep.
So he'll hit 8 play points before DinoT. So if he can get that Seraph drop down, we do know that DinoT isn't running an Odin. So if he gets his Seraph down before DinoT and has the countdown reduction as well, it's going to be very hard for DinoT to win. Simply based because he's going first. They did both just play back-to-back Alanas. We do know that LilNatFour just used a Hollow Dogma on a Sacred Plea. So it should be interesting to see what happens.
Yep.
Maybe he really needed the card draw, and that's why he decided to use a Dogma that turn.
He's also going ahead and using a Healing Angel just to get a board. So we're seeing a mirror happening, both of them healing. He does have an Evo here, so he might, he's gonna go ahead and clear it out.
The Evo there is sort of awkward. I understand it because he can follow up the next turn with the Radiance Angel, but this is very vulnerable to a Cudgel Evo. Or a Scripture. He might not even have to. So there's the Scripture. So he doesn't even have to Evo.
Which is also a good thing, because he gets to save his those here.
Yep, it's very important. So DinoT just threw his Seraph. He's got 2 countdown reduction in hand. Literally all you do is stall the game till 8. Like, you don't use any countdown reductions. You don't mind even blowing your Evos. Your whole thing with this right now is keep the damage off your face, keep the board clear as much as possible. He does have a decree going into 6. I would not Evo here. Not when you have a decree. Oh, I guess he opts to Evo maybe to save the decree. I think it would have been much better to save the Evo, but like I said, the Evo is not too important when you have a hand like this.
Yep. He does have 1 to 2 cooldown reduction in the first statue.
Yep. So neither of them are running Odin. So if LilNatFour doesn't have his Seraph and DinoT can drop it first, that might be game. So he might be saving that decree either right before the Seraph or right after. And that would have been the play to Evo there. Ooh, double decree. Let's see. No, just Cudgels gets rid of it. I would Holy Water here, because you're trying to cycle into that third countdown reduction. I guess he opts to just build up a board to get some damage.
I think he's just prepping up in case something happened if he doesn't have a third one. Which is in most cases, like if you don't get your third and you're not guaranteed it, then building up a board and being ahead will help out in the long. It also prevents your opponent from like, hey, I can't drop this, I gotta get rid of this board first.
Definitely, and even using the Holy Water, you can still combo it on 9. You know, you can do like your Hollow Dogma, your Healing Prayer, and you can do a Holy Water to draw and still have leftover play points to draw into another countdown reduction card. So Prism Priestess, drop it, thin out his deck. Oh, he did pull another Seraph. The reason Prism Priestess is actually good right here is that's one less card that DinoT can draw.
Yep. Thinning out your deck does help you a higher chance of getting a specific card that you want out of your deck. And he's at 25 versus 20, but they're both about the same.
Yeah, they're very, very close. We do know, like I said earlier, that LilNat did use a Hollow Dogma. So you can account for 1 countdown reduction card being down. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have more, but I'm really curious as to why he used it earlier. Maybe he really just didn't have a hand, and that was his reason for it. But this matchup is generally won by Seraph, unless, like I said, you get a really good Alana start, like double Alanas into a bunch of healing. If I'm DinoT here, I just
yeah, play the and statue.
Yep. And now he's a turn advantage ahead. He's got double decree, so if next turn he can just healing prayer decree, wait one turn, and then he ends it the following turn. He's got a lot of card draw coming up as well.
If his opponent plays the statue here, that would actually hurt DinoT a little bit.
Yeah, if he can't draw into the third one, it could be prove very troublesome. He does have two. You do figure he can draw one next turn, two more cards with the Holy Water, and one with the Hollow Dogma. But total, you need... Oh wow, he just used another Dogma. I think DinoT is fine.
Yeah,
it's two Dogmas down.
Right now, he doesn't even have his statue Seraph on board. Yep. So DinoT's in a good spot.
DinoT honestly should win this. He just used double Dogma, so all DinoT has to do here is Decree and Hollow Dogma or Healing Prayer, and he pretty much wins the game. There's no way that the opponent can win from that standpoint.
He can just play... Yeah.
Or he can do all three countdown reductions if he gets it. I mean...
Yeah. I would probably play the... Yep, that one to see if he gets a draw.
Yep.
He doesn't, so he's gonna end up Demis decreeing here.
Yep. You just decree this board, and then next turn you have Healing Prayer, double Holy Water, into maybe another Healing Prayer Dogma. He does still have two Dogmas left and two more Healing Prayers in the deck. So it's looking very, very good for DinoT here in this first match.
Cudgel on the board, empty board. This hand, like, it feels pretty unfortunate for LilNat, because
he had all the heals and
he has
the cards to play,
but he didn't swarm enough, but even if he did swarm, DinoT just has all the answers he needs to just simply win. And he could just play a Healing Prayer here, and there it is.
Double Healing Prayer, and that's going to be the end of
and that's a win for the first match.
So DinoT will be now moving over to his PTP Forest, and then we'll have to see if what LilNatFour decides to play. He does have D-Shift, or he can stick with his Haven. What would you pick in this position? What deck would you play going against DinoT's PTP Forest as your first choice?
Probably, I would say the Haven should be able to do it, because you can heal often. And sometimes PTP doesn't even get their turn 8 PTP off by turn 8. So it just depends.
I might actually go with D-Shift, I think. And the reason why, D-Shift thrives against other control decks.
It does.
And PTP, generally it makes it very awkward for PTP to win that game, especially DinoT's not running Liza in the deck. So very easy to remove stuff, but I guess he opts to go with the Haven, which is another fine choice. You have all the healing, you have your Seraph win condition. The problem is PTP can, if they get a good starting hand, they can really get into an early PTP, or they can create a lot of board pressure with cards like Ancient Elf and Tia, and it's very hard for the Haven player to deal with that big of a board unless he doesn't have the Decree, or if he doesn't have Alana's down, is able to generate that board. He does decide to keep the Odin here, and the reason why is he knows that he is a Seraph deck. So keeping the Odin is definitely a smart choice here for this matchup.
So what I see here is he has a good hand.
He does have a very good hand.
He can play it slow here too.
Apparently, chat's going over how one of us were muted.
I forgot how to unmute myself, and I was talking to you the entire time.
Feels bad, man.
Accident happens, you know, ladies and gentlemen. Especially when one person has to do all the scenes and stuff. So I tend to forget. It's okay. 15 minutes of me talking and looking. It's okay. They can hear you though.
Alright, I'm covering for you, and they're probably like, "Is he have a conversation with himself?" So he is flooding the board here, and the reason why is he's got that Ancient Elf. It's very hard for Haven to deal with an early, powerful Ancient Elf. So next turn, you know, he can play the Ancient Elf, Evo it, and then that'll make that a 7-8. Yeah, a 7-8.
Yep.
That's really hard for Haven to deal with. He would have to Evo the Tiger, and run the Tiger and the bird in, unless he has a... Oh, he did just Scripture here, which is smart if he knows he's going against PTP, getting rid of that, the extra fairy generation or a body on the board.
Ooh, you get an Altered Fate.
Yeah, so this is very, very good. He's got a next turn, he can double Fairy Circle and Altered Fate. We don't know if he's going to opt to, though. Having that Odin in hand, knowing he's going against Seraph, but his hand is relatively dead. Yeah, he does have Elven Princess Mage Evo to get some more fairies, so he might possibly opt not to Altered Fate and keep that Odin.
Yeah. Right now... So the thing with Altered Fate, and how people can get to 30 shadows really quickly, is with these fairies, and these counts as tokens, and these get discarded into as a shadow, and you get replaced for all of them by a card. So if he pops these 2 fairies, that's 4 fairies and then an additional 5. So that's like 5 free cards and additional like maybe 2 more if you wanted to use. Well, that's a total 6 play points, but you know, math. Aside from it, potentially he can max out on cards and play the Alter Fate to get the boosted shadows, which is why Path to Purgatory Forest is very strong.
Yeah, Altered Fate's good, especially Forest has a lot of cards to regenerate their hand.
Yep.
So it's very easy for them, for the most part, to get a big hand to Altered Fate. It is very possible to draw dead and get a bad starting hand, and it makes it very, very awkward, but
Well, right now he can't use his Alter Fate. He does need to get rid of this board. Evoing this Princess Mage does help kill off the 4/4.
yeah, and you probably do play the 2 0-cost fairies.
Yep.
And maybe even the 3rd fairy, because you do have a Fairy Whisper and double Fairy Circle, so you can easily regenerate your hand back up.
Yep, and he's planning on playing all of the fairies, swarm it up. If he has Angelic Barrage, would be very nice right now.
Yeah, Angelic Barrage. Unfortunately,
He doesn't run
it
that
in the deck.
Yeah.
But if he did,
Would have been nice. Would have been nice.
Yeah, that would have been a very, very good Angelic Barrage. Right. Trying to see what he... I mean, you probably do, as much as you want to keep the Odin. I mean, do you go for the Altered Fate? I mean, it's very easy to go from Altered Fate to Altered Fate to pull another Odin. He does have one more Odin in the deck.
Alright, so Will of the Forest. It's good here, it allows him to clear.
Yeah, I guess he's really trying to keep this Odin. And it makes sense. I mean, the only way Seraph is going to win at this point is if he does get that Seraph down and DinoT doesn't have an answer to it.
What needs to happen is for him to play kind of like in a tempo way. But he doesn't have a lot of tempo cards. such as Cynthia and whatnot.
Yeah, he doesn't have Tia, doesn't have another Ancient Elf, doesn't have Roaches to play, you know, he doesn't really have...
He just needs to swarm. But if worse comes to worse and he needs answer, he'll play the Alter Fate. He is thinning out his he's not exactly thinning out, but he is bashing all of the fairies into it, so that does also generate shadows.
And this is fine. Like I said, he's not gonna do it. He's just gonna keep his hand, keep playing these fairies on the board, generate the shadows, and he can go into Odin.
And there's the Ancestors.
Yep.
And this is actually really bad too, because his board is full.
Yeah, so
but Nature
if
Guidance.
it was 9, he would be okay. But he can't Nature's Guidance and Odin. So he's got to hope that LilNatFour doesn't have the countdown reduction he needs next turn, or that's game. I mean, there's not much he can do.
I think it might have been a misplay just to add another one. He should have counted that it was going to be turn 8 and that he was going to play it here.
Yeah.
Board locking your own board is not very ideal.
I mean, it happens to me all the time when I play against D-Shift as well.
Yep.
I end up board locking myself, and then I'm stuck without being able to deal the damage, and it does look like LilNatFour does have it. Wow. Very unfortunate there for DinoT. It looks like he may have miscalculated that a bit, or maybe didn't think he had Seraph plus 3 countdown reduction cards. So
now we get to move on to round 3.
Yep.
Rune versus
PTP Force.
PTP Force.
Now we do know that LilNatFour's version does have Summon Snow, does have 1 Spectral Wizard and only 1 Merlin, double Fiery Embrace, and 1 Fire Chain.
Alright. So both of them are going in right now.
Alright. So we're gonna have D-Shift Rune versus PTP Forest. For anybody that didn't get to catch it, PTP stands for Path to Purgatory. What it is when you get to 30 shadows, at the end of your turn it does 6 damage to all enemies. Shadows are generated by cards discarded, cards that die on board, and spells played. So he's going to Elfchild May here, and the reason why is he's going to try and get down a big Ancient Elf that is very good against Runecraft. Unfortunately, Elfchild May can die to a lot of things. It could die to a Magic Missile, Angelic Snipe, it can get Kaleidoscoped. Rune doesn't really care about too much about that 1 damage ping.
Yep.
They don't really play much, and if they do, it's like a Golem or something later. They're really not going to be playing much. They're just going to keep using removal.
What would you do? Would you hold your hand? Hold the hand that you have, the cards? Or would you play all of them and force your opponent to use your answer?
Well, since you couldn't see, LilNat does run Angelic Barrage. But if I was in this position, I would play everything and try and get the big Ancient Elf down. The reason why is you have first Evo, and having that big Ancient Elf wouldn't even make it die to Merlin and Angelic Snipe. And you're only going to win if you can get that damage on the board.
I guess the only thing he can do is just play both the Glimmering Wings. Or either that or just the Ancient Elf, but that's a bad idea too.
Yeah, playing the Ancient Elf into a turn where your opponent can Merlin.
Yeah.
He can Evo it, it becomes, you know, a 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And then that way it wouldn't die to Merlin unless he had like an Angelic Snipe to follow up with the Merlin.
Yeah. Most cases on turn 5, that is the right path to do.
Yeah, 5 health is important because it's their Merlin turn. And it could be relatively weak to Levi as well. Or 5 cost Fire Embrace.
Or he could just Fire Embrace. But generally, Merlin is played on turn 5.
I wonder if he's saving these Glimmering Wings here to be able to draw more.
I believe so. His hand is looking really awkward, and there really isn't much he can do.
Yeah, it's... You might... I mean, you could drop the Ancient Elf in Evo and play 1 Glimmering Wings. You could Glimmering Wings to get 2 new cards. It's a very awkward hand here for him. Him having that Fire Embrace is actually really good, being able to deal with that early Ancient Elf there. Put DinoT in a very awkward position, so he really needs to contemplate how he's going to win this game now. He doesn't have a good hand for Altered Fate. He doesn't have a Roach in hand. It's going into turn 6 and the Runecraft D-Shift player is sitting on 19 health. That's very scary. He did pick up a Roach now, so if he can start squeezing some damage in, he does have Ancient Elf to bounce a Roach, Sylvan Justice, Fairy to generate more cards played, and Roach with Nature's Guidance, but he plays the Golem here. Next turn. Depends what the D shift does here for the rest of his turn. Alright, just plays the Golem and passes. I don't know if you want to Altered Fate this away, having a Roach in hand. I mean, what would you be looking for if you Altered Fate?
Roaches, Nature Guidance, try to Roach them down. Because it's almost turn 8.
But he already has a Roach and a Nature's Guidance in hand. So burning a Roach and a Nature's Guidance to look for Roaches and Nature's Guidance. He did pull double Roach.
That works.
So.
Well, he
Maybe
needs...
he's going for PTP.
It's at 17 and he needs to do as much damage as he can. Based on this hand, he can set up a Roach with keeping the 2 zeros. And then that's about it. I mean, once turn 8 happens, Runecraft can just win if they have at least 2 Dimension Shift ready.
I mean, they don't have to have 2. They could have 1 D shift, 2 Flame Destroyers.
Yep.
So
that too.
If he's playing a 5-cost Fates hand, I feel like he really does either have a bad hand or if he's already very close to his combo.
I feel that it's more of he has a high cost cards in his hand, so it's clunky. So he has to play it in order to get the spell boost off, and then so we can assume he has like at least 2 Flame Destroyers, or maybe 2 DS.
Yeah, I would say he has a D shift or Flame Destroyer. The thing is, you never know. He could be very unlucky and not have either. He could have a lot of things like Kaleidoscope that he can't use because there's nothing on the board. He can have cards like Fiery Embrace in his hand, Fire Chain, and he just didn't really have much to play. So he just opts to play the Fates hand to spell boost and get some more cards generated into his hand.
what I would do here is just play a bunch cards down.
I think
Maybe
he's gonna
Roach.
try and set up
Yep.
for Roach. You play the Elven Princess Mage. You can Evo, drop a couple fairies. Elven Princess Mage into maybe more zero-cost fairies. It really depends. He does have double Roach, so the best way for him to win would be able to get some damage in, and have a Nature's Guidance and be able to play 3 zero-cost fairies, have a spell in hand to play, you know, Roach, Nature's Guidance, Roach, Roach.
Interesting. He's holding his zero cost fairies. Maybe for his other Rhinoceros. I figured he would do a max damage of 5 those fairies. I guess he's planning on using Alter Fate in case something happens.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense getting it out now while he does have another Roach in hand. It's very awkward, especially from a casting perspective when you can't see your opponent's cards. Like, we can't see the person he's playing against, so it makes it very hard for, you know, when we say alternate lines of play or things they could be thinking about, or, you know, why we think it may be a wrong play or a right play, or they might have a different mindset. You have to keep in mind we can't see what the opponent's cards are, so sometimes we have to make a judgment call and sort of just think about cards they've played already.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
Make a prediction.
Yes. Predicting is. See, there are certain plays that are obvious, especially turn 8 expecting a shift tab and playing those zero cost flame destroyers, like right now. Did he play DS yet? No, he didn't play it yet.
No.
Okay. So that means that he plans on DSing the next turn, this setup, and he needs to have an answer for that to get rid of the board. If not, win here on this turn.
Alter Fate. Wow, he's going for the PTP.
He's gonna need to in order. He didn't even pull it.
Wow, that's very unfortunate.
What? Yeah.
I mean, he can kill the Flame Destroyer. Wow.
But the Runecraft player is very close to Dimension Shift.
Yeah, he has to be very close, or he might have another one, and he played that as more of a Tempo Destroyer. And he might have another setup in hand.
Yeah.
If you realize he does still have the 4 damage on board, so that's 4 damage. If he can play, you know, summon, you know, he can get the Golem down, maybe Merlin, D-shift, do all that damage, D-shift again. It's very possible that D-shift has the combo here. If not, he will have it very soon. And it doesn't look like DinoT's in a position to win next turn. So
What? I wonder what's taking him so long. He should have the win here. If he doesn't, then this is actually looking somewhat good for DinoT. D-shift?
We did have a question.
What's up?
Are we able to see the current Steam stream that the viewers are seeing? That's what somebody was asking. I'm not sure if he means if we're watching it and seeing the delay with them.
No. It's not on Steam. Why?
No, he was saying stream.
Stream on Steam?
No, he's the, can you guys see the current stream that the viewers are seeing? So basically, if we're watching it, we can see it at the same time you guys are.
Yes, we are. Why?
I'm not sure. He was just asking.
I so confused.
Me too. Okay.
A little bit.
So, how many cards does DinoT have left in his deck here? Because he's got to be very careful not to deck out.
9. So if he D-shift here, I mean, he can have all of his PTP.
You mean Altered Fate. But yes, if he did Altered Fate, but he would lose.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be able to win, and he would... wow, he did just opt to do it. I guess he's going to try and hope his opponent doesn't have...
I mean...
D-shift, and the problem is it doesn't kill the Flame Destroyer.
He might as well. And I would probably just play the Path to Purgatory.
Well, if he PTPs here, it doesn't kill the Flame Destroyer. So he's going to at least take 9 damage. And what's the chance D-shift doesn't have 2 damage in their hand or a D-shift? It's not looking too good.
It's not good at all.
No. Wow, does he really not have lethal? That's really awkward if he doesn't. That's crazy. It's been a lot of turns, and that's his second Flame Destroyer down on the board.
He has 16 cards left. So what are the odds of both players have DS at the bottom of their deck?
Yeah, so it would be oh, excuse me. That would be DinoT having all his PTPs at the bottom, and then your opponent having all the D-shifts at the bottom. It's that's a funny matchup. Wow, he really didn't have it. Dino has 1 card left in his deck, right?
Yes, he has 1 left.
It should be PTP. So if he fairies, Nature's Guidance, and draws the PTP, drops it, and he wins the game.
And there it is, and he wins.
Wow,
that last draw.
Wow, and I'm surprised that LilNatFour didn't have lethal.
The D-shift, yeah.
That's very unlikely and very unfortunate for him. It was
that was really close too. Like, wow. In order to win, he had to draw the last one.
Wow, very good matchup, both DinoT and LilNatFour. That was fun to watch. If you look at LilNatFour's ranking right there too, you wouldn't think, you know, what banner is that for? Is that C?
Yeah, CO.
CO, yeah. You wouldn't think him being C rank, but that was very good matchup by both of you. Great match, and congratulations to DinoT. He is moving on to round 2.
Alright, so the next stuff we're doing, we're gonna go ahead and check with the brackets. In the meanwhile, we can also start discussing about the cards. So just give me a moment, guys. So the game 1 goes to DinoT with his Haven. LilNatFour winning with his Haven versus Forest. Done. Yeah. So LilNatFour has both D-shift bottom 10. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was a very, very close matchup there.
Alright. Seems like almost everyone is done. Okay.
All right, so are we just waiting for the brackets to finish up?
Yeah, the bracket apparently is almost done. But give me a moment here. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and start reviewing some cards.
All right. Do we already switch over?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll be using the display capture to show the cards that are happening on Twitter.
All right. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's go over what's coming up.
Coming up what?
About the new alternate art cards.
Sure.
That's I am so excited. What I do know, apparently it was told to me yesterday from their Japanese Twitter, is that you can buy pre-built decks. They will be available on the 29th. They will have a legendary card, if you can read it at the bottom, but
it says pre-built deck available December 29th. Each contain a legendary card with a special art, and this is just one of them, which is the Ancient Elf.
Yes, they said they will be releasing more alternate art cards. I love the way the new Ancient Elf looks. There are some questions that's been raised, and I'm actually curious of myself. I do know that apparently the first deck you buy is 500 crystals, and then each consecutive one after that is 750. So the question that's been raised on it is, do you have to buy 3 decks to get 3 alternate art Ancient Elves? Can you even get 3 of them? Is the second question. The third is, if you will be able to buy them separately. I really hope you can, because it being a more veteran player or somebody that does have a lot of cards.
Yep.
I really don't need all those other cards, so they could still make it more beneficial to buy the whole deck, but still have a discount on just buying the single card. So I really hope so. And then the last question was, are they going to be animated? Because you can't make animated cards.
In the future, I think they're gonna do like special booster packs that have like alternative cards art with the chance of having animated. That'll be interesting. But for now, I think what they're doing is just doing a sneak preview of future special arts for now. They might implement it later.
Yeah, the biggest thing is if we'll be able to buy them separately.
Yep.
Because if I have to, spend 2,000 crystals in order to get 3 alternate art Ancient Elves and have a bunch of cards that I don't need that are going to get filed.
That's a lot, though. Because the first purchase is 500 crystal, and then the second purchase is 750 crystals.
And then the third one is 750, so you're spending 2,000 crystals to get 3. And this is only one of the alternate art cards.
Yep.
They haven't even revealed any other ones, so I'm very curious to see how they do that, and I'm sure they're gonna get feedback. I also did send them an email regarding that it's something they should definitely look into if it's not planned.
Anyways, moving on. We are going to do some new cards released or leaked, so we're going to go through them with the Twitter, if you would like to read.
Alright, sure. First up we have Uriel. It is a neutral card, Fanfare. Put a random amulet from your deck into your hand. It's a 3/3 for 4, 5/5 on Evo. Put a random amulet from your deck into your hand. I could see this maybe having play. You think of cards like an Alana's deck, a PTP deck. Generally, you don't really need it with PTP because you cycle so much. maybe Alana's. I'm not too sure. What do you think about this card? There are other amulets. I was just speaking of the more popular ones that's ran. For the people that are like, yeah, but there's Harvest Festival and, you know, Vampiric Fortress for Blood. But I'm just speaking in a more popular sense. So what do you think of the card?
It helps certain cards that, for example, for discard dragons, if they ever need the amulet to come into the play, the 3-drop, that if you discard, you drew a card.
Dracomancer's Rights?
Yep. The Uriel can help with that. As for like banner swords, like swords doesn't really. They already have their own mechanic to grab banner.
Well, I mean, I agree. You have Maid Leader,
Yep.
but let's say you wanted to stuff some more commanders in there. This would let you make sure you pull banner and not something like Odahimi.
Okay.
Some people have ran Odahimi, not too many, or pull Aurelia, or pull if you decide to run other commanders like Fencer or Pompous Princess or. Generally, there's not always Ram, but it does give you another alternative to be able to stuff your deck with some more commanders and not rely on Maid Leader to pull it.
Yeah. Right. Next card we're going down. If you please.
Yep. So our next card is Necro Assassin. The class is for Shadowcraft. It's a 4-cost 3/3 fanfare. Destroy an allied follower and a random enemy follower. Doesn't activate if no other allied followers are in play. I think this card's actually pretty strong. If you think about it, if you play more of a sticky minion or token-based shadow deck with cards like Bone Chimera or Skeleton, with the 3/1 that when it dies spawns a 1/1. I think of this in terms sort of like Siegfried, where it does have a condition such as Siegfried, the enemy follower has to be damaged. This one is you have to have a follower in play. You do get to choose. The only problem with it is it's a random enemy follower. So if it's like a swarm deck, you don't know if you're going to get the value out of it. But if it's more of a mid-range or control type deck, you might be able to get the value out of it you want.
I find this interesting too with Necro Assassin, because some of the last word cards that you put down, such as Hell's Unleasher, and you play this on turn 5, it also kind of benefits you in such a way. And it also affects like Aurelia in case she has like this immune to a spell's effect. Because it's a random effect,
Yep.
It goes through that.
That's what's really nice about this card. I definitely think this card will see play. I know I will be trying it out. Definitely. Looks like a very good card.
Okay. I don't really have much opinion of this because not enough plays.
Yeah, I mean, I just think of it in terms of how strong Siegfried is.
Yep.
Because this can let you save an Evo and give you some options to have some board clear without relying on Evoing or using a spell that you might not have. This gives you a body. So.
Alright, let's move on down.
Alright, so this time we're going to do, when the going gets tough, Pegasus Elf gets going by changing an enemy follower's defense to 1. So we have Pegasus Elf, it's a Forest Craft card. It's a 5-cost 3/3, 4/4 on Evo. It's Fanfare, change an enemy follower's defense to 1. Evolve, deal 1 damage to an enemy follower. So it's pretty much Fanfare, you can make something 1 and run like a fairy into it, or if you have an Evo, you can pretty much kill anything on board. I actually like this card. I don't know about it being a 5-cost if it'll see play. It's in competition with a lot of 5-cost cards that Forest runs, such as Tio or Will of the Forest. A lot of decks also run, more control style Forest with Verdant. But this it's sort of like a Woodkin Curse inside of a body that can also deal 1 damage to a follower. I think the card's pretty good. I'd have to test it out, so I'm not too sure on where its value is going to lie. What do you think?
Honestly, it's kind of weak. I don't know. It's a 3/3 and then you evo it to do 4/4 and it's like a weird insta kill a high drop card.
Yeah, but you know, even if not having it, Forest does spam the board a lot of times. So even just playing it for the fanfare, it generating a body on top of it and being able to run like a fairy into whatever is pretty good value on its own.
I think tempo-wise, it might be good, especially when you have the Elf Child made to kill it off or finish it off based on RNG if it's by itself. So it's not too bad on 5 play point, but I would still rather play the Tia.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Like I said, it's competing with a good amount of 5 drops that Forest runs, so it'd be very interesting to see. Maybe in a control type Forest.
Alright, and it seems like we have finished off with our first round and going to the second round.
Oh, alright then.
And now... Alright, I got it mentioned. Alright, so the first few matches we are going to be watching. XenoGemini versus LilNatFour.
Alright. Oh, that was weird. It wasn't working there for a minute. Alright.
Now, XenoGemini was in the top 8 before, I believe.
Yeah, wasn't he towards the finals?
Yeah.
Just the finals.
He was second place.
Yep. We do think I'm running into an issue here with LilNatFour's deck list. They are not working. Broken links.
Which one? Or LilNatFour?
Yeah, I'm trying something else here. It may work, but you have to give me 1 second. Sorry, guys, running into some technical difficulties here with deck lists. So I was able to get them up. I had to manually copy and paste it.
Yeah.
Awkward. Okay. So we have LilNatFour versus XenoGemini. We do know XenoGemini is running mid-range sword. He's running... I mean, it's sort of standard. He is running a 1 of Unica, a 1 of Whole Souled, a 1 of Angelic Barrage, 1 Pompous Princess, 2 Wind Gods, and Courageous Knights. So definitely tacked his own way. Should be interesting to see. He's also running PTD Forest, and he does actually have a 1 of Elf Healer in the deck, which honestly might not be that bad. It could be pretty good against things, aggressive decks and mid-range sword and other forest decks, as well as like aggro blood and whatnot. And then we do have LilNatFour here. He's running mid-range sword as well, a much more standard version. Triple Avent Blader though. Triple Sage Commander, triple Odahimi, and no Wind God. Should be interesting to see how his plays out. And he's also running Hybrid Alana Seraph Haven.
Right now we're gonna have to wait a little bit here, mainly due to everyone setting up the tournament rooms and whatnot.
Alright, that's fine.
We are waiting for LilNatFour to ready up, or making it through check-in.
Alright. So anything you want to let people know while we are doing this, why we have this little bit of downtime? Anything about the tournament, upcoming events, any kind of plans you have?
Yes, I do. So we do have an upcoming event in middle of January, where it is Excelsior Gaming tournament versus JCG tournament, where we are choosing and doing an invitation top 3 of each of our tournaments, and then have them be versus 3.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I don't know where XenoGemini or... Alright, we got the room in. I'm gonna go ahead and set this up. Oh, there he is.
Alright, so the match will begin.
He barely made it.
Oh, okay, so for the people that... Wait a second. For the people that didn't get to hear, we do have XenoGemini versus LilNatFour. XenoGemini with his own version of mid-range sword. And he's running PTP. And we do have LilNatFour with very standard mid-range sword with triple Avant Blader, triple Sage Commander, and triple Orihime. Xeno here running with... It's a very different list. Unica's Oathless Knight, one of Angelic Barrage and Whole Souled, and one Avant Blader. So the very different list. One with Wind God, one without, and LilNatFour is also playing a hybrid Alana Seraph Haven. So. Wait, whose perspective are we watching from?
We are watching XenoGemini.
Okay, did he have first or second Evo? I can't see it yet.
We'll find out soon.
Yeah.
Are you able to see it?
So he had first Evo.
Yep.
Yeah. It's weird that he kept the Aurelia. I understand the Floral Fencer. You go first, you keep Floral Fencer.
Yep.
When you get first Evo. It's a given, but keeping the Aurelia is good to counter a board, but I would have went more for having some early game drops.
Yeah, ooh, and his hand is not looking good right now.
Yeah, I mean, he did get 2 draws, so maybe he was banking on the fact that he would draw something to play on turn 1 or 2, and he hasn't. It is okay because the other sword player hasn't played anything as well.
Surprisingly, his opponent didn't really play anything for the past 3 turns, so we can... He's playing maybe control style?
No, it was mid-range.
Oh.
He just had a awkward hand, I guess.
Just as much as Xeno?
Yeah.
Well, this actually looks pretty good for him then. Especially since he can play his Floral Fencer first.
You have the Aurelia to follow up. Aurelia is such a good drop to have after an on-curve Floral Fencer Evo. You got really quiet. You okay?
Just concerned, but I should be alright. Just some hiccups here and there. That's all. But it's still running a lot smoother.
Okay. Just making sure everything's okay.
He's gonna drop a Orihime. We'll find out if he does. Because usually first turn, who gets Otohime has a strong lead.
Yeah, I was just about to follow up with that. Generally, I actually like going first when I'm playing in the mirror matchup.
Yep.
Simply because if you can have the Otahime on curve into Sage Commander, or even Wind God, we do know that LilNatFour isn't running Wind God, but having that and being able to get that out first puts you in such a good position. Unfortunately, you know, he played the Floral Fencer and had it. Trying to think here. For XenoGemini, he just decides to Alwida. Maybe run into the 2-2 and then go through the 3-2 to face. Wow, he does opt to trade, which is fine because it could have been buffed up with cards like Sage Commander. So just getting that ward on the board. Making a... Oh, and he follows up with the counter Alwidas.
Simply, he can just play all this low-cost card. I would probably play the Mate Leader first.
I would just drop an Aurelia, see if his opponent has removal for it, because if he doesn't, he can follow up with like Fervent Soldier or Mate Leader and Sage Commander next turn. He also does have another Aurelia. He has Alwidas and Fervent or Mate Leader. He's got options, and he does have Wind God if he does get his board big. So he's got a lot of options here. Usually
for me, I tend to do a Swarm setup so I can set up for the Sage Commander the next turn. Sometimes I don't mind taking the 2-3 or the 3 damage in general.
Yeah, I mean it's not always that bad, and I do like flooding the board as well. You do have to worry about if your opponent does, like, have they been able to study each other's decks?
No, so everything is closed deck list. They
so
don't
maybe
know.
With the way that LilNatFour played it, he doesn't really, he might not know that it's mid range, and let's say he floods the board and then LilNatFour Alexanders clears out his whole board.
Yeah, that's true.
That can be very troublesome. So playing this Aurelia to see if he has removal for it is a very good play because it'll let him lead into the next turns with knowing that his opponent doesn't have the removal. So this is very good for Xeno here.
He doesn't have the answer, but in this case, he could just play another Aurelia?
Yeah, I mean, you could just Aurelia again. You could also opt to Sage Commander, but I would wait until you can flood with a little bit more before Sage Commander. He could Fervid Sage Commander. He could just play... he does decide to just do that. He had a couple lines of play there that would have worked.
I felt like playing another Aurelia, Mate Leader first, and then Aurelia, and then bash it in, and then set up for Sage Commander for next turn.
Yeah,
but this works too.
Considered playing another one, another Aurelia. There was options. We can't really speak on what his full thought process was. Clearing it this way does make it sort of awkward for the sword player to be able to deal with all the bodies on the board.
For Lion?
For Lion, yes. Yeah. Unless he did run something like Alexander, and even then, it only is going to kill 2 things. So he runs a 3-2 in, kills the 3-1 Fervid, goes face for 2. Which is sort of unfortunate for Lion because he had a Novice Trooper there to clear out the 3-3. So he did take some damage off the board, but if you look at their hands, Lion's down to 3 cards, and XenoGemini has 7. He's got Alwidas, another Aurelia, and a Wind God in hand.
He also has a Mate. Yeah, you said he has a Mate Leader, and what he can do is just give him another card so that he can sustain.
Yeah, it gets him another commander. That's what Mate Leader does. So
that's actually good. He's gonna play another Sage Commander.
Yeah, I would just. I would actually wait. You wouldn't need to really play it here. He can just clear off the board. For me, I would trade the 3. Yeah. In this matchup, all you need to do is control the board. Once you have the board, then you can worry about damage. It's not like some matchups where you need to push damage.
I feel like he should have just went face. That 1-2 wasn't really going anywhere.
He could have gotten the 3 damage, but that 1-2 could have been buffed up, and maybe he just didn't want to deal with any kind of buffs. This puts him in a really good board slot, good board spot. Wow. So he could actually just run in the 3-1. Play Aurelia. So he's gonna bring it down. Oh, he decides the Fencer.
Interesting. Is he gonna be willing to... Oh, with the 4-2, okay.
Yep, yeah, with the 4-2.
Still trading, and then bash for 5.
And this is fine, it puts him in a good position. The other alternative play for me was to run it in that way, play Aurelia and Wind God.
Oh, Wind God would have been good too.
Yeah, I think Aurelia and Wind God would have been very good. But then again, like I said, he doesn't know if his opponent's playing more of a control variant, has like Ruthless Assassin.
Yeah.
So this is a very big board for Sword. So both options were fine in my opinion.
And now Angelic Barrage look really good. I'm sorry for saying Ancient because I saw Ancient on the chat, but you know. This is just as good. He could probably wish... Let's win here, right, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 15 damage.
I would have BM'd.
I don't know. Maybe. Let's see how I felt during the game. Because I'm not playing it, I can't really say, but there definitely could have been some potential for some BM there.
Potential BMs. XenoGemini usually does that though, but he's being more careful. That's for sure. He doesn't want to make that same mistake from the previous tournament. Where he yeah.
Yeah. Speak upon dead, or what would you call it? Closet skeletons here?
Yep. It wasn't too bad though, but what can you do? Oh, he has a good start here. Not with the nature guidance, but not so much for the Will of the Forest. It's probably not what he's looking for. If he had the 1-drop fairy, the fairy circle would have been great. And
yeah, the fairy circle into fairy into ancient elf is like, oh man,
the best combos.
I hate that. I really do. When I'm playing against Forest and they have that combo and I don't have an answer, it's very rough to deal with. So Lion decided to stay with his mid range. He did have hybrid Alana Seraph. I might have actually played the hybrid Alana Seraph, but playing mid range Sword is fine because he does have a more mid range-ish type instead of more Flood because he's running triple Advent Blader.
Yep.
And he does have 3 Otahimis and 3 Sage Commanders, so as long as he can keep these fairies off the board and be able to hold the board state, he might be okay.
Right now,
you just hit base, drop a fairy, and play Ancient Elf. He does have Altered Fate in hand. He does have Will of the Forest.
he does have Sylvan Justice too, so he can get another fairy.
This is also good because it doesn't die to a Floral Fencer Evo. That's the one big thing about having a 4/5 Ancient Elf against the opponent Sword who has first Evo, is it combats the Floral Fencer turn. And because it would be at 1 health, he can clear with Will of the Forest and go face for 4.
Yep.
He can
Actually, he can Evo here too.
I don't know if you would Evo. Being at 3 health,
I would Evo because if he plays Aurelia and try to bash into it, it does less amount. But if he wants to,
well, if he does Evos, it still dies to Aurelia Evo.
Yeah.
And it dies. If he doesn't Evo, then it dies to Whole Souled. So you have an option to Evo here or not to Evo. I don't think he needs to. You're playing PTP Forest. You have a Fairy Circle and an Altered Fate in hand and a Sylvan Justice. You have plenty of ways to generate some fairies and to Altered Fate into other cards. Evoing it is also fine. It does push damage. And because he has Nature's Guidance, maybe he gets into a Roach and doesn't Altered Fate, so...
I figured, so he doesn't have Aurelia, and Avon Blader would have been the next card to play on turn 5. And if he suspect this, then Evoing here was the correct decision.
Yes, definitely.
So now he has a clear board, and he can be the first to put something on there.
I would just Fairy Whisper, Fairy Circle.
Alter Fate.
Yeah, I mean, you could also Nature's Guidance, the Fairy Whisper, and play it again, but Fairy Circle should be fine. You can Nature's Guidance, but you don't want to try and overdraw.
Currently sitting at 14 shadows.
And he did pick up another Fairy Whisper, double Nature's Guidance, and Roach, and he's at 13.
This is actually a pretty good pull.
Yep. He's still in a pretty bad spot, simply because XenoGemini here does have double Nature's Guidance and Fairy Whisper. You can easily push some damage. And he's not low enough that he should be worrying about dying. You could Fairy Whisper, Rhinoceroach, Nature's Guidance. It really depends on what he wants to do here. He could drop PTP if he wanted and Altered Fate, try and get into another one, but that's risky if he doesn't pull it.
What can he do here? If he played the Sage Commander, that's just the best option he can do. Just go face.
Yeah, it was weird that he decided just to run the Urchin, but I would honestly just...
He also
Will of the Forest only does 8, and he's presenting 15 health on board.
minus 1, so 14.
Yeah. It's not enough.
He needs to play PTP into Alter Fate.
He's at 19 shadows, so all he would need is PTP into Altered Fate and like 2 spells, but he can also just wait. He's gonna force himself to overdraw next turn, then he can Fairy Whisper, PTP, and Altered Fate, and that gives him PTP.
Yeah.
So this is fine for the PTP player. Oh, he's gonna burn it, so he has it next turn. Oh, another Sage Commander. The problem is here, 1 PTP doesn't kill
The 5/7.
the 5/7. It's very...
That elf healer.
it might have done a little bit, but he needs to Altered Fate into like a Sylvan Justice.
Or into
Ancient Elf works. That's fine.
Yep. And then end turn here. That means that there's nothing that he can do to get rid of this unless he runs Dance of Death.
No.
Doesn't Dent run it? That's
No.
unfortunate.
Well, he could all wait as a Novice Trooper.
True. And that still doesn't
lethal.
push into...
All wait is plus Novice Trooper is 7 damage. That's game.
Oh my god, exactly what you said!
I called it.
Called it!
Oh my god.
You're a good prediction player.
Smite.
Good job.
Smite me. Smite me, almighty smiter. Yep, like I said, That was actually very nice having that second Sage Commander and putting it at 7 health.
Yeah.
That, wow. Wow.
That's a close game.
That was very, very close. That's why I was saying he really needed to kill it. Dropping the Ancient Elf was fine, but then I really thought about what could have happened, and it happened.
If he had enough play points to like play a fairy.
He was sitting on.
I thought I saw 4.
He had 9. He used PTP, puts him at 5. Altered Fate, puts him at 3. No, he only had enough to Ancient Elf.
That was turn 10, and he could play the play a 1-drop fairy. That would have done enough.
Did he have a 1-drop fairy though?
No, he did not.
Yeah. So
yeah.
That was very awkward. I do think it might have been a misplay running that Roach in, because he might have been able to set up lethal with PTP. So I honestly would have probably just board locked him. He would have been board locked with the Odahime, and would have pushed for damage knowing that I could have got into a PTP win condition. But you never know what you're going to draw, so he does have a good hand here, especially against Haven. Hybrid Alana, Seraph Haven, being able to go Fairy Whisperer into like Fairy Eliza into Ancient Elf, getting down that big Ancient Elf early against Haven is honestly what usually wins me the game. He could also just opt to Fairy Whisper and then Fairy Elfchild May next turn.
Yeah. The thing here on this turn is, in order to win, you need to spam as much as you can. What I usually do is get the full board with 4 creatures and just play the Ancient Elf. Turns 1 through 4 is just so dead.
Yep, I would just play all 3 here, go face for 1, and then set up for Ancient Elf. The problem with that is it does force him to overdraw next turn. Well, no, because he could play a fairy afterwards and follow up. But he would still burn, I think, one of the fairies he returns.
And that's fine, because he's playing PTP. Oh.
I guess he decided to play around maybe him having Angelic Barrage. Or he's playing around the fact that he doesn't want to overdraw one of the fairies. And being able to return everything and then play 1 fairy.
This is a good play, too, because most Alana do run at least 1 or 2 Angelic Barrage in their deck. Or none at all. I'm just gonna.
I don't think they usually do. We do know that Lion is playing 1 of, but usually they just run Triple Decree and try and live off their healing in the early game. He was debating on trading there, but what he can actually do is play Ancient Elf, makes it a makes it a 5/6, playing a fairy, evoing a fairy and killing out the 3/2. The problem with that is he does have his Arya popping next turn, and he has heals on board. So let's say your opponent has Scripture or even
looks like he's going for this route. So the only answer for this is to have the Evo Tiger to kill it off.
No, he could easily heal, run the.
Oh yeah, the Lana.
Yeah. He could have, if he had a Scripture, he could have just healed, ran the Falcon in and Scriptured it away. But I guess he didn't with this play.
Decided to play on curve.
Yeah, and he also could have just did this to save that Scripture for something and just build up a board rather than doing it the other way. So not too sure what he has in his hand. Again, like I said, it's very awkward when you're trying to see what the opponent's thought process is when you cannot see their cards. So.
What he could do is he has to answer for this.
Yep. This is very scary. They're going against the Haven player going into turn 7. By this point, he's probably assumed it's either pure heal, but most nowadays are Seraph, so he's probably assumed it's Seraph.
The good part is he doesn't have anything to get rid of that 6-1. And he just milled a card. That was Decree on this turn. So that means he might have Seraph on turn 8.
Yeah, or he has another Decree. I mean, here you just drop the PTP, I think. Flooding the board, I don't think does much for you.
No, especially if he has another one. And
Yeah.
Lisa doesn't prevent or guard against destruction or banishes.
I mean, he could flood the board, maybe to if your opponent's Ceres, but then you don't have. It's not like you have your win condition in hand. It's not. You don't have roaches. You don't have Nature's Guidance. Yeah, it's very awkward. You could just opt to flood though.
I'd flood.
Yeah,
Like,
just double fairy Liza and
I wouldn't flood the whole entire board though, because in case, you know, if Ancient Elf comes in. Like, this situation I learned that no matter what, turn 8, they're gonna play the Seraph here, because this locks the board.
oh, he just was that his top card.
Yep.
He just draw it.
Yep, he just drew
Maybe he
into
had
it.
another one and he decided to play that one.
And now that his board is locked, there isn't absolutely anything that he can do. Push in more damage. In
No.
case like he has Roach or Double Nature Roach. So he has to hope that he doesn't have the win here, or the 3 cooldown reductions.
Yeah, I mean, even if he has one and has Decree, and then waits it out a turn, he only needs one more, so. He could easily just Healing Prayer and Decree, Dogma Decree. He could just have the win. Oh, he's just gonna opt to heal. Maybe he only has 2 and he wants to just get a board down. Oh, Healing Prayer. He's all the way back up to 19. Haven at its finest. Oh, he did pick up an Altered Fate. He can't push for lethal this turn.
No,
though,
he doesn't.
so.
There still really isn't anything that he can do here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I did just Altered Fate. Fairy Circle. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, Double Nature's Guidance now. Wow. He can't even like make a Roach play here.
No. But he,
I mean, he can Roach Nature's Guidance it back.
that's pretty much all he can do.
Yeah. He just has to hope his opponent doesn't win next turn, or heal a bunch. He doesn't even have to win, he could just heal up a bunch. It's unfortunate. Is this, Lion's been in other tournaments before, right? Cindy?
Sorry.
Lion's been in other tournaments, correct?
Yes, he has. He's been in since the first season of the tournament.
All right. Well, he did just pull that out.
Yeah.
That
I mean, he is experienced in a sense, so he understands the meta that is currently happening in the tournaments. And you know, he does his research. He is also a master player, but aside from that,
So we're gonna have Sword against PTP Forest.
Yep. Or is this 1-1?
Yep.
Didn't he win with swords not too long ago? Isn't this 2-0? Or 2-1?
I thought it was. Well, Xeno won with Sword.
Yeah.
And then
he won with his sword and his Haven. That was 2-0. Or 2-1.
okay, that was weird. If you were looking at the
It's saying 1-1, but it got denied with one of the score.
Okay, that's why I got confused. I thought they had played 3 games already, but
no, that was their third game, because the first match was with XenoGemini winning
Sword versus Sword.
Swords versus Swords, and then it was Lion who won Swords versus Forest, right? And then it was
yep, okay. You're right, and Xeno winning with the Haven versus the...
Yep.
Or... Wait, did Lion won with Haven?
Lion won with Haven.
Yep, so Lion actually pulled the win. Okay. Sorry about that, guys, I got confused. Don't blame me, blame Vindy.
What?
Yeah, dude, it's easier to put the blame on other people. Come on. Everybody knows that.
Sure.
Have we transitioned yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
We are now on downtime. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people still in their matches, which is still a good time. So we can still review some cards.
Yeah, let's go finish reviewing some. By the way, also do check your Skype.
Sure. So my Skype just froze there. Give me a moment.
That's fine.
I might have to recall you. Welcome back.
Oh, come back, man.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
Alright, so while we're waiting, we're gonna go ahead and discuss with the next card. So we just gone through Pegasus Elf, who is a 5-drop, 3/3. Change fanfare says change an enemy follower's defense to 1, and when evolved, deal 1 damage to an enemy follower. And it's a good answer, especially if you have a demon elf child to kill it off.
Elf Child Bay, man.
Oh, demon elf child. We all know this. It is true. It is known.
Alright. So, they stared at the ogler with a mixture of fascination and disgust.
Oh,
The
God.
ogler eyed them back, waiting. Dot, dot, dot. So,
No.
next up, we have Ogler. It's a 5-cost, 3/4 Runecraft class specific card. Subtract 0 from the cost of this card. Spell boost, subtract 1 more. I like that they're introducing more spell boosted followers.
Yep.
So, you know, cards like this in Witchet, in terms of reducing their cost.
Yep.
It lets you build into maybe like a more tempo type rune where you can place some spells and then like, oh, I have 2 0-cost Oglers and 2 0-cost Witchettes, and you can flood the board. It does sort of start pushing towards maybe a different archetype for Runecraft. What do you think?
This opens up for a lot of, I want to say tempo Runecraft. Because you can play a lot of spell cards, and play the upcoming legendary, which we are going to talk about later, that makes Ogler into a 0-cost play it, if it gets into his hand. So you can start swarming the board with the legendary. It's interesting, and I don't know.
Yeah,
5 cost 3/4 says it makes tempo Runecraft a new archetype to use instead of the full D-shift route.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see, and we still don't know what's all implemented, and it could be very interesting to see where Runecraft starts heading.
Any archetypes do you think this series plays in?
Yeah,
what do you think about
I'd say,
Earth-type?
Earthright, definitely not. Maybe in a more tempo or mid-range type Runecraft where you play, you could play more Wind God, like a more aggressive Runecraft.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Alright.
Let's go on to the next one.
Next up we have Frog Cleric. It is a 2-drop with a 2/2 stats. What he does is when enhance at 4, just in case for clarification for enhance. Let's say it's turn 4. You don't have an option. It just directly utilize all 4 play points. Store 3 defense to an ally. If you wanted to avoid using enhance, you would have to play a 2-drop or a 1-drop first, and then play the Frog Cleric as a 2 without using.
I think this card's terrible. I mean, it's a 2-drop, 2/2, so fine for stats. Enhance 6, restore 3 defense to an ally.
As a 4-drop, it's also very costly as well.
I mean, it would be a 6-drop, right?
No, it's a 4-drop.
So it's 2 plus if you paid another 2.
Yeah. You pay another 2 to use the restore 3 defense ally.
So people don't. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So basically, with enhance, what it says is that, for clarification, is if you have enough play points to utilize 4 play points, then you play this as an enhanced version of the Frog Cleric as a 4-drop instead of a 2-drop.
So it's pretty good. It's like kicker like magic. The best thing about this card, though, is the pain, go away. Hop on in another day.
Yeah, I don't know. People might use this in Havencraft, but not so. Anyways, next card. Go ahead. Legendary.
Oh man, I'm dying. Hop on in another day. All right. So next up we have Blood Hungry Matriarch. It's a Bloodcraft specific class card. It's a 7-cost 4/5. Fanfare. Deal 2 damage to all enemy followers. Whenever an enemy follower is destroyed, deal 1 damage to the enemy leader. Evolve. Whenever an enemy follower is destroyed, deal 1 damage to the enemy leader with the 6/7. I mean, it comes in, deals 2 damage to all enemy followers. Sort of nice. It is a 7-cost 4/5.
Yeah.
1 damage to the enemy leader as a 7-cost. I don't really like this card.
In Bloodcraft?
Yeah. Like a 7-cost 4/5, deal 2 damage to all enemy followers is fine. I mean, it could follow up to a Revelation turn if you're not in Vengeance or.
I think it's fine in Control Blood. This kind of helps them out. I don't think they don't have a lot of 7-drops. Or Control Blood.
I mean, how much does this Reezl cost?
7. So it deals 2 damage to all enemy follower, but when an enemy follower is destroyed, deal 1 damage to the enemy leader.
For 7 costs for blood, they have a Reezl, right?
A Reezl, but some of them don't even run a Reezl for Control Blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't play enough blood to really say, but this card just does not look like a good 7-drop for me.
I mean, on turn 6, you see Ultahime being played, and when it's your first turn as blood, and then you drop this, you get that turn back, or the board, because it kills all, and you do 4 damage. So this counters even further more against Swordcraft, and I think it does well in mid-range too, in general. Like control mid-range for this is it wouldn't be too bad of a choice. Again, I still think this is going to be played more than Azazel control.
I guess just from my experience, I already have a good matchup against Sword with Blood, mid-range or control blood. But I mean, possible. I don't play enough blood to really say that this is a good or bad card. I just personally don't like it, and I don't think I'd run it. But who knows? That might change. Things can easily be undervalued on a card and turn around and change the way you view it. So.
Anyways, next card.
No. Next up, we have a Dragon Claw Pendant. It's for Dragoncraft. It's a 5 cost. Your followers, spells, and effects deal +1 damage. The pendant looks awesome and boosts your effectiveness in battle. You too can reap its benefits for the amazing cost of 5 play points.
No, I don't think anybody would play this.
This card doesn't look good to me. For 5.
It's a 5-drop that does nothing. We also have another amulet that's also a 5-drop. Roost.
I thought Phoenix was... Is it 5?
I think it is 5.
Yeah, it is 5. That's still bad. It usually backfires when you play it, so I don't like that card. It does get +1 to followers. Your spells, so things like Conflagration, Angelic Barrage, Blazing Breath, Dragon Wings, the new Breath of the Salamander card. Effects, it increases like Glint Dragon and Dragon Warrior, but not as a 5-drop. That's just, I don't like it.
Yeah. Anyways, next card. We have Amelia the Silver Paladin. It's a Swordcraft card, 4-drop. Its stats are 3/4, and the fanfare is put a Guilt Vice Captain into your hand, then change its cost to 0 if at least 3 enemy followers are in play. I kind of like her. I think it's just because she looks cute.
Oh god. Anyways, past that point. I mean, it's pretty cool. I like the whole if 3 enemy followers are in play. I like that.
So the question is, what is Guilt the Vice Captain? Do we actually have that?
Revealed.
Did they reveal that already?
Yeah, if we scroll way further down.
Way further down?
I believe so. Actually, you can just Control F and search Guilt. It should pop up.
No, you lied to me. It doesn't exist.
It should, unless it's not in the title.
It's probably not in the title.
Should be further down. We read about that card last time.
Yeah, we did.
Because I remember saying I liked the card.
Fangblade OP.
Fangblade, I'm waiting for that guy.
We all know it's coming.
We'll find this card eventually, guys.
Eventually. There's just so many to scroll down. Oh my god, did we skip over it?
I have no idea.
Oh, wait, is that him? No, that's not him. That's
anyways, I could pull it up, I believe. I have a Shadowverse page that has all the cards.
Oh, is it the main Shadowverse?
Yeah, the Shadowverse card pack.
Why am I showing that then?
Because it doesn't have the new cards.
Oh.
So what we have, Gelt, for people that don't know, Gelt Vice Captain is a 2 cost, 4/4. Wait. It's a 2 cost 2/2, 4/4 and Evo. Fanfare, gain +1/+0 and ward if you have a commander in play. So basically, you could play this if they have 3 enemy followers, and then it gives you a 3/2 ward for free. I do like it. It might be a pretty good card in Control Sword. I definitely think that pushes some cards into Control Sword.
It also gives you a different option for a 4-drop too, aside from not Floral Fencer, but as an addition to Floral Fencer.
Definitely, it definitely does.
But we can probably see some use into that. I don't really have much of Aside from that, I know I plan on using uncontrolled swords, but aside from that, moving on. We have Lurking Corpse, 2-drop. Stats are 1-2, and it looks creepy as heck because I don't even know where the face is. Aside from that, can only attack the enemy leader and followers with ward. Last words says destroy a random enemy follower. Evolve says the same thing. The strategy behind this is generally you want to drop it down as a 2-drop, and if your opponent bash it in, most likely they'll ignore it. But if you bash it into anything, just kill them. And that's just about it. Other than that, there's the other card that kills itself. What's that drop? We just talked about it. That says, hey, I'm gonna play this card. I'm gonna kill one of my own, kill one of yours.
Oh, the fairy, the Forestcraft card.
Is it the Forestcraft card? No, no, we're talking about Necro Assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about Necro Assassin. So, the 2-drop, we can see a 6-drop play with with that card with Necro Assassin, and it can be a combo to do like kill off 2, potentially
I really
2.
like the lurching. It looks pretty cool. I definitely will be trying it out, especially it being a 2-cost. I think it could easily fill in a slot.
Stat-wise, it's not that great, but
I mean, it's like Skull Cradle Widow. It's like I think it's. I mean, it's not a 2/2, but
it's good for control of shadows if they want to put that in.
Yeah, definitely. So, all right. Next up, we have Greya, or Greya. Not quite sure on the correct pronunciation. But Greya, or Greya, the Dragonborn, Dragoncraft card. 8 costs 3/3. Fanfare. Summon Anne, Bell of Mysteria, and evolve it. Evolved. Can attack twice per turn. And it's a 4/4 on Evo.
Also, if you get Anne Bell of Mysteria, it says the same Fanfare. It summons Greya, the Dragonborn, as well, and evolve it. So here's the question that a lot of people are asking: if you get the free Evo on either of them, do their effect still go off?
I would think so, because Evo is procced on Evo, not just by you using a Evo point.
And it doesn't say that, like the card Gabriel, that says Evoing your cards do not proc the effect.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of it in a way, let's say you have a Mashushu on board, and you play Neptune, and you Evo Neptune, it gets +2/+2, or +2, and then another +2 from the Lorca Evoing. So I think it would work that way. It'll be interesting to see. It being 8, you think of the way people view Zernitra. Being an 8 cost 3/1, yeah, Zernitra. 8 cost 3/1 Storm summons a 5/5 Dragon. On Evo summons another 5/5 Dragon. It's not even played in Dragon, just because you only really get full potential if you do get to Evo it.
Yep.
But this setup might be pretty cool for a ramp, like a heavy ramp dragon. And you think about it, they are getting the 5-cost card that gives you a play point, draw 2, and heal for 3.
Yeah.
So it should be interesting to see.
And here's the other card. Now, interesting here, Anne Bell of Mysteria also has the same stats as the Dragon one, but her evolve says whenever this follower attack, deal 1 damage to all enemy followers. So it just helps clear.
I'm really interested. I'm gonna try them out. It's gonna happen.
You wouldn't play this in the Runecraft deck?
Wait, Greya is in Runecraft?
No, Greya is not it's in Dragoncraft, but Anne Bell of Mysteria is in Runecraft.
Whoa, that's really weird.
Yeah,
I was
they're
like, wait, did I
interclass.
just say that whole thing wrong?
Yeah,
But
they're both
wow,
they're both interclass. It's the first card that does interclass, so
maybe in a different type of rune, but
it's probably for memes.
yeah,
I'm
I
pretty sure
definitely meme it.
like the stats overall on both of them are really bad, and the deal 1 damage to all enemies, like that's not enough for an 8-drop play here.
But I mean, what's cool is if you think about it, it summons the Greya Dragonborn and evos it, and if you look at Greya, so it would summon the Greya, but you don't get the An from it.
No, you do get the
Because
An. You summon Greya the Dragonborn and summons Anbel of Mysteria.
no, I mean if you summon An and you get the Greya doesn't summon another An because Fanfare only procs when you play it for the cost.
Oh, yeah,
It doesn't proc. Yeah, that's what I meant. Maybe not in Rune, I wouldn't run this card, but I would definitely try Greya and Dragon.
Okay.
So.
Alright, looks like we have our next match coming up soon, so we're gonna get this round started. Alright. We'll continue with the Ancient Lion Spirit. And I do have to reset these points. And round 3 is now going to be starting.
Alright, who are we watching right now?
We are watching Shugo versus Gengur.
Shugo versus Gengur. Gengur's always up there. Shugo's been in a lot of tournaments as well, right?
Yep, both of them.
Yeah,
Shugo has.
They're both Master, and I've seen Shugo's in leaderboards of Master. I've seen his name up there a couple times.
Yep.
So very good player from what I've seen.
I believe Shugo is in. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning for him right now, or 5, or something like that.
Man, that's rough.
Yeah, and Gengur, I don't know where his location is. He's in the States.
Alright, what I do know is that Shugo is playing D-Shift Rune. It's pretty interesting. He's running the version with some Earthrights. So he's running a triple Red Hot Ritual and 2 Veteran Alchemists for some heal. And triple Barrage, actually. So it seems like he teched for complete aggro matchups with this deck. Generally, when you start mixing cards like that, you do sacrifice consistency.
Yep.
And a more mid-range or control type, but for aggro, this is probably a very good list. He doesn't run Levi, though, which is very surprising because I think Levi is one of the strongest Runecraft cards currently.
It is.
Shugo is also running PTP Forest and
Path to Purgatory Forest, for those who don't know.
Yep. And he's not running any Will of the Forest. He's running 2 EPMs and 3 Tias.
EPM, for those of you who don't know, is actually, I don't even know. What is EPM?
Elven Princess Mage.
Thank you.
Yeah. And he's also running Water Fairies. I know a lot of people in Path to Purgatory or PTP Forest have dropped Water Fairies. I don't personally run them. I know some people run 1 or 2. He's running all 3. No Will of the Forest, though. So we should see what happens there. And then we do have Gengar, who is playing a mid-range sword. He's running a version with double Angelic Barrage, double Whole Souled Swing, double Mentor's Teaching, triple Oathless Knight, and double Dance of Death. And it does look like he actually has in double Gabriel. So very different than most mid-range sword lists you're going to see. And he's also running a version of PTP Forest, but it's not normal PTP Forest, it's hybrid. He's got 2 goblins in it, 1 Water Fairy, 2 PTPs, and 2 Cynthias. So he's running the hybrid version, which lately, for a little bit there, hybrid was climbing to be one of the strongest decks. And then like a week later, nobody was playing it. It was back to straight tempo or straight PTP. So should be interesting to see what kind of effect it has here in this tournament. I'm just waiting for him to ready up, and we'll be in the match.
We have the forest and the swords. A lot of forest and swords. This tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. A decent amount of Haven as well.
Yeah, especially from the previous tournament, I would say.
Yep.
Alright, so we have Gengur coming out and Shugo. And this time it is swords versus... generally, just in case some of you guys don't know, again, D-Shift Rune, or Dimension Shift Rune, their goal is to play a 18 cost card and reduce that card to 0, or close to 0, a low cost in general. And in order to do that, he needs to play a lot of spell cards to minimize the cost of the card Dimension Shift. Potentially, on average, a Runecraft player can win on turn 8. And usually a lot of the opponent would have to prepare for it, or otherwise they will end up losing.
Well, D-Ship usually procs on 8 for the most part. It does have a chance to actually happen on 7. And it seems like it's been happening more and more for me when I play it, so...
Yep. It is a little bit based on RNG. So the first match that you guys saw earlier, that Dimension Shift didn't go through until turn 10, but his deck was like, his Dimension Shift was at the bottom 10. A little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, you got very unlucky there. That usually doesn't happen, but you know, cards are always
random.
Random. You can have a really good hand, really bad hand. They're just not draw what you need.
With the Swordcraft that we see right here, it's mid-range, so the only way for this deck to win is to swarm as many as you can, get the board, buff it up, and keep going phase. You don't really want to trade unless it's absolutely necessary, such as they play the Demon Flame, or Flame Destroyer, excuse me. And Flame Destroyer is a 10 cost that is, when reduced to 0, it's also a spell cost effect too. So originally it was a 10 cost. You play spells to reduce it to 0, and it becomes a 0 cost 7/7.
Yeah. So like Vindy said, the big thing with Sword in this matchup is just flooding the board. You know, being aggressive with your evos and getting a board that you can buff up with Sage Commander.
Yep.
And you have to keep the pressure on. You have to keep making them answer what you have, because if not, the longer D-Shift can hold out, the closer you are to lose.
Yes.
I'm not too sure why he didn't just Floral Fencer and Evo there.
Maybe perhaps this is a stronger board.
I don't think so.
I
Having
think
a 4/5, a 2/2,
honestly,
and a 1/1 over having 2/2/2s is stronger, in my opinion.
I think he was just trying to push in for damage, what he has now, instead of like playing the Floral Fencer. But you're right, if he plays the Floral Fencer, he would have had extra, and on that turn, he would have specifically had enough to push in for more damage. And awkwardly, he decides now to Floral Fencer.
Well, I take it back. What he could have been doing was prepping to see what the Runecraft player had, and that way he could Floral Fencer Evo next turn, see what your opponent does, and then being able to Sage Commander to follow it up.
Yeah.
So now I can sort of see the alternate play. I don't know if it's the correct play. It doesn't mean it's wrong or right. So, you know, we'll only know when we see what happens with the match, but I do see the other line of play and why it might have been made.
I recall this deck should be running fiery, right?
Yes.
So no fire chains?
For the Runecraft deck?
Yes.
Actually, when I'm looking at it, it's running triple Angelic Barrage. It's not running Fire Chains or Fiery Embrace. Remember I said it's got the Red Hot Rituals and
right.
2 Veteran Alchemist.
Yeah.
He does have some heal, but
but this is still a D shift.
Yep.
It's more of a yeah. He is more of a slight Earth right D shift variant.
Yeah, running Red Hot with Rituals and 2 Veteran Alchemists takes up 5 slots in his deck. Running triple Angelic Barrage, he did tech it more for aggro. Still very surprised he does not have Levi in the deck.
No.
Levi is so strong. It's the card that annoys me almost the most besides Kaleidoscope Glow when I'm playing against D-Shift.
The thing with his deck too is that it plays slower than the traditional D-Shift.
Yes.
So what the strategy behind this deck is that he needs to play the 5-drop here to get the Veteran Alchemist to heal, or to get the Ancient Alchemist, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, with this version, you do sacrifice some consistency. And having triple Angelic Barrage against an aggro deck or a forest or sword, it might be really good, but it does hurt your control matchup.
And there's the heal, but I don't know if that is going to help him. We don't know what he has in his hand, unfortunately. If there was a way for us to see it, we can tell a lot more behind this. Potentially,
yeah, like we're not able to see what his lines of play is or why he would make the play. So
maybe perhaps he feels like he doesn't have the answer, such as the Ancient Alchemist, to set up his line of defense. So he needs to heal here, because he figured Sage Commander was gonna happen, and
yeah,
it did happen.
This is a very scary board. Especially if you don't have the combo next turn, you're dead. With the cards that he runs, there's not very many ways he's going to be able to clear this board. Not running Fire Chain, not running Fiery Embrace, not having Levi. If you don't have the combo, you're in a lot of trouble here.
Seems like he doesn't really have an answer, or maybe he does.
Yeah, maybe he's calculating what he can do. Maybe he has a couple D-shifts in hand or something. He really needs to have something. Oh, he can even play anything there. Not even a Flame Destroyer. So, yeah, it's depending on what he has in his hand, it's looking very scary here for the Runecraft player.
He just played the D-shift without much answers. Probably just looking for one, or just delaying his inevitable demise.
I mean, maybe he has, I don't know. Be optimistic.
Oh wait, maybe he has 3 D-shift at 0 cost. Yep. Oh man.
That's what I was saying. Maybe he had the D-shift. They had to play that one to get that extra turn and the spell boost off of it. So.
This is actually looking scary right now.
Yeah, it's looking very scary. This is 11 damage on board as well.
Yeah.
So.
And that was his turn 8 too, and like we said earlier, turn 8 is the turn that most D-shift players win on.
Yep.
It just didn't...
It's the turn where you instantly tilt, because you know.
It's coming. But he's trading though. So here's the thing, when D-shift players target a creature with an attack or anything, it also means that he may not have the damage to win here. So
yeah, definitely possible.
Yeah. So which means he just used 2 D-shifts, and he doesn't have an answer, and he's trying to use those as an answer to get rid of the board.
A 15 damage
Wow.
wind blast. That's a fat wind blast. Oh my
And
gosh.
another
and
one.
another one. And another one.
Another one.
Where was attacking with the mer? I guess he's trying to hope that the I don't know, maybe he goes face with the flame destroyer here.
Yeah, which is actually pretty good news for the Swordcraft players, because he can play the Aurelia and the Veteran Lancer if needed.
Yeah, he does have the wards here, so he did just see 2 wind blasts being used. Doesn't know what's in the opponent's deck though, but definitely can drop down the wards. He does have double mentors teaching as well, so I would probably just Whoa. I'm really surprised he mentors teaching that. I maybe would have saved those in case I drew into like Novice Trooper or could get a body to stick on the board.
Maybe he was trying to look for an answer.
Possibly.
Or more more wards.
Another... Yeah.
So here he would have to play a bunch of creatures. So now that D-Shift has used 2 of its... Oh. You have another Demonic Flame? Or Flame Destroyer? Why do I keep calling it Demon?
I don't know, you're like, you are obsessed with demons, I think. You know, Demon Child May, Demon Destroyer, Demon Flame.
They should all be renamed to demons.
Just name every card in the game Demon.
And that is game.
Yep.
That's every card. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Wow.
Even with all those wards too, he couldn't do anything here. Decides to... Yes, that card can be used on an enemy.
Yes. So, I mean, he could have been doing it because he is running Dance of Death in the deck.
Yeah.
So, he could have been doing that last turn to try and draw Dance of Death. Possibly.
First win goes to...
Yes, with his Runecraft.
Slight slower D-Shift, but... Did do it down turn 8.
So now he'll be moving over to his PTP Forest.
This is what you said was the standard light chain?
Yeah, it's standard, but it's not running any Will of Forest. I know most decks actually cut Water Fairies, so he actually has 3 Water Fairies. So it looks like he replaced Will of Forest with Water Fairies. The rest looks very standard. Triple PTP. He's running 2 Elven Princess Mage and 3 Tia. A lot of decks right now also have dropped down to 1 or 2 Tias and 1 or 2 Elven Princess Mages. So it's just slightly different, maybe more what he's comfortable with. And it looks like we're going to have PTP Forest being played by Shugo, and then Hybrid Forest being played by, wow, my brain isn't working, Gengur.
Yep. Seems like Gengar decides to push it up to his Forest for a mirror match. Yep.
And I don't know who has the advantage. The thing is Gengar does have an alternate win condition, being more hybrid because he's running Elf Knight Cynthia.
Yeah.
And that's actually sort of rough because, wow. Shugo isn't running Will of the Forest, but neither is Gengar. He opted for mid-range, so... Or, hybrid.
So the whole goal between these two decks is to race to 30. And right now what we're going to be doing is we're going to keep track of all the shadows that's going on and their deck count.
Yes. Also, there is the alternative line of play where if you get a good hand for Roach, just playing the board and playing it like mid-range.
Well, not just the Roach too, but Tempo, Tias,
yeah.
Tempo Force in general style, since it is a hybrid.
I mean, even for pure PTP, there's times where I just have a hand that's really good for me to set up damage. Play a bunch of fairies, Ancient Elf, play more fairies, have Roach, go into Tia,
yep.
And you just play it like tempo the whole time. So it really depends on your hand for the most part.
Shugo thinking carefully. So with this play right here, we can assume that he's might have Ancient Elf in his hand. So
Yeah.
most of the
Very
time, people would be trading into it. But if you don't have like an answer for it already, then going face is fine. It's just that this turn, Shugo has a bigger Ancient Elf.
Yeah, I mean, Gengar does have a Sylvan Justice in hand to deal some damage to it.
Or that his opponent has it too. Which also means he's not gonna... He's gonna play one more fairy from the Sylvan Justice. Okay.
It appears... Okay, there we go.
So he gets the 2 fairies from the Fairy Whispers, so now he has a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 fairies. So Gengar is just doing a more aggressive route, where he plays a bunch of fairies, and if these fairies die, he gets a shadow out of it, which is great. The thing with Water Fairy, some people don't run this, and some people do, but in general, what her strategy is, you kill that fairy, you get a fairy on your hand, and you get a shadow, which means potentially this card alone gives 2 shadow.
Yeah, it definitely can generate a shadow. Some people like it, some don't. Sometimes it also causes you to burn a card. Like if you get it stuck on the board and you're sitting with the fairies in your hand, they kill it.
Yep.
Pushes you to 9, you can overdraw. Some people don't like it for that. So it just really goes to what people like and what they want to run. But yeah, with the way Gengar's hand was set up, it's definitely fine to go with this start. And he should consider Alter Fading soon, though.
Yeah.
He does have Nature's Guidance to draw, Glimmering Wings to draw more, but the longer you wait, and I know this from experience, the more likely you are to draw into that next Altered Fate, or even your PTPs, and he's only running 2 in the deck.
It's also a high risk if he wants to play the Glimmering Wings here, but if he wants to play the tempo style of it, he doesn't. He just simply play Nature Guidance, Fairy, Glimmering Wings, and then see what he has and go off tempo, which is why it's an alternative. You don't so that's another perspective of what he could also do.
Yeah, and he's also not sure if his opponent has Tecton Angelic Barrage, or if he's running Will of the Forest, or anything like that. So that could also maybe influence the way he's making his plays.
Oh, another Alter Fate. He's going ahead of that. So he's at 23 shadows.
Yeah, I honestly here I would probably just Altered Fate. I wouldn't even draw with Glimmering Wings. I would just Altered Fate. You need to get into your Roach combo, or to try and finish him, or you need to try and burn into your PTP faster while you have him lower.
Yep.
I guess he's gonna go for the Nature's Guidance.
Ooh, and that's one of the things that we said about drawing and getting an answer, but he runs another one, so that's fine. Into another Alter Fate.
Ooh, what's good here? He's got Fairy Circle and Roach and Nature's Guidance, so he can set up for lethal.
Yes.
If he waits a couple,
what?
Not next turn.
5 damage?
Yeah, he's gonna do it now, and then just Nature's it this turn to cycle again.
I thought he was gonna hold it until next turn.
No, even next turn it wouldn't have been enough.
So doing it now would guarantee him another, possibly a potential win. Which means that he needs to... This actually puts his opponent in position to have... He runs Fairy Beast, right?
Yes.
Yes. He doesn't have it, so this is actually not looking good for Shugo at the moment.
I mean, he's still... Let's see how much damage he has next turn. You can Sylvan Justice. There's 1. Fairy Circle. 2. Fairy Fairy. 3, 4. Roach. That's 5. Plus Evo is 7. 8, 9 damage with what's on board.
Yep.
8 damage with what's on board now. He's definitely...
Oh, no. There goes his chances. there goes his hope.
I'm sitting there doing all this calculation for it not to matter.
Yeah, not a whole lot. Now he has to figure out a way to get rid of that.
Yeah.
And honestly, he can do the other route of just alter fading.
Oh, he burned a roach.
And that's the other reason why
Oh.
Water Fairy is not a
Yep.
good card. That situation, it burns potentially
like I
a
said,
middle
it
card.
causes you to burn a card, and from more experience, it usually burns what I don't want it to burn.
Yep.
So.
I mean, the bright side, he gets a shadow off of that roach.
I honestly.
that is the only
Wait,
optimistic
how many
side.
shadows are they both at?
24 versus 18.
So
Oh.
let's say he was to Fairy Circle, Fairy Whisper. He gets 2 shadows generated, puts him at 20. He can Alter Fate for 9. That puts
29.
that would be 30. If he can Alter Fate into PTP, but he only does have 1 more in the deck, do you really want to burn this hand?
This hand looks
could-
good.
Honestly, no. What I would do is just Elven Princess Mage, Sylvan Justice, play 2 fairies, Evo the Elven Princess Mage, kill the Ancient Elf, and keep the 0-cost fairies in my hands.
And it might look like he sees a different route. Wait, is he just planning on killing it with a Fairy Whisper? That was 0 cost. I think I would have went with the Elven Princess for the 0 cost. And the reason why it's... Huh. I think he's planning to Alter Fate next turn then.
Probably. They just want to get the damage in now and get into his PTP. I would have considered doing the other play, but I guess he's scared if his opponent has Cynthia, or Tia. Then he doesn't get the roach damage off. It's probably better to play it this way in case he does have another ward.
So now he's relying on his RNG right now, and this is also another worst case scenario for him. That 6/6 ward body clean as it is. It's not.
Yep.
That's a goblin.
That's why, honestly, right here, you have to Fairy Circle.
Then
You
Alter
don't even
Fate.
need to... Wait, how many shadows?
He's at 23.
I don't know if I would have played... I would have just Altered Fated and not played the Fairy Whisper.
Yeah.
There was no point. You would have had the shadows anyways.
And he doesn't have it. He doesn't even have
It's
enough for
alright, he's
Crystalia
not-
Tia.
He's not dead. And here's the thing, is he has Roach, Nature's Guidance, and Glimmering Wings, and a Fairy Circle. If he can
Yes.
find a way to deal... He can deal with the,
Ancient Elf.
the Tia next turn.
Well, worst case scenario is if Shugo plays Ancient Elf, and then plays a Fairy, and plays Crystalia Tia next turn. Oh wait, no, that's turn 9. I was just kidding. Turn 8,
Close enough.
Close enough. Major guidance to reuse Crystalia
He's got
Tia.
PTP next turn, so he pretty much
Oh.
wins the game. Unless he Fairy Beasts. And he doesn't have a very big hand, so
No.
looking very scary.
Pretty sure Gengur is feeling relief to see that path to Purgatory, knowing that that was the
Right.
last one.
Yeah, knowing that's in his hand now. It's a good feeling. I wonder what you're thinking in this position. Like, does my opponent have the PTP? You know?
I'd go Fizz.
Oh yeah, I mean you have to at this point. You're at 4 life.
The fact that he's 2 away from his, and then versus his 33, like,
Well, he might have it. You could trade in,
Yeah.
play the PTP, go face.
he has the
Six.
tier 2. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, he was at 28.
I don't
We
know.
we just realized it too late. But unfortunately, he has his, and that gives the win to Gengur, making it a tie. Guess you can say he was pretty confident in his mirror matches.
Yeah, they played it very well. They both played well. Gengur just had that.
That
he
luck.
played those roach plays. He played those couple turns very, very well.
Yep.
Where if he might have played it the other way, it might have cost him the game. So it was very smart for him to push that damage when he could, because like I was saying, if he wouldn't have roached that turn and was going to go for just the roach kill, and he followed up with that Tia, he didn't have a way to kill the Tia, and then now he's sitting there with the roach and not able to deal the damage with it.
Yep. So he just deals as much damage as he could, instead of holding all of the cards in his hand to do it in one sweep.
Yep, that was a very good play that he made those couple turns there.
So now we get sword versus forest.
Yep.
So
again, that is PTP forest, but it has no Will of Forest. This is where I'm concerned about the matchup. It doesn't run Angelic Barrage or Will of the Forest. And Will of the Forest is very good against Sword. Sometimes.
Yes. The thing with Will of the Forest is that it clears majority of the time for swords. And the reason being is that 8 cost, or playing a 5-drop on turn 5 against a Floral Fencer is... it just clears it. That'd be, what, 8, 9 by that time? Less than that.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Depends on what's been played, but yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Oathless Knight. I had it in my deck for a while, but there's so much spot removal that I haven't seen the value, but if I was, I'd be running Wind God. We do know that Gengar isn't running Wind God. He is running triple Sage Commander, triple Otahimi, and double Gabriel, though. And double Angelic Barrage. So, also to top it off with 2 whole swords. So he's got a little bit more removal than other sword decks. And he's got some top-end damage with the Gabriel.
And now that he knows that what his opponent plays, well, no, I'm sure Gengar is confident at knowing how to play against him.
Definitely. I mean, he plays for us, so he knows. You know, it's funny. We had back-to-back really good games. You look at Shugo's first game with his D-shift, where he navigated that match very well. And having that clear against that big board that he had, and then still being able to close out with the damage, that's very good. And then we have Gengar with the following match, having very good PTP plays and making the right decisions. So this has been a very fun match for me to watch in terms of the plays they're making, and I hope everybody that's watching gets to see some kind of alternate way to think or play. You know, sometimes, and when I was first getting into, you know, card games, and even still, I make split-second decisions.
Yeah.
And then I'll see that, why didn't I just do that and set it up for the following turn? Think of it like chess, you know, plan your moves ahead, and you're going to be more successful. So that's one of the biggest tips I can give when you're trying to climb and get better.
Right now, Shugo taking a little bit a while to make his decision.
Yeah, I think he's really trying to think about what he's going to do this turn to stop as much damage as he can, and what he's going to do on the following turn to keep this damage limited.
The thing with swords too is that they can swarm very easily. But in the next expansion though, we have a lot of ways to clear. So this actually might look bad for swords in the next expansion. Possibly. He's gonna have to Evo here. Yep. Flood the board, do phase for 2 damage. Which is the right play, because he minimalized the amount of damage he could have had on the Floral Fencer.
Yeah. So, if you're the Forest player, I mean, what do you think? Like, maybe my opponent has Sage Commander?
No. If I was that Forest player, I would have been, dang it, why didn't I not put Will of the Forest here?
I mean, I see why. Like, there is times where Will of the Forest is dead, or you just don't have the hand.
Yeah.
Or you just don't have it. Like, even having 3, I draw PTP and Altered Fate more than I get Will of the Forest when I need it. So, and sometimes when you're in this kind of matchup, you don't get to keep your hand big enough. Like you're trying to play these fairies out to keep combating the board. Maybe
Alright.
he's okay. I was thinking maybe he was debating on playing the fairies, but maybe he has Tia in hand or something.
Which means this gives his opponent a good chance to start swarming up the board again. The only thing here is Gengur is slowly running out of steam, and he needs to push as much damage as he can.
Yeah, he's got to just start running the damage into his face.
He doesn't have Ultahime or Aurelia.
Or a Sage Commander.
Or Sage Commander.
And he runs 3 of Sage Commander and Otahime.
And it's unfortunate that none of them are coming out. It was... He's already running 10 cards.
And he did have the Tia. Man, I'm on point with the calls today.
Well, most of the... But the calls are obvious. You know that, right? Don't you shun me. I mean, anybody would know that if you hold a 0-cost fairies, that's a T on turn 6.
Come on, man. Take it away from me. I did call the Novice Trooper Sage Commander play.
Yeah.
So.
You did. That was a great play. He's gonna have to kill the Tia here. There's no reason for it to be alive, and I would go face. And ignore that 1 and that 3. Oh, wait. Okay, well, keeping it at 3. I feel like I would have went face. Push it at 8. Because there's no way I can come back from this point on. So if you're gonna make a decision, it's Hail Mary all the way from here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's rough when you're going against Forest and you're sitting with 1 card in your hand. You know it's a Veteran Lancer. And the Forest has almost a full hand. It's very scary. Oh, the Elf Child Mary.
The Demon Child.
Does he have another Tia? No. Glimmering Wings.
And double Glimmering Wings.
Oh, man.
He has all the answers in the world now.
Yeah.
To Sylvan Justice. Who needs Will of the Forest when I have answers?
And before. Oh, that Sage Commander showing up to the party a little bit late.
I mean, at least now he can kill the demon.
Yeah,
but he's gonna go face here. See, if he had went face earlier, he would have done.
Could have presented lethal.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh.
That's
there goes all the hope.
Here's the thing, though. He can't kill the 3/3 yet.
Gengur, let me give you my determination.
Maybe you draw into another Sage Commander.
Oh, Maid Leader will help.
Maybe it's still possible.
Aurelia? Calling it. Dang.
I would just drop the Otahime here. Get the 3/4 body on board. I mean...
Or maybe he might hold it.
Yeah, he might hold it in case his opponent clears, but
there's no reason at the moment. I mean, if he doesn't play it here,
yeah.
I mean, Ultahime is great on turn 6, but as turn goes on, like turn 9 or turn 8, her threat level it just isn't that great.
Yeah, it definitely decreases in power. And in general, Otahime by herself, past turn 6, really isn't that strong. She's strong because of how much she can put on the board, and then what you can do to buff it.
But weaker as the turn increases. So currently, right now, he has 20 shadows. He just did a lot of Glimmering Wings, so he should have a win here with the Altered Fate. He did play the Path of Purgatory. Maybe Alter Fate into Alter Fate. 3rd Glimmering Wings.
Man, that's a lot of cycle.
Yep. To Altered Fate. Question mark?
Wow.
I
mean, it does board lock him.
It does, but that puts him at 2 HP.
He might just Fairy Beast and then Altered Fate.
Like he needs this to go off. He needs Path to Purgatory to go off right now.
He really does.
And there's the Fairy Beast, but that's not enough. He needs to play Ancient Elf here. Ooh, there you go.
Altered Fate and then into any spell. A Sylvan Justice Fairy.
Okay, there you go. There you go. And there goes his demise and hope.
That's pretty much game at this point. There's no way you're gonna to be able to close that out against the Force player.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no such card exists to do that much damage. Swords. So Shugo wins here.
Yep.
It's also unfortunate that Gengur has to play against him. Both of them are veteran, and I'm sure both of them have played before in their matches.
See, oh yeah, Shugo, by the way, this isn't Shugo. From the information I got, Shugo actually made a new account, but Shugo is a master player.
Yep.
So you guys see the A rank here.
A2, yep.
Yeah. He is a master player, and he climbs very high on master, so.
Who was the win for game 1? I completely forgot.
That game 1 was was Shugo.
Right.
With the D shift.
Right. D shift versus Forced Green Sword.
Yes.
Oh wait, they already did it for me.
There you go.
Alright. Looks like this match is almost done. We got three matches going on left. So, which means that we are going back to discussing new cards while we wait for the next round to happen.
Alright. Are you ready? Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay, it was worth a shot. I want to do this card right here.
Alright, go ahead, go ahead.
Talking about. Alright, so what we have come up is Ancient Lion Spirit. The Lion Spirit came from on high and with a great roar.
Am I allowed to smack you?
Meted out chastisement unto the dark host.
Oh god, you're reading from that thing?
Yeah.
Oh god, Shadowverse. I thought that was actually from you.
No, I'm reading from the bottom.
Oh. Of course.
Ancient Lion Spirit. It's a 5-cost 4/5. 4/5 on Evo, but evolved. Deal 2 damage to all enemy followers. I hear a lot of talk about this, at least while I'm streaming and people are watching. I see chat about Ancient Lion Spirit. I think it looks pretty good for maybe bringing back the Control Haven.
I would agree. Satan Haven, double clear with the 7-drop that does the same thing too, and heal for 2.
Yeah, this can also be played on the turn after Guardian Sun.
Yep.
It could also be played right before a Decree. If you need to keep damage off, go to this, to a Decree, to a Decree. So I think this card's pretty interesting. It should be cool to...
It's also an alternative to Storm too, if they wanted to possess an alternative to Themis Decree or such thing. The only thing is you're wasting an Evo, but you can waste an Evo on this turn.
Yeah.
Besides from Control, it could also be played in Elena as well. As an alternative to push for damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, not damage, but clear. Excuse me. Next card.
There you go. You can read that giant wall of text.
Oh yeah, give me the hard ones. Yeah. Okay. Cowie does double duty, taking out one of the strongest enemy followers with its last words, and then restoring your leader's defense. God.
Oh, cringe.
Cringeworthy. Anyways, Underworld Watchman Kawi or Kwe. How do we even pronounce that right?
What?
Kawi or Kawe? Or
Koi?
Kwe?
I don't know. Koi?
Anyways, anyways, it's a 7-drop, 4/5, and it is a board. It's a Shadowcraft card. Last word says, randomly destroy one of the strongest enemy followers in play, and then restore X defense to your leader. X equals the destroyed follower's attack. I think this is a somewhat of a decent card for Shadowcraft. Again, it pushes for more control variant, and it allows you to heal. So, and what's great about it? If the player is playing, if it's swords and it's playing Aurelia's, this card counters Aurelia. Not on exactly on turn 6, but on turn 7 if Aurelia plays on every other turn.
Well, Aurelia would be 5, so you would. I don't know, but regardless, the card does look pretty good to me. The problem I do have with it is contesting the deck slot with Lord of Flies.
It does.
And I would not replace Lord of Flies with this. I don't think. The heal is pretty strong. The problem is it's very situational heal.
Yeah.
It does kill the strongest enemy follower, but sometimes they don't have a strong follower, and you heal 1, 2, 3, maybe.
True.
So.
Odds are it's not a great card to utilize as a high cost card.
No. So I mean, it has potential. I think it should be interesting to test out, but I can't really state on how good it's gonna be.
And it seems like we are doing our next match already.
All right.
The last one is just done.
Round 4.
And right now our round 4 will be... What? Uh-oh, there seems to be an error. Oh, never mind. Round 4 is going through. Alright, we are now going to be watching 2 players that we don't know. So, while we're at it, I'm going to go ahead and add them.
Alright, who are we watching? We are going to be watching,
we are watching Gon versus Botalz. I clicked the wrong.
Those are both new players.
Yes, they are.
I haven't seen it also.
We don't know. We don't have any history towards these players. However, they are one of the higher seeded at the moment.
What I do know is that. Oh man, hold on. Another issue here. Here we go. That was weird. I was having an issue with the deck list. Anyways, we do know that Gon is running hybrid Alana Seraph, and he's also. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm clicking to a bunch here. Sorry. And he's also running aggro face dragon. Very standard aggro dragon. He's running only a 1 of Iron Scale Dragonfolk, which usually you see more. He is running 1 Erd and 1 Death Mist. So slightly different than some lists. He's running Wildfang Dragonute, which some decks do like running as a 2-drop, and it works with Dragonute Scholar. So, alright, and then we do know that Botalz is using hybrid Alana Seraph as well, and PTP Forest, very, very standard. 1 Bellringer, no Water Fairies, double Fairy Beast, triple Will of the Forest, 1 Tia, and 2 Elven Princess Mages, so.
Alright, we got our rooms in.
Alright. 10 wins.
10 wins? That's
I
a
guess
little...
he hasn't left the room. He's
Oh, he did. He had to go out. It's glitched.
Oh, okay. I was like, man, it's on fire.
Which means I have to count carefully for each score as we go through.
Alright.
So, Botalz, Taven, Probably gonna play that first. Whereas most people tend to play their Haven first. That's what I think that's what I usually notice. And Gon is actually playing Dragoncraft too. So props to this man making this far.
Right.
And just in general, guys, we watched the brackets that are topped in plays right now.
Yes, we pull from the top, like 1 to 5 or 1 to
Yep.
3, for picking people to watch. Instead of scrolling through the whole thing and trying to pick out names, we just choose a random one in the top.
And just an update for all you Reynad fans, he is currently with a score of 1-2 at the moment. Apparently he has lost his round 3.
I mean, to be fair, he's still relatively new to the game, so it's definitely different. So you can't just pick up the game and be like, oh, you know, it's like Hearthstone, you should do fine. So,
But he, again, he's done research and he should still do well.
oh yeah, definitely.
On to the first round,
All right.
where Botalz
So-
versus Gon, with the perspective of Botalz.
Oh, it looks like we're getting the hybrid Alana Seraph mirror again.
Called it with the mirror match.
Man. It's
See?
a fun and interesting match.
I mean, if there's a mirror match, they want to play against that same mirror,
Yep.
and play off against the. That seems to be a strategy that every contestants are using so far. Seems Statue Seraph going first is actually really good. What essentially happens here between these two is that the player that plays a Statue Seraph first wins, unless they have a counter.
Yeah, such as Odin or something else. We do
Execution.
know
No,
that-
not execution.
Whoa, not execution. Guys, do not ever execute.
FYI, if you execute an amulet, it actually procs it. You need to
Yeah,
banish it.
And I just recorrected myself. I do apologize. It does look like Gon is running Stormhaven with Hair of Illusion
Oh,
and one Cleric Lancer and Double Decree, one Moon Al Mirage, 3 Garuda. I had the other deck list pulled up, so I do apologize for anybody that was watching.
or
For that, I looked at the wrong deck list, but he is running Stormhaven, 1 Angelic Barrage, 1 Sister Initiate. A lot of 1-ofs. Teched with Double Decree, I guess that's to maybe stop like Forest or mid-range Sword teched against. But honestly, the worst matchup for Stormhaven, in my opinion, is Heelhaven. It's one of the few matchups they don't want to get into.
yeah.
I mean, they can get a really good start and still win, but generally getting through all the heals is very rough. We do know going into this turn coming up, he does have Cudgel, which honestly doesn't do anything here. This is sort of rough from Botal's perspective, because you're probably not going to end up pulling out the win with Seraph unless you have good removal. And Botalz still has that 5/6 Falcon on board. That's another 5 damage. That's very scary to be in this position. And if you look, he doesn't have many heals in hand. He's only got a Healing Prayer and a Cudgel, a double Scripture. It's very awkward.
He did decide to use one of his Healing Prayer. That is, I think, the right decision to get rid of this board.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well.
Ooh, Divine Bird Song.
Yeah, I mean, he's already had the one down. He's at 13. He does pick up a Decree, which is pretty good here, and he's just playing this cudgel out here for as a tempo play.
Yep.
Sort of have a body on the board. It does also help him set up Scripture.
Ooh. Priest of the Cudgel, Evo, and clears Outpost. So now this is actually a very... doesn't look good.
I mean, next turn...
He can Themis Decree, but the thing is, he still has those amulets.
Yeah, and he still has the 6 damage from the 2 Regal Falcons popping next turn.
I think this is the right move, so he's gonna wait for those two to pop, and then play the Themis Decree. This Themis Decree was looking pretty good right about now.
Oh wow, that's scary. So he is just gonna have to decree here and probably use a healing prayer. Because right now, if he has Arya, he dies to... if he has Garuda, he dies to Garuda.
Yep.
So he probably does have to use a healing prayer here.
Oh yeah, which reminds me, for those of you are seeing these cards right here, the Idol Master cards, the reason why we are able to see it is not because this is a Japanese account, it is because there is, on Reddit, a way for you to...
there's Moon, there's 3 damage.
3 damage.
I think that was... What would you have done?
For that situation?
Vindy?
What do you mean? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Oh, can you hear? Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Oh, wow. I was talking the entire time.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. I'm like,
Oh, no, technical difficulties. No, I was explaining earlier about the Idol Masters and how you can get them.
Ah, okay.
But in this situation, you really can't do much of anything.
Well, I mean, do you think he should have healing prayed the prior turn? Like, I feel like he should have healing prayed the... because he was dead to Garuda.
He should have, but he got pretty lucky there, I guess you could say.
Maybe he's looking for...
Nope, he's not gonna get any answers.
No, that's really unfortunate.
No, I would have... That moon is...
I mean, that's only 5 damage. He's dead to...
Garuda.
Yeah, I mean, he dies to Garuda.
Or Dance of Death.
Dance of Death, yeah, I was gonna say Dance of Death, and there it is.
And there it is. So the winner goes to Gon.
Oh, that was a pretty quick match there. That was sort of unfortunate for the Heel Haven player. Didn't have Alanas, didn't have a, an early board to be able to contest, and drew into... He started out with double Seraph and double Healing Prayer, which is really unfortunate to start off with against an aggro matchup.
Yep. And now we get to see Dragoncraft versus Haven, possibly.
He's playing aggro Dragon, so...
Ooh, and that's also a worse matchup for Seraphs.
Yeah. Well, Heel Haven is supposed to be sort of decent against Face Dragon because of the heals, if they have a better hand than what he started with last time. But his list is slightly different, running the Wild Fang Dragon Newt to sort of combo with the Dragon Newt Scholar. He's running 1 Erd and only 1 Iron Scale. He's also has Imprisoned Dragon, I guess, to sort of combat the mirror matchup and the aggro matchups a little bit better. So he does have a much better hand this time, at least. He does have double cudgel. He does get first evo. He's got rabbit healer. He does have a decree now and a radiance angel. So he's got some plays at least this time that he didn't have last turn. If he would have had these options available to him the prior turn or the prior match, he might have fared a little bit better.
So what are the odds of Botalz winning?
This matchup,
Yep.
with this hand, I think he has a pretty good chance. Having double cudgel, having a radiance angel for heal, having a decree to clear out the board. The dragon player doesn't have much in his hand. He does get to cycle a little bit maybe with the scholar, but that's probably just going to get cudgeled next turn.
Yep.
And trade the Prism Priestess into the Mashushu, cudgel away the Dragon Newt, or Dragon Fang Scholar, Dragon Newt Scholar,
yep.
And running into the Wild Fang. And I mean, that saves him a lot of damage. The Dragon player doesn't have much in hand, and you know, next turn, Botalz has a heal. He's got another cudgel if he needs it. So
honestly, I would play the cudgel here and the sacred blade the next turn. Keep the radiance at hand.
yeah, I would do the same as well. I'd get down that play. Generally, with this matchup, you don't aim to win with Seraph. You just aim to stop the damage, and you grind out the dragon player. I would definitely opt to just play and cudgel. Alright, so the dragon player's hand is looking very thinned out. He did have doubles. He did draw that last Siegfried, but he had another Siegfried the turn prior. Drops the Radiance Angel, heals up, probably drops the another play, sitting here with 2 plays on board and another one in hand.
The only thing is, he still doesn't have his Seraph still, but he has all these plays, all of them.
Yeah, I mean, he should be fine. The biggest thing, like I said, you don't really aim to win with Seraph. You just aim to stop the damage and grind out the dragon player. I mean, you can win with Seraph. You just have to have the cards for it. And he is going to be drawing a bunch soon. Fortunately, he doesn't have Evo point for the cudgel, so he's going to have to just decree that Forte away.
Now imagine him getting 2 more Fortes in his hand.
That would be very unfortunate.
Oh, there is a Dragon Newt though. And a Trinity Dragon, so he can't deal with that one either. So that's 2 cards that he cannot deal with unless he has another Thummus Decree.
Yeah, I mean, next turn, he could easily, he draws, there you go. I was going to say he could draw 3, he draws 3 cards and could also Dogma into another plea to draw more to get into a Decree. So, not looking very good here for the Dragon player. Or, I should say, for Gone.
So, what he can play here is Radiance Angel for the next turn to heal it back up. And as long as he keeps healing, like honestly, there's and now he gets his Seraph.
Nah, you just
Actually,
drop Seraph and you trade.
Just drop it. He already has 2 Hollow Dogma.
Well, he doesn't have to trade. You could just well, it looks like you might just
Actually, you might just beat him to a pulp.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to win with Seraph, I would have just dropped Seraph. But he did only have 2 Dogmas, and having the Alanas down. This is probably a better. This is a much better win condition than playing the Seraph.
Yeah. In case he does run Odin and then bash it down for that case.
Yeah.
So he's going the more safer route.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
unfortunately
at
he
this point,
loses
Haven
here.
wins.
Botalz with the OP heals.
Yep. Oh, throwing in a little BM there for some more heal.
Yep. Oh, not even with the death mist? Like, come on. I would have done it on that death mist.
Yeah, I would have to. Banish the Death Mist
Pretty much.
to the Nether Realm.
Usually in this deck, they don't run both the Trinities and the death mist. It's usually either or.
See, I run, in my aggro dragon list, I run 3 Death Mists and 3 Trinities.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Death Mist is like one of the best forest killer cards.
It is. It is.
You play that card and Evo it, Forest is in for a world of trouble.
And it just destroys everything.
Yep. That's a tough card for Forest to deal with. Alright, so now we're going into, this is the final match, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
And final match. We get to see the Forest versus
PTP versus
PTP.
Aggro Dragon. I don't like this matchup being Forest. Aggro Dragon is I think very good against Forest.
Yeah.
So only mulled away 1 card, so looks like the Dragon player might have a decent hand as well. And he gets first Evo. That means a lot, especially if you have Fortes in your hand, being able to go like Forte Evo into Forte Evo. That's 14 damage, so.
And I thought a lot of players play the Goblin, and Elf Child May doesn't really do anything.
Yep.
That's
That's why. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna explain that. That's why when it does 1 damage, the next rank trade it in. Because most of the time you don't want to let the child to live anyway.
Yeah, you don't let that card stay on board. That's a nuisance. Especially if it gets Ancient Elves and then you have to deal with it again. It's a pain. His hand isn't very good either. Botalz having a PTP, an Altered Fate, and a Fairy Beast in his opening hand.
It looks like the caster curse is overwhelming.
Right? Or the Vindy curse. It's not.
Hey. We're both in this.
Oh, did pick up a Will of the Forest and was able to use the Nature's Guidance there on the Ancient Elf.
To save it back, which is
Yep.
actually good. It does
That's
save him a little bit of a time.
Yeah, and it does give him a bigger Will of the Forest.
Why not?
I mean, yeah, you can't kill it
Right?
unless you have like double.
It's not.
summon
It's
Justice
not
or
like he
Will of the
has.
Forest.
It's not like he has Will of the Force or anything.
Well, he doesn't have that.
Yeah, he doesn't have that.
But Will of the Forest doesn't even kill everything.
No, it doesn't. Unfortunately, because that 4 drop just came in.
Yep. So it only does 6 damage if he was to play it, and it might not kill anything. That's another problem. Yeah, I think I would have just Tia'd there.
Think he? Yeah. Honestly.
I would have maybe just Tia'd and played the. Maybe he's trying to save it to make sure he can try and get value out of its secondary effect. Because it would have left it at 3 and it could have been Dragon Warrior down or Siegfried. But this can be Siegfrieded as well, so.
Right now he is at 2 Shadow.
Yep. I mean, he
Easily
can heal
2.
up with Fairy Beast,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, this is enough.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Got him.
Got him. Too bad he doesn't have a demon elf child.
Yeah, that or even had like a fairy circle. Would have done it as well.
Right now he... Ooh. Well, the force wouldn't be too bad.
Oh man, yeah. Problem is he dies to Forte Evo.
Yeah. Would you alter fate here?
No.
No?
Not when I have an ancient elf and a fairy beast in hand. Because if he doesn't have a Forte...
Oh, nope. Spoke too soon.
Yeah, if he didn't have Forte or Dragon Emissary into Forte, he could have healed up and tried to stabilize.
But Emissary gives him the win, and he has an Evo for it.
Yep. So, looks like Gon will take that matchup.
For those of you wondering why we're not doing Reynad yet, is because we haven't gotten permission to, I guess you could say. He's not ready yet.
Yeah,
when Reynad is feeling ready and want to be put on stream, then we'll do so.
Yep. He's been having issues, apparently not able to get the Shadowverse working on his computer and was having to play from his phone.
Yep.
So, on top of that, he's just, I mean, I can imagine that's irritating. Not being able to play.
So right now, he is currently driving home to get his computer to start playing it.
Hey, that's dedication.
So he's not out yet, boys.
Don't let your dreams be dreams, so to say. Alright, so we want to finish going over those cards while we're waiting for the next round to generate.
Sure. Apparently, there's a lot of players that are still playing. So I'm just gonna go ahead and check this a few moments. If you have anything you want to talk about, then feel free. Especially someone mentioned about the execution on amulets.
Oh yeah, I can go over some stuff. So yeah, for the people that don't know, cards that target amulets and say destroy do not work on cards like Seraph or Beast Caller Aria or any of those countdown amulets, because when it destroys it, it just pushes them one turn closer to getting it. Whereas Banish completely removes the amulet, so the only way to really get rid of a card like Seraph is to Odin it away, which banishes an amulet. Or banishes anything, pretty much. And the only way to do that against Seraph is to Odin it. So do not use destroy effects on amulets, because, well, you'll find out. And it's not going to feel good when you do it and you're like, oh, I just gave them the win. So I've done it before when I was starting out, and I'm like, I didn't know it worked like that. I was like, oh, it destroys it. I can just play this execution, and I found out the hard way that it didn't work like that. So,
Alright, so now let's go ahead and review for the cards. It'll be up right out
no.
now.
Alright, so we're moving down to the
Squall Lancer.
So we have right here Squall Lancer. It's a 5-cost 4/5. The rain hid the sound of her approach. By the time her target saw her coming, it was already too late. Poor targets. It is a 5/6 on Evo. Its fanfare is deal 2 damage to an enemy follower if Vengeance is active for you. It does make this a Bloodcraft card. And Evolve. Deal 2 damage to an enemy follower. So basically it's a 5-cost 4/5 that can come into play, deal 2 damage if you're in Vengeance, Evo, and deal 2 more damage. But even without being in Vengeance, it's a 5-cost 4/5 that Evos to a 5/6, deal 2 damage to an enemy follower.
So additionally with the Vengeance, it just deal 2 more.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know about this card.
It's okay.
Being a 5-cost, they get Mestima, which is a 5-cost 6/6.
Yep.
that has Bane and
Yep.
can attack enemies, followers with wards, and the enemy face.
Yep.
So now it's competing with that for a 5 slot. It's
Yeah.
also competing with Implancer, which is a 3/5 storm.
It's a 6-drop though.
Wait, implants. Yeah, implants are 6. Never mind.
Yeah.
Ignore that.
Implants is a 6-drop though.
It would be competing with Mastima though. And what other 5-drops does Bloodcraft have? Any strong ones?
Nothing in particular that pops up. I don't play a lot of Bloodcraft, fortunately.
Yeah, I don't play a ton of it either, so I was
But
trying to think. If
I
there
think
was
I think in general, Swordcraft players do not play Bloodcraft. They hate them, especially Control. Like, oh my god, what do you do?
Yeah, so I'm not too sure on the card. It's like if you're not in Vengeance, and the problem with Blood that I have is it's very easy to play around Vengeance. And if you can manage playing around Vengeance and just setting yourself up to win, Blood loses a good amount of value in its cards. You still do get 2 damage, but it's only if you have an Evo point. So maybe in a mid-range type or a control Blood. I don't know if I'd run this over Mastima though. It's like you could go what? Wardrobe Raider on turn 4.
Yep.
Deal 2 damage, heal 2, run into something. Next turn, Squall Lancer, Evo, deal 2 damage, but
I don't think Squall Lancers is going to be any play. And also, if you notice too, it's a 5/6, and it's not like it's a 6/7. I mean, the stats up for it, it's not too bad for turn 5 as a base, but Evo is just a +1/1. So
yeah, I mean, if you think about in terms of like Remy, which is a 4-drop, goes to a 6/7 or a 5/6. I mean, it's a 5/6 for 4 on Evo. So I think if maybe it had 6/7 for stats, that might be a lot better.
Yep.
But I don't know with its current setup how well it's going to be. Then again, I do not play a lot of Blood, so maybe I'm devaluing the card.
alright, let's move on.
Yep.
Next we have Secret of Erasmus, and it's a 3 spell card. Deal 5 damage to a random enemy follower, and on Enhanced 9, summon summon Erasmus instead. Honestly, there's another card that's like that too, but it was for Shadowcraft, and it does the same thing. It summons the one that gets destroyed and uses attack for whatever call it.
The problem is it only gives it 3 health, and Erasmus can actually do some damage. I like Erasmus as a card. I really do.
But the thing is, Enhanced 9, that's slow of a card.
I mean, yeah, you could play it for 9. Get an Erasmus and kill an enemy follower. Like I said, maybe with the cards, they're pushing towards more of a different kind of control type rune. Maybe this is ran in like a meme deck. Or, I mean, it is, to be honest, it's not that bad. It's 3 cost, deal 5 damage to a random enemy follower. It does kill a lot of stuff. You would think of Witch Bolt, which is a 3 cost, deal 4, but draw if you have an Evo. You do get to target with Witch Bolt, but Erasmus is 5, which kills a lot of stuff.
Yep.
So maybe it sees play, maybe not. I can't really say too much about the card.
Moving on.
Yep.
We have. You want to do this one?
No, go ahead.
Oh, you do it.
You do it.
Yeah, you do it.
Alright, so we have Lyriel, Celestial Archer. It's a 2 cost 2/2 Evo. Deal 1 damage to an enemy follower. Or to an enemy. It can even deal damage to face. It is a neutral as well.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it would be a Havencraft player.
I thought it would be like Havencraft or Forest or...
No, she doesn't look foresty. It looks more Haven.
Yeah, but you know, they do have Archer and Forest, and they do a lot with bows, and even Orisa has a bow.
Yes.
Elfchild May, they do a lot of stuff like that, so... What's that in the sky? Is it a bird? No, it's Lyriel, ready to smite those who stray from the path of light. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I like that. But it was well put together there.
Anyways, it does compete with every other 2-drop. This one's just more aggressive in a sense. But most people don't evo their 2-drops unless they have to. In general, I don't think people would run this in any of their decks unless they want to meet a neutral deck only.
Maybe you'd run it on the off chance you do need to evo it, but I mean it is a 2-cost 2/2, but it is competing with something like Unica or Bellringer. So.
Alright.
Yeah,
Moving on to the next one. We have a Havencraft player crafted card here. That's a little awkward, but it's a Havencraft card. Lux Wing Reno.
There's Reno and Haven now?
Yep.
Oh man. Could you imagine?
It's a 2-drop 2/2, and what it does is the clash deal 1 damage to enemy leader. Oh my god, is this aggro Haven now?
Evolve. Wow.
Evolve, deal 1 damage to enemy leader. Does that same thing to that previous 2-drop. And still do that clash. So that's a total of 2. Or an Evo at 2, but you know.
This is gonna see Stormhaven play.
Yep, Stormhaven.
Yeah, I mean this is wow. What does it replace though? Stormhaven runs Scripture. Some don't run Scripture really.
Dogs.
Dogma. Heavenly Hound is I don't know. I don't know if you can replace Heavenly Hound.
Heavenly Hound is way too good.
It's so good because like even on turn 4 you evo like a Divine Birdsong or a Pinion Prayer. You drop down the dog. Now they have to get through the dog to get to the bird. Like Heavenly Hound, I've lost to just that card from it being on board more times than I can count. So it maybe replace Manu if Runecraft sees less play, but Manu is very, very strong against Runecraft, against Sword with Whole Souled, against Forest with Sylvan Justice. It might replace like Scriptures for a more aggressive deck that doesn't want to run Scripture. I could see it maybe replacing Scripture. Not Hollow Dogma because of Arya, but and potential to win with Arya and or Dogma and Cycle, but I could see this fitting in Stormhaven very well.
I don't see it anywhere else. I mean, we might actually see this in... No, not Control.
No.
Just Storms.
Yep.
Yeah, just Storms. Next card we have Lionel Elf Prince. It's the Forestcraft card, 5-drop. Stats is terrible looking, it's a 2/2. But its fanfare says, choose a forest card in your hand that costs 4 play points or less and change its cost to 0. Now, tempo-wise, that sounds amazing.
A lot of people have talked about this.
Tempo-wise, that goes into Ancient Elf, that goes into Princess Mage, that goes into Roaches, that goes into a lot of cards.
The big thing that people were talking about, and I'm interested in trying, is using this card on Harvest Festival. 0-cost Harvest Festival. That
bringing back the Harvest Festival.
Yeah.
Okay. But the thing is,
play this with Harvest Festival.
But the thing with that is that Harvest Festival, what made it great and it be a 2-drop because it played at it 2 on turn 2. But this one technically played on turn 5.
Yeah, but you still can draw a bunch with it.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I want to try it. If anything, even if it's a meme, I would play this card. But it can be used on an Ancient Elf to set up a 0-cost Ancient Elf play with Roach for another combo. It could be used on, I mean, any low-cost card you want. Let's say you want to run Woodkin Curse for 0. You want to Roach for 0. I'm trying to think of another really good card. Elven Princess Mage, like you stated, good. Angelic Barrage. Oh no, it's Forestcraft. I mean, I think this card will be good. I see it having play. It'll be fun to try at least, even like in a control forest. I think this card will be good.
We're almost done with round 4. we're practically halfway through through the night, and currently right now, what I want to share is currently the stats. Generally, what we do here is on the halfway point, we can see what is the top 3, and of course, it's still the strongest: Swords, Haven, and Orisa. Stats-wise, right now, oh man, look at Runecraft. This meta, Runecraft is not doing well.
I mean, last series it was great.
Yeah, last grade it was great. It was like standing in 3rd place for a win rate, and now it's not as much. But look at Dragoncraft, still consistent on 4th, and then Shadow Luna is coming back into plays.
Luna-chan
with Bloodcraft. But top 3, the god tiers, I guess you could say.
He would be surprised that Sword, Haven, and Forest are up there.
Yep. But as you can see, we have Swordcraft at 57 win rate out of 255 games. Look at those stats: 64% against Runecraft, 63% against Dragons, 60% against Luna, Shadow, and 58% Blood, 56% on Haven, and 53% on Forest.
All positive win rates.
Positive win rates. Next we have Forestcraft, 54% win rate out of 226 games. But you see that it's 68% against Dimension Shift right now, 65% against Blood, 63% against Dragons, 52% on Haven, but 47% both on Shadow. Surprisingly, they're losing against Lunacraft or Shadowcraft, which is interestingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, usually, well, I mean,
if they're playing Control,
not too bad.
or unless this is aggro variant Shadow, there's a lot of aggro Shadow going on. That might be the reason why.
It could be. Also, even mid-range and Control is decent, because if it's Tempo Forest and whatnot, Death's Breath and stuff are really good cards against decks like that.
Next we have Havencraft at 49% win rate out of 272. We have 59%, and then 56, then 53 for the Dragoncraft, and then 48, losing to Bloodcraft, Swords, and Forestcraft. And then after that we have Dragoncraft 47, but still in a strong placement, doing well against Havencraft, Shadowcraft, and Bloodcraft, but doesn't fare well against the big 3. Followed by Shadowcraft at 46, with beating against Bloods, and then winning against Fours, doing well against that actually, but everything else not so much. Bloodcraft doing well against, again, Runecraft and Havencraft actually, but the rest of them not so much. And as for Runecraft, the only thing it ever does well against is Shadow, but it's only 5 out of 8 games. And these are the stats currently right now. Surprisingly, the previous stats is Eris is the most players, and then Force, and then Swords. But now it's the kind of almost a reverse order this meta.
We still have some cards.
Yeah, we have some cards, but I think we are getting ready for our 5th round coming up.
Ah, okay.
How is Banished looking in that new expansion? Anything to replace Odin's staple? Not so much.
Yeah, there's not really any banish effects that have been added from the cards I've seen currently. I really hope they add something to deal with amulets. Especially like when you're playing against Haven, you have nothing to do but watch their amulets count down. That's not very interactive.
Yeah. Doing alright, but...
Yeah, I just wish they had some more options.
It should be alright. Anyways, next up, we're getting a match round between Craft and G Shadow. They're just not done with their brackets.
Yeah.
Anyways, we can continue with the cards.
Alright, so next up we have Dragon Tamer, a gentle soul. The Dragon Tamer prefers to avoid conflict unless you hurt the dragons. Then all bets are off. Ooh, that's spicy. It's a little bit scary. I'm gonna pet a little dragon. Alright.
It's a she?
I think.
That's
I
a
can't tell.
dude.
Nah, it looks like a girl to me.
That's
dude.
a dude.
Nah, it looks like a.
You're not animu enough.
Looks like a tomboy. Whatever.
It's a dude.
Anyways, Dragoncraft, Fanfare. Give an allied follower +1/+1 if Overflow is active for you. 2 cost, 2/2. 4/4 on Evo. I could see this in aggro. Maybe.
It's also the same thing as the other Dragon Rider.
Well, Dragon Rider gets +2/+0
Yeah.
on Overflow.
Yeah. This one goes 3/3. So it's competing against Dragon Riders.
Nobody runs Dragon Rider.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The only card that it contests with is Dragonoot Scholar, Fire Lizard, Mashushu.
Oh yeah.
But I could still see this being an aggro. Or even maybe in like a mid-range type. Because it is Fanfare. So it does give +1/+1. I don't know, I might play this. I like the card. It looks alright to me. What do you think?
I can see some use in mid-range as well.
Yeah, being able to drop it on like a Goblin Mount or even a Imprisoned Dragon or anything, I mean... I think it's pretty nice. It's a staple 2-drop, 2/2. Oh. Alright.
Next card, we have Cyclone Blade, which is a very interesting card. What it does is, it's a 5-drop spell card, and it says, choose an ally follower and deal X damage to all other followers. X equals the attack of the chosen follower. Now, everybody, I think it's a bad card. It's a double-edged sword. It competes against Aurelia. It competes against Avon Blader as well.
Not many people run Avon, to be fair, though.
I
like
do.
Avon's
It's
like a
amazing.
50/50. Some people do, I don't. I mean, I don't like Avon Blader in mid-range. Some people do. I mean, that's just preference. Avon Blader's good in the mirror matchup, but to me, it loses me out in other matchups. So, this card's, I think it's good for control. This thing could be very nasty. That's a pseudo board clear. Imagine using this in the mirror matchup on an Odahime turn. Use Cyclone Blade on Odahime, it kills all our guards. I don't know. I think this might be okay. I'll try it out. I don't know if it's
probably as a 1 of or 2 of.
I definitely will try it out in Control Sword.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This is like building up into my Alexander turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, card looks okay.
We'll see how it is.
All right, I'll do the next one here.
Oh, we're on the next round already.
All right, never mind. I lied, guys. To be continued.
To be continued.
So let me see here. Wait, what's it?
We're currently watching another group of players. Japanese name, which I cannot pronounce.
I have to try and find this then. Hold on. Alright, it's
And
Menuar
then
of
Suripi versus Suripi.
His name is Munir of Flounder. That's what it stands for.
Just give me the Romanji.
I'll give you the what?
Hirame Muniri. What? Okay,
What?
that's his name. Hirame Muniri. Oh, Hirame no Miniru?
Is that HY? How do you spell it?
I don't know. Alright, we got the room.
Wow, okay. I'm trying to find this, guys. Give me a second. Awkward. Alright,
Yeah.
so I'm pulling up the deck list right now that they're going to be playing.
Yep.
As soon as I can find this guy's name, because. So give me 1 second. I think this is it, but
How do we shorten this name?
You don't. I did find his deck list though.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Must be hard.
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult. Sorry, guys. But it's okay. We figured it out.
We cannot control find the JP names quite easily.
So I had to just match it up. Anyways, we do have a Suripi versus Minuar Flounder. At least that's what it came out to as translation. So if you are watching, I do apologize if I am slaughtering your name. So, trying my best to pronounce it. But we do have Suripi, which is running Tempo, mid-range forest with goblins. No wind gods, surprisingly. Triple Tia, triple EPM, 1 Dance of Death, and triple Cynthia. He's running 3 Glimmering Wings.
Yep.
So he opted to keep 3 Fairy Circles and 3 Fairy Whispers. Some people have been dropping 1 of each and putting in Wind Gods. So it should be interesting to see. That's what we have for Minuar.
Yep.
Flounder is running Tempo, Forest, and then we have him also playing Earthright, PTP Rune. That's interesting.
I think it's better if we call him Hirame.
Hirame? Okay.
Hirame.
So we have Hirame running with Earthright, PTP Rune, and Tempo Forest, and we have Suripi running Stormhaven, very standard Stormhaven, and Tempo Forest as well. But he's actually running a double Fairy Bringer, and 2 Wind Gods, no Dance of Death, 3 Tia, 3 Cynthia, and only 2 Glimmering Wings. He is running 1 Sylvan Justice, but Hirame is not running Sylvan Justice at all. So it should be interesting to see. They're both different variants of Tempo Forest. I really want to see the Earthright PTP. This looks pretty good.
Yep. Elfchild seems pretty good use here. The demon.
Yeah.
Ooh! Oh!
Maybe a double.
Double demon Elfchild.
That's annoying.
Yes,
Now,
it is.
if I'm the opponent here, I'm like, oh my gosh, if he has an ancient elf.
I hope he doesn't have an ancient.
Right?
That's
scary.
You know how annoying demon Elfchild is? It's like the fly that you can't swat.
Yeah, it's annoying.
It is. And Ancient Elf, what it can do is just brings it back into the hand, and it can just recycle to use over and over again.
You're a big fine elf, won't you? Okay.
Okay. So he doesn't have his own elf child, but it's okay.
Yeah.
He can just play the elf girl Lisa with a water fairy.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
water
what I'm
fairy
gonna do.
first.
Yeah, definitely make sure you order it right here.
Yep. I've done that way too many times.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sort of unfortunate, but you do know your opponent is going to kill those elf childs. Those things are not going to live. I wonder what he's thinking about here. Does he play 3 fairies and not play the Liza?
No. I would probably just play the water fairy and keep the fairies. Actually.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I would do. I was just trying to see if maybe he was thinking of an alternate play. But let's say you did play all of them in your opponent Angelic Barrages. You might simply lose the game just because of that. So,
What I think he was actually thinking is that his opponent could possibly play Ancient Elf. and if he doesn't trade, then you know, that's a big ancient elf. But he could be banking off of that he doesn't have it right now.
Yeah, he does have first Evo, so even if he was to play the ancient elf, it's really not that scary here.
Yep. If he was the opposite, though, it'd be a little bit concerning. Oh, there goes the demon elf childs.
Yeah, those things weren't gonna live, let's be honest.
I'm glad it didn't. My hatred to demon elf child. It's funny too, because I play forced to climb.
Still allowed to have that hate.
Yep. Still allowed.
It's just, I mean, he does have Dance of Death next turn. It does also have Cynthia the turn after. So
Yeah.
I think maybe I would just Evo here. Oh, it's storming here now. That thunder is loud. That thing's close.
Well, yeah, we just had a snowstorm today.
Yeah, we had one yesterday.
Yeah, thanks for giving it to us.
Yeah, no problem. You guys can have it.
No. You're Canadian?
What? No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
What?
Them Canadian snows, man.
So you're
Fine.
Canadian? Like, we're talking about snow. That's makes me
I
Canadian.
mean, usually snow coming from Canada happens frequently in Massachusetts.
I mean, I live in Kentucky.
Oh. Well.
Yeah.
You're in the middle
I
of
should have
nowhere.
told everyone's gonna know.
Everybody's gonna find you now. Teehee.
Hide your wife, hide your kids. Alright.
Anyways.
What do you do if you're the opponent here? I mean, you obviously are probably gonna need to kill them.
Probably play
One
the
of the
Crystalia
lies is
Tia if I had it. If
Yeah.
not, play the Princess Mage and Evo it. Smash that fourth.
Smash it, punch it in the face.
Yes.
Poor Liza, getting abused.
And Ancient Elf. That too.
Yeah, it's still not very good because he does have Dance of Death, and then he follows the turn up with the Cynthia. Very scary.
Yeah, but he could also have, you know, Elf Child, perchance, and wreck one of the three.
Oh, doubles back to back. You just Dance of Death and go face, and you go Cynthia into Cynthia.
Double rainbow.
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
Oh, a double rainbow. No, okay, I'm not gonna do it.
You don't remember the entire thing anyway.
No, you're just baiting me into doing it.
No, you don't even remember.
Oh my god.
What does Slack say? Don't research it. I'll know.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Oh my god.
Anyways,
Well, a double rainbow is a phenomenon of optics that display a spectrum of light due to the sun shining on droplets of
you're
moisture in the atmosphere.
you're reading it.
Prove it. Prove it.
Anyways,
Alright, so
when God is being played here, he's gonna have to Evo this to kill the 4-3.
Yeah,
The
he-
bright side is he has Cynthia to get rid of that, and then Polytrade
Yeah,
will just go face.
and he is out of Evos.
Yeah.
So wait, whose perspective are we watching from?
We're watching Hirame.
Hirame? Okay, yeah. He does oh, he has a roach too. You just Cynthia Evo. Trade in the Cynthia, go face for 4 damage. And then you have another Cynthia on the following turn. That's very... I mean, he had the cards that he needed right here. And the thing is, the fairy by itself doesn't even kill it. Like, he has to have a Wind God or Sylvan Justice. And he only runs one of in his deck. Maybe try and roach it down. A Cynthia would do it, but then he still has all that damage on board, so... Alright, circle. Maybe he has Tia? Tia doesn't even save him here either. Hmm.
This is actually unfortunate for him.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate. That was it.
Yeah.
Round 1 going to Hirame. So
And now
it
we get to see
looks
Runecraft.
Earthright. PTP Runecraft.
Earthright. Ooh, that's
Yep.
tons of fun.
Lucifer, 1 PTP, triple Fate's Hand, triple Curse, Petrify, Levi. I mean, this should be fun. I like watching Earthright because I can't play it very well. I have very hard time trying to win with Earthright PTP. So.
手加減なしよ。本気で行くわ。光があなたを導くでしょう。
So what do you do? What would you pick?
Between the winners?
Yeah, who do you think wins this matchup against
Stormhaven.
Huh?
Seraph?
No, this is Stormhaven.
Stormhaven. Depends.
Yeah, I mean, if the Earthright can get early cards, and he does have like Petrify for Arya, he also does run triple glow. But the big problem is he doesn't have anything early to drop.
I would say it's still in favor of the Havencraft player, mainly because they can swarm a lot easier than the Earthright.
Yeah, it would be okay if the Earthright had cards to play. But you know what? Look at his hand. It's super top heavy, and you're going against Stormhaven.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to alter Fate either.
It's not bueno.
Yeah. And you have a curse in hand. Like, I don't think you altered Fate here. Not when you have a Petrify, an Ancient Alchemist, and Levi, because he can Ancient Alchemist next turn. Wow.
Why?
Maybe just to stop that damage. Because he figures if he has Arya, maybe he can do something else, or even like Divine Birdsong.
But I
still don't know about the Petrify play, but it does save him 2 damage.
It does, but I would have just played the Time Worm and just wait for the Ancient Alchemist and then play the Petrify when I see the beast called Arya. Doing it now, like, doesn't give him. Well, he has Iron Scrap Altar now.
Yeah, I would Iron Scrap. I would play Levi and Evo, get that damage in my hands, and then Alchemist the following turn.
Yep.
Because with that, he can Alchemist and Crimson Sorcery down something. It looks like he is going to opt to do that play. You definitely Evo so it doesn't get cudgeled. That's why I was saying to Evo it.
This seems like a troublesome match for him.
Yeah, but he does have some answers coming up. Being able to have Ancient Alchemist into, you know, triple Guardian.
I was talking about the opponent.
Oh yeah, the Haven player.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very awkward here. He has to figure out what play he wants to make.
I mean, next turn if he plays the Ancient Alchemist, it'll just get worse from here because he can play defense after defense, and this deck does this deck run Storm?
Does what?
Does this deck run not Storm? Themis.
And are you talking about the Haven? No.
No. It doesn't. Okay. So
the Runecraft player, I mean, he is running like It's weird because when you look at Earthright, you usually see more sigils. But he actually opted to play triple commence, 2 red hot rituals, and
And he
3
doesn't
scrap
run
iron.
D-shift?
No, it's just Earthright PTP.
Okay.
It's just awkward because you usually see like Teachings of Creation and other Earthright cards, and he's running very few. But it looks like a very consistent deck. I actually like the way his Earthright PTP is set up.
Well, with the commence the operation thing, it gives a shadow because it's a card, and then the amulet also gives it a shadow if it's being used. So.
Yeah, it's just weird when you think Earthright. You usually see a lot more Earthright cards,
yep.
like Earthright sigils. He also doesn't run Junos, which is very, very popular in Earthright. So it's just interesting to see. What is nice is he does have a Calamitous Curse, which doesn't really kill anything now, but if he can get down, you know, an Earthright, that curse will do amazing work. In this position, I think you just Levi, Evo, drop double Guardian Golem, run the Levi in. You can deal 3 damage to something, and have another Crimson Sorcery in your hand. Crimson Sorcery that.
Double Crimson Sorcery. Or play 2 Conjure Golem.
Or 2 Conjure Golems. And see what your opponent does. He does have 2 Evos left though. So if he does do that, he can get punished by Cudgel.
Yep.
Cudgel, Banish, run it in, and take 8 damage to the face. I don't know if that's the right play. This should be better.
Yeah.
Because then he does have 2 more to follow up. And doing it this way, I guess maybe he could have double conjured and waited to try and Calamitous Curse. But see, if he would have got Scriptured, he would have took 8 damage to the face. And that's enough to almost kill you.
Ooh. Erd on top of a Storm card gets to attack again, Evo it, and push for 4 damage.
4 more.
Erd and Haven. Would have thought. Kappa.
Oh gosh. See, this is the problem with Earthright. You have Earthright cards in your hand, you have no Earthrights. Oh wow, and then he drew into 4 Earthrights. I don't know if I would have altered Faded. I might have Magic Missiled.
I would have just played the at least those creatures down. But
Yeah, maybe at least the Guardian Golems, but
nice Petrify.
the problem is you know, your opponent.
By the way, I learned something that if you Kaleidoscope that Holy Falcon, it becomes an amulet. Or am I wrong on that?
I don't think it does. It should return it to its hand as a Falcon.
Yeah.
It doesn't return it as the base card.
Or maybe I'm just being delusional. I played that Storm match.
I think you're being delusional.
I think I am.
I don't think it works like that. I can't say because I've never really thought about it. But
Because I could have sworn that I had the 4 attack and my opponent a Kaleidoscope my Falcon and it became a amulet and not a Falcon.
I'm not sure. I don't think so, but
And this gives him the win here.
yep, that's a lot of damage.
Suripi gets to win 1.
Yep. So they're now 1-1. We are going to see Earthright Rune versus
Forest.
Tempo Forest.
And the scoreboard is now tied. Oh. I don't know
I
about.
guess it doesn't matter what PTP deck you play. You pull Altered Fate.
Pulling off an Alter Fate first is just... But But at least we get to see the competition between two PTP.
Yeah, no,
Right.
this is Tempo Forest.
Oh, I was just kidding.
Debated.
Debated. Insight into Iron's Smelter.
No, you just play the Levi.
Why not push for another draw with the Scrap Iron? I would think I would keep that 2-2. Or maybe he's just doing it to push for damage, thinking that this is PTP4.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he made the play. I was only saying what he did. I would have incited in Scrap Iron, so I'm not too sure why he chose that play. Red Hot Ritual and no. Interesting lines of play. I'm not sure. Maybe he wants to have the Earth Rights for when he gets certain card.
I think he's just prioritizing and having a board right now.
Makes sense.
I mean, using a Red Hot would be really good right about now. And then using magic missiles on the 1-3. Maybe go in for 4 damage or 2 damage. Or not. Oh, wait, you can
He's
still
gonna
do it.
Scrap Iron Smelter here in Insight.
Yep.
Then push for 2. And then he still has that Red Hot Ritual as a card to answer.
What? But now he gets to Evo. So he opts out from clearing the board. And instead,
Yep.
would this be a punish? Or is this a misplay? Or is it just what he intends to...
Well, I mean, the thing is he can Evo Levi now. He can... Ooh.
Or play the
Yeah,
Ancient
no.
Alchemist.
He just does this. He can use the Crimson Sorcery and Red Hot Ritual down the Elven Princess Mage. Go face for 4 damage and play the Commence Experiment. And then you know you have Ancient Alchemist next turn. You do also have Calamitous Curse, so I would definitely get down that next Earthright.
Yeah.
Yep. Boom. Go face for 4.
And then Commence Experiment.
Yep. So that was his line of play. Ooh.
Nice.
Hitting him with the Tia.
Probably gonna Evo that 4-4. Kill it.
I would just curse. Nah, maybe you don't need to curse this board. Not when you have. I would just drop the Ancient Alchemist. Well, Ancient Alchemist dies. No, now I would curse.
Yep.
Because I have another one.
Another one.
And another one. And next turn he can Ancient Alchemist and drop a Guardian. And then he still has 1 Earthright on the board.
Ancient Elf? Nope. Tia? Oh, no Tia.
Maybe a Roach play? Or it is Ancient Elf. You can Ancient Elf here.
Oh, Roach
Nope.
play.
Nature's Guidance it back.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. I would opt to just Ancient Elf. Maybe. That's scary. But I would still just Ancient Alchemist and drop a Guardian. I don't think I would even Evo. Maybe you Evo?
I'd start Evoing here.
I wouldn't. Well, maybe. Yeah, it's probably better, safer to Evo.
Because that's a Roach. And you want to clear out as many as you can at the moment. They can't clear out that 5-4, then you have 2 more coming out.
Force him to just Cynthia.
Yep.
If he had Cynthia and trade, and then he would have a really good curse, but...
Fairy Bringer.
Yep.
Nice Crystalia Tia.
No. Evo, the one fairy that can't attack, kill it. What?
Nope.
Maybe he's saving the Evo for Roach.
Or pushing damage. Because he has a Roach in hand. So I think his intention is might as well go ham.
Yeah, but the other way could have. Yeah, I mean, I could understand. I understand pushing the damage.
But now he's gonna get punished for that play. It was a greedy play. If he had saved that 6/6, then that move, Calamitous Curse, wouldn't affect it.
Yep. That's why I was a little bit confused. Why didn't just Evo?
And then smash into
then
it.
Again, yeah. And he could have cleared the 2/4. It would have still been weak to Curse, but at least he would have had a clear board.
So now he's just gonna petrify and conjure Golem and whatnot.
Yep. He doesn't even need to petrify, but he can, yeah. And then he could Fate's Hand. Double Altered Fate. It never ends. This is tough for Force to deal with, getting through 2 wards when you know you have the Roach in hand.
So here, you can't really do much, but at least with the Roach that he finally has, you can kill it.
Yeah, take some of that damage.
But
off the board.
yeah, but it's still not good, and that petrification just makes it worse.
You just no trade. Petrify.
Yep.
I would just Altered Fate here. I mean, you just have Curse to answer the board, but I would just Altered Fate. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got more answers.
Now he plays all the fairies or whatever all his cards are. Major Guidance too. That would have been lethal.
Yeah, he was trying, but you know, the wall of wards there.
That's why he was doing the greedy play.
And he had the other Roach, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
But does he have an answer for this? No, he doesn't.
Not yet. He can clear it with Magic Missile running both in.
Yeah, but
I would Magic Missile it first, see what you draw.
and hopefully it gives him a better answer.
Yeah. I mean, he can also Levi Kaleidoscope it back to draw as well. So, or Commence Experiment. It's 1 less and allows him to cycle. So.
Into Purgatory.
How many shadows is he at?
29!
That's it. You Magic Missile drop PTP.
Yep. Into a double PTP.
Ooh, play the animated one. Didn't even play the animated.
He messed up. Ladies and gentlemen, he is not a PT me main.
No, he should have played the animated one.
Should have played the animated. Yep.
1 more point of damage.
Yep. He doesn't have style points.
Oh.
Oh man.
And
and that Rhino feels bad.
Can't get through the wall of wards.
Nope. And Hirame takes the win with his Earthright PTP.
All right. So, Hirame, Hirame.
Yep.
Is moving on to the next round.
So the first round, who won what? Oh, it's 2-0. Was it a 2-0? No,
it was
2-1.
Hirame won the first match. Suripi won the second, and then Hirame just won the last match.
Right. Force versus Haven.
Yes.
Then they were
and
reported.
Hirame won. Oh.
They reported their match. Let's see how many more matches they're going through. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 matches left. Out of the veteran players that are in here, N7Z is still in top 8. Surthas, Lex and Riren, New Armstrong, Demir, Stony, Lion 900, and whatever this is.
Whatever this is.
Whatever this Romanji is. Ota?
Oda? Jumanji?
Jumanji, Opos. Yeah, no.
Oh, Oppo. Desu.
Ota? Yeah.
Oh, ah.
Yeah, Ota.
Alright, so Oda it is.
We don't know what that means, but you know.
Alright, we can, we still have some more cards to go over, right?
Yeah, we do. Just looking over the bracket before we go into round 6. It's currently, there is a lot of 4-0s. Oh, got some 5-0s coming in here. Fortunately, DinoT is not doing well.
I mean, he's done well like every tournament, so...
If he won here, he would be 4-1. And then, unfortunately, Tornus and Envy Bay had to play each other. And Envy Bear lost to Tornus.
Tornus pulling out the win.
Nope. Tornus, on the other hand, he is doing quite well for himself, but he's also playing against Endoms, who is a veteran player. So that's going to be a tough matchup for him.
Yeah, Endom's very good Swordcraft player. I think he was top 100.
Yes, he was.
Swordcraft right now.
And then, let's see, any other notable ones? Not so much.
Lion 900's 5-0.
Yeah, Lion 900, veteran player, still up there.
Surte is doing quite well. He's always around a lot. I think we also have trying to see what other ones we have. Shugo is 4-0. We have Nivist is 4-1, and Shugo is 4-0 right now. Hasn't finished his match. And then there's a lot of new names up here. So.
Let's see. I wonder how LilNatFour is doing. It's 2-0 and 3. Oh, Envy Bear lost again. He lost 3 times. Probably not a very good matchup. Out of the notable players that dropped, Heyman dropped. So did Ray Gamerboy. Heyman is usually a consistent player as well. Montana as well was consistent. Curie dropped. And also Fatina dropped. Along with Sin. Huh. Alright. Moving on. We're gonna go ahead and continue with the cards.
Alrighty.
Not yet. And switched. But
Oh, so I'll take this one.
Yep.
Alright, next up we have Shadow Reaper. The Reaper wandered the realms of the living, unseen, reaping souls as it went. Shadowcraft card, 2 cost 1/1, 3/3 on Evo. Fanfare, gain ambush. Wow. Wow. Restart. Gain ambush until the end of your opponent's turn. Whenever another allied follower is destroyed, gain +1/+1.
again, when it's evolved, whenever another allied follower is destroyed, gain +1/+1. But that doesn't really change too much. The point is gain ambush until the end of your opponent's turn. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean...
Does he get to gain ambush again if it lives?
No, it's a fanfare. It only happens once.
Yeah.
So you play it on 2, something on your turn dies. I mean, maybe if you played... I don't know about this card. There's so many, and even the new 2 drop they introduced for Shadow. I don't know. I don't really like this card.
I don't see any play in this one either, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
it's an awkward one.
It turns into maybe like later if you have like Bone Chimera down, And then you run Bone Chimera in, and you have the 2 bodies. You play Shadow Reaper, and then your next turn, you can run those in and turn it into like a 4/4.
Yep.
But I don't really see much use out of it. So, next card.
We have Pegasus Sculpture, which is a 3-drop, and it is an amulet with a full countdown. 4 countdown, excuse me. And at the end of your turn, restore 1 defense to all allies. That includes your face. And every Elena is probably going to be playing this. What do you think? Probably. I mean, it takes up a slot, but you know they run double Elenas anyways.
Well,
right?
why would I run this card?
Heals everything.
Cost that has a countdown of 4, that restores 1 defense to all allies.
I think it's with Elena, after Elena, and if
But
you have
why?
a creature with the
Countdown
beast
of
called
4?
with a beast called Arya.
Yeah, that's a lot of situational. I don't know. I think it's bad. Doesn't even summon a body.
No, it doesn't. It just the thing is, if you play Alana, it heals your body, it heals your face, and it heals everything, right? You don't have to play it on turn 3. You can play it on like turn 7, let's say, and you already have a whole bunch of monsters down. You know?
Then again, a lot of situation.
So I'm seeing
It
people
seems like
gonna try to
you're-
run this.
It seems like you really do like the card. I just don't. I don't know what I'd put it in for 3 on a countdown of 4. Maybe if you do like a play, you have it.
No, countdown of 4, as in like every countdown going down, it restores 1 health. How I'm seeing it.
Oh. Wow. I completely.
At countdown, as in like it stays on the board for 4
it's like
turns,
Blood-led.
but at the end of your turn, it heals 1. So for 4 turns, it heals you by 1.
Yeah, it's like the shadow and the blood card.
Yeah.
That happens every. Okay.
That's
a
what
pretty
this
good card.
amulet is. Because
Yeah,
then
I
if
like
you
it.
play Alana, and then you have a board down, you play Pegasus Sculpture, then every turn it heals, and it procs Alana, and then
So yeah,
and that's a
some
free
more
heal.
OP Alana cards. That's what we need.
So people can run this.
Yeah, I see this card being played. I don't know why I was thinking of it differently.
No,
'Cause you
you were
don't really see the cards that are played, like the people that run the blood card that deals 1 damage to both players, or the shadow card Burial Grounds, Burial
yeah.
Grounds. You don't really see those played, so I wasn't thinking of it in terms of each turn. But it's like Dire Bond, etc., etc. It procs every
Well,
turn.
that's the thing too. Is with this, it's a free heal. What Alana does is that it gives you a free heal that procs the buffs, and then you can add on top even more and makes it even. I don't know. I just
this
find
card's pretty broken, I think.
it's not as broken. It's just it's gonna be more annoying. And Alana, what we hear is that it's not gonna get nerfed. So both of them are 3-drops, and either or you can have them. You can even have this on 3-drop and the other one. If you time it, Beast Called Arya, which is the key thing, turn 2. By turn 5, you have both of those 2 cards down.
Well, even if you combo it with like knowing you have it turn 5, and then you play, Healing Angel, Radiance Angel, and you start flooding the board with heals.
Yeah.
So yeah, this card's gonna see play.
Yeah.
Let's move on because I don't like Haven.
I'm not I'm sounding excited for it, but I'm saying no. This is going to be a key card in a lot of decks, and there's already a lot of discussion on like where it's going.
Yeah.
Anyways, what do you guys think about it? Let us know in chat.
Yep.
Next one.
We have Monica Cloudhall Admiral. That's sword-crafted as a commander. Don't let her looks deceive you. This warrior of sky brings formidable firepower to the front lines. Ready, aim, and I guess she got lost at saying fire. It's a 5, cost 4/4, evos to a 5/5. Fanfare is summon a knight. Evolve, deal X damage to an enemy follower. X equals the number of allied followers in play.
You know what this card reminds me of? Sick
What?
Read. Except it doesn't damage face, it damages the ally followers.
Well, Siegfried's 4.
Oh wait, not Siegfried. Yeah, Percival. There we go.
Yeah, it reminds me of Percival. Which is weird. You know, you don't see Percival played, but it could be good in like... maybe I need to start trying out Percival. And the flooding sword decks, you know, that play Oathless Knight, Aesthetic Knight, running Percival for face damage. I don't know. Something I want to try now. But this card I think might be pretty good in like control. Especially if you go like, you know, you run cards like White Paladin and whatnot. It might be okay. I might try it out. I don't know how good it's going to be. It does automatically summon a body with it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty nice. If anybody doesn't know, summon a knight is just a 1/1 follower. That's an officer. This is a commander, which is one thing I don't like. Because Maid Leader, this now gives Maid Leader something, another commander
To pick up.
Yeah, and it also is competing with a card like Aurelia on 5. So, maybe. Not too sure.
Yeah. We'll see how it is. I don't really particularly like the card. She's cute though.
I don't
think
it's very cute.
Gonna be used. Next card we have Luxfang Kit. It is a 2-drop. The Dragoncraft card, its stats are 2/1, and if this card is discarded, summon a Luxfang Kit. And this is probably the main staple for Disco Dragon. And Disco Dragon, in short, is Discard Dragon. We just like to call it Disco. Short.
I want to be
A Disco.
Dragon.
Dragon.
Okay, it doesn't fit. Whatever. We tried.
We tried.
That's a pretty cool card. I like this.
I see a lot of use in Disco Dragon.
I mean, it could be
decks.
good in even aggro Dragon. Because you run something like Dragonoot Scholar.
Yeah.
You
And-
attack, it discards this, then puts it on the board.
Yeah.
So,
That works too.
I think it's an okay card. I like it. I'll have to play around with it, but it does compete with a lot of Dragons 2-drops. But for something like Discard Dragon, or Disco Dragon, it could be good. Alright.
Oh, sorry. We're in the next round right now.
Alright, so we are going into round 6 of the tournament, guys.
Yes, we are. Sorry, I had to interrupt abruptly, because somebody started the match, and I was not prepared.
Who are we gonna be spectating?
We are watching Reezl versus Rysio.
Rysio and Reezl. Alrighty. Do you know anything about these players? Like in terms of have they been in prior tournaments? Or
Nope, they're all new.
they're all new?
All these
Alright.
new bloods.
I told you we were gonna see a lot of new faces. It's been that way every tournament. So, end up seeing a lot of new faces. What I do know is that, well, as soon as these pull up, I don't know, it's being very slow. Anyways, we have Rysio, which is playing Stormhaven. He is running Double Decree and a Gabriel, and one of Sister Initiate. Other than that, standard Haven. He's also running... Wait, why is that messed up? Sorry about that. He's also running D-Shift Rune, Double Fire Embrace, Fire Chain. Yeah, nothing too special there.
Nope. If he's running fire chains in his D shift, so it's just pretty standard.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people have dropped him, some don't like him, but above anything, it's a very standard list that he's running.
Yep.
And then he also is running mid-range sword, the version with Courageous Knights, Triple Whole Souled, and Angelic Barrage, and Aesthetic Knights, and a 1 of Mentor's Teaching. 3 Odahimi, 3 Sage, 3 Aurelia. And then we have Reezl, who is playing... Reezl is the one playing the Stormhaven with the Gabriel and Double Decree. And he is also playing a mid-range variant with 1 Gabriel, 2 Odahimi, 2 Sage, 2 Always commands, and double Avon Blader. He's also running double Pompous Princess, a White General, 2 Angelic Barrages, 2 Whole Souled Swings. So slightly different variants of mid-range sword. Both running mid-range sword, one running Stormhaven, and the other running D-Shift. Just waiting on the match to start up, guys.
Yep. They gave me the wrong one.
Panic Basket.
Panic! Alright. Do you know what flag that is?
Do I know what flag that is?
That's a new flag I haven't seen.
I will try and find out right now. It does look like it might be Indonesia.
No.
Yep, Republic of Indonesia.
Huh.
Red on top, white on bottom.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, well, I figured it was something else.
No, I mean,
I don't know my flags.
From Wikipedia, it must be true, right?
Must be true. Alright, I think he's gonna probably go with this Forest versus Runecraft matchup going on right now. Let's see if that's true. Nope, Havencraft. Going with his Haven versus Swords. Oh my god, am I doing it the wrong way?
What happened?
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, this is the right one. Okay, good. Regooch. Ooh, nice one drop. So that's a good thing. That's a good start. But so does Reezl too. Both of them having a good start.
Yep. The Haven player, having Erd and Cudgel for 5 is okay. I would definitely just drop the Heavenly Hound here. And to update, I'm also looking at the flag. I don't know if that was an off color of red, but it could be the flag of Salzburg. It does say... Yeah. Weird. But it is the flag of Indonesia, apparently. So, okay. Sorry, I was trying to make sure I was right.
Yep.
Before chat went crazy. Like, you're dumb. That's not what it is. So, just trying to cover my bases there. So he did get the Sacred Plea to pop. He does have the Arya that's popping next turn. This honestly isn't too bad. He's able to just cudgel that Floral Fencer away, run into the 2/2 with the Priest. He has Scripture as well.
Yep.
An argument could be made here to just Scripture and Arya, because he does have Decree. I don't know, you could do a couple different plays here. He might want to save Decree for like an Odahimi turn, or...
You know what I could do?
He does have double Erd in hand.
He... going with this route and clearing out the most as he can, then maybe going face.
I would go face for the 2 damage.
Yep.
Because you do have like Erd and Scripture next turn, or Scripture, Arya, Manu, or Erd plus any 2 drop.
Nice Aurelia. Fortunately, that Erd will give you a good answer. Or actually,
Even
Black Inscription.
Yeah, I wouldn't earn it. But you can't really scripture it. That's what's unfortunate.
Damage Decree wouldn't be a... I don't think it'd be a good idea.
I wouldn't decree on 5, no. I would just probably...
Smash it in.
Yeah, I would run the 4/4 in, play Manual, Beastcaller, Arya, and Scripture. Maybe your opponent drops Odahimi and then you play Decree. And then you have follow-up with like double Erd and stuff to push for damage, so...
Yeah.
I guess he's gonna Erd. I
don't know why he did that. I mean, it gives him both on board, and I guess in a way, he's not afraid of the 1/1 doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, this does leave him with 2 decent-sized bodies on the board. I mean, I don't know. I do like the other play that I was stating, but I can see why. This gives him more pressure on the board now, and could potentially be more damage if he doesn't have the answer to deal with it.
So, there it is. So he doesn't have an Ultihime. Plays Alvidas instead. Needs to trade though. Might end up using his last Evo to get rid of the 4/2. Then he's gonna get run into a sculpture here. Scripture, Black Inscripture.
We shall see.
Blacken.
Yeah, I would just I would Prism, Scripture, and Manual. Save the Pinion Prayer to combo with like Garuda or something.
I mean, the answers is somewhat there. Black Inscriptor.
I would have really just a Priestess.
Yep.
And played whatever I drew and scriptured.
He would have.
He would have been able to play a Divine Bird Song here.
So that was a misplay from Reezl.
Yeah, because the Pinion Prayer can be comboed with Garuda much easier than the Divine Bird Song. I mean, it's going into turn 8, so it's not like it won't happen, but this is fine because maybe he was setting up to decree if his opponent had Odahimi. I can understand.
Now we get to see it.
Yep. And you just drop Manu. If your opponent's out of Evos, you have a big board popping up next turn.
And in before another one.
And another one.
Another one bite the dust.
Okay, he still has at 18 health as a sword player, but these following turns are going to be very rough. See, now he can...
Well, he can still do it.
Yeah, I would run one of the birds in. Maybe he doesn't. He can just Erd and save Garuda Divine. He doesn't have to do it now.
He would need to trade most of these though.
I would just go face. But I guess that's me. I would go face.
Face is
with
the
everything,
place.
Erd one of the birds, go face with it again, see what your opponent does, and then Arya and Reezl, Divine Birdsong, and Garuda.
I'd go all face here.
Yeah, this is a bigger board, so I understand why he did this play. This is very tough. Your opponent can't really do much to deal with it, even if you're Aurelia.
Meanwhile, it's a really tough decision. He has to figure Aurelia. That is what you do. And you trade into as much as you can.
Double like Veteran Lancer or something? Try and lay down a bunch of wards? No, just Novice Trooper.
Yeah.
Clear
and then
out.
do 3 damage to the face? No?
No, you have to.
2 damage to the face?
You have to trade.
What's good here is that he can't use Erd, so...
Yep.
And this is a little bit problematic for the Havencraft player, because there's no way to avoid
He
or
would
get
have to
around
run his whole
Aurelia.
board in.
Yep. I mean, he's allowed to have at least the 1/4/4. But both players are running out of steam.
I mean, honestly, you just run in the 4/4, both 4/4s in my opinion. You go face for 3, you Erd for 3, and you Scripture and Plea.
Yep. And that gives you a clear and 2 creatures on board.
Yeah, and I mean, that sets the opponent at 2 health, which means if you draw into your... Wait, whose perspective are we watching from?
Reezl.
Reezl? Oh, yeah. So, he does run a Moon, triple Garuda, and 2 Dance of Death. Also runs a Gabriel.
Yeah.
So, this sets him up to draw into lethal. And your opponent has to have a way to kill the bird and the Erd. So,
still looking bad.
yeah. Very rough for the sword player. Stormhaven is, yeah.
That's not too bad. But that's still... Well, he trades into this 3/3, so that's good.
But he dies to Garuda, Dance of Death, Moon.
Everything.
Doesn't have it yet.
Including that Pinion Prayer.
Yep.
I'd go face.
Yeah. What, you go face?
I go face. I'm at the
Warders
sword.
cheat.
Hopefully he has another board. Protect himself.
Problem is, he still dies to a lot. And the Haven player doesn't even have to kill anything. If he doesn't draw, I wouldn't even...
Even Tempo Defender wouldn't save him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You just don't play anything. Your opponent doesn't have lethal on board. Unless he was running Demonic Strike. And it does look like Reezl takes that match.
At least he did some damage. He got the last laugh. So now we get to see Runecraft versus
No, Reezl's got
oh right. Wrong one.
sword left, and then Rysio has Runecraft and Swordcraft still. Depends on how comfortable he is up in the mirror. If he's not very comfortable, you can easily just pick his Runecraft. Alright, going into the match. Oh, we get to see the mirror.
Sword versus swords. Did I call this? No, I didn't call this.
Nope. Well, I mean, I don't know if you did in your head, but not out
yeah,
loud.
somewhere. So he's going with the first turn, and unfortunately he gets a second Aurelia. Generally though, it is okay to keep Aurelia as the first turn.
Yeah, because it counters the Floral Fencer turn, but he ended up picking up a Dance of Death and an Odahimi, so he's got a very top heavy.
Apparently it's Poland.
Well, I'm seeing Poland, Indonesia. From what I read, Poland has white on top
Oh.
and red on bottom.
Oh. Whoops. Veteran Lancer.
I think I'm right.
Yeah, you are.
It's Indonesia. Wait, they're saying NA casters, but I'm right.
Let them have it. You know, you're not supposed to trust Wikipedia. Kappa.
Yeah, I know. Everybody can edit.
You might want to Google search it and not use Wikipedia.
I did Google search it, and I even read the Google search. It said Poland is white on top, it's the flag, then it showed Singapore and Indonesia.
Oh. We don't know
I
what's
did.
who's right anymore.
I am right.
Anyways,
Always right.
this is still a bad situation. Even if he plays Aurelia here,
It dies.
it dies.
Very easily.
Like, it's the right play, but it's also not a very great one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have a better option. You don't just drop Blader into it. That's not good.
Yeah.
He does have another Aurelia at least to follow up, or an Odahimi to drop, but still very scary being in this position.
And he can just evo into the NE4 drop into it.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even have to. He could just evo the 2-2 and play whatever.
Or
He
he
doesn't
can...
have to evo at all.
No, apparently. What? That's a... What? I keep that 1-2. Why would you keep the 1-1?
I think that was a misplay.
Yeah, it was. Both of them were master players too. Rysio's a master.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he would trade in the 1-2 over the 1-1, but yeah, just drop Odahimi here because you do have a Sage Commander to follow up.
Yes. Fortunately, this is still a good counterplay versus first turn Otahime. Mainly is that you can play the Sage Commander and still bash up to 4 things.
Yeah, having the Sage Commander to follow up, being able to follow up with an Aurelia and Dance of Death is good. Oh, he can clear out most of this board.
Yep.
with that Sage Commander though.
Yep.
You run a 2/2 in, Evo the Sage Commander, clear out 3 of the 1/2s, and you're in a decent spot.
He can kill the 2/2 with the 5/2 and have a very strong whatchamacallit? Sage Commander?
Yep.
Oh, that opts out though. Which means that it's better to play Aurelia here. Question mark? Or Sage Commander. No, Sage Commander wouldn't be too bad. But he can't Evo it. Oh.
Yeah, that's rough because your opponent still has an Evo too.
So Aurelia might be a better play. And he has to bash the 1/2 into the 2/1. Go phase for 1.
The problem, yeah, I mean, I guess that would be your only play.
Because then anything else he can just Evo the Sage Commander, bash it. That means that Rysio expects that Aurelia to come in, and that's why he didn't evolve. Pretty smart.
I mean, you could Fencer one of the 1/2s, trade it in, play Floral Fencer, and see what happens.
That too.
Just think about what to do here. Just plays out the Veteran Lancer. Him having that Evo is really big. Okay, just flooding the board. Wow.
I don't see why not. Which
Yeah,
means that,
that's what I mean.
and he still has an Evo, so but he's using it on this one though.
Maybe he's just trying to keep damage on the board. I don't know about evoing right there.
Unless he's thinking about, I don't know. I would have kept that Evo, cause.
Yeah, I would have too.
But then again, if we were on his side and we weren't able to see that Aurelia in that hand, we might have keep damage.
I still probably wouldn't have evoed.
I wouldn't either, but I don't know.
Unless it depends what the thing is, we don't see what's in his hand. That's why it's hard to make calls like that.
Yep.
So where it might look like an awkward play or an off play to what we see, compared to what's in his hand, it might be the right play.
Yeah.
So we basically just have to go off what we would do, and just from experience of playing the game. Just drops the Avent, see what he can pulls into. He's gonna take a lot of damage next turn.
Now, if only we had that 5-drop that kills all of this cards.
Wait. All right.
Right?
See, you could have just
we could have just wiped this whole entire board.
Cycloned on the 3/2 and cleared everything.
Yep.
See, I'm telling you, that card is gonna be good.
Late game wise.
Late game, even mid game wise.
And then play the Pompous Princess right after that.
It's like their equivalent of Will of the Forest in a way.
Yeah. Except that's a little bit better, in my opinion.
Debatable because it doesn't kill the target you're targeting. So let's say they have something big and a bunch of smaller stuff. I mean, it depends. Situational. It could be better.
6 damage. Aurelia?
I mean, Aurelia Novice Trooper, run into one of the 2/2s. It doesn't save you.
Yeah.
No, I think you just lose at this point. Alright, he did just play the Aurelia. He has 5 damage. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, 4/3 into the Aurelia. The 2/2 ward goes face for 5. I mean, he wins with a lot of cards. He does have 5 cards in hand. Oh, counter Aurelia. Everyone has an Aurelia.
1 HP left. This, again, if only he had a Cyclone.
And that game will go to
Rysio. And now we see Runecraft versus Swords.
Yeah.
Classic D-Shift.
D-Shift's pretty good against Sword. Especially that variant.
Yep.
The variant he's running is a slower variant of Sword. Because it has Advent Bladers and stuff. But it is running like a one of Mentor's Teaching, double Angelic Barrage, 2 Princesses. Yeah, I think the Runecraft player, if he draws decent, he should be fine. Alright. Doesn't have the best hand here.
No. He doesn't have any. Oh, well, this is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Play the Pompous here.
Unfortunately, the Pompous just gets Angelic sniped or barraged here, but
At least he can push him 1 damage.
he's off to a start. He doesn't run barrage in the deck though, but he does run obviously snipes, magic missiles,
Yeah.
fire chain. Just opts to play the golem.
Sometimes it's better to play the slow cards first, then just go in. Which means it gives him the opportunity to go for 2 damage, 3 damage, 4 damage. Or if play Mate Leader and Veteran Lancer or double Veteran Lance.
I don't know if Mate Leader would be good here. I'd probably just double Veteran Lancer and push for damage. Your opponent does have Evo though, so he could have like Levi Evo, Sorcery, Crimson Sorcery 1, Angelic Snipe the 2/1 trade and have a clear board. Ah, he had the Levi, like I said. See if he has the snipe to follow up. Am I that good?
No, you can't. The prediction is wrong. You're not allowed.
I think I've been like 100% with predictions today. Call me Nostradamus.
This is your 3rd one actually, good sir. The other one don't count because it was too obvious.
No,
But
that
you're wrong in
counts.
this one anyways.
Partially right.
No.
I get a 50% right. He had the
No.
Levi.
You had to be
Crimson Sorcerer.
100%.
Yes. No.
100%. You gotta call out
Easy.
exactly.
No.
Play by play
50%.
exactly from your opponent hand. Come
Actually, 51%, just so I get the advantage.
on. Oh, I'm sorry. You can play the mentor's teaching here to get the 2-drop, but it's an awkward. He should just spam the Pompous and the Veteran Lancer as well.
Yeah, you just need to start playing stuff. You don't have any damage on D shift, but
Lancer.
4 damage, and it's going into turn 5.
Alright, so he's planning on doing that route instead, so playing both the Veteran Lancer would be his option.
And then maybe going into like double Fencer, or Pompous Princess. Wait, is that
No.
double? I can't see. Okay,
No.
it's Fencer. Okay.
Yeah, there, you can see it now.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't look right.
It's just that we can't see the hero. Interesting. Goes face? Yes.
Face is the place.
Face is the place when you want to play against Runecraft. Tapping. Can you hear the tap?
There we go. Still awkward place for Sword. He does have some damage in, but you know, it's starting to get later and later into the game. Just trades both in. And we know he does run double fiery embrace and a fire chain as well.
Guess the Aurelia or double Fencer and Evo. Actually, yeah, Evo and Pompous, or not Pompous, the Novice Trooper. Just try to dish out as much damage as you can for turn 8. You do have a Dance of Death.
I mean, you could Evo, Novice Trooper, and Fencer, which is 5 damage. It's only leaves him at 7. And then what do you do?
Pompous
to push
Princess.
that last 7 damage. Like, I don't think you want to take 8 damage to the face.
Sometimes you kinda do.
It's awkward because he doesn't have much finishing power in his hand.
No, he doesn't.
So if he puts him at 7, he doesn't have anything to really do to follow up on that.
Yep. Fortunately, he doesn't do that route. He's gonna probably save the Novice Trooper to Evo for 4 damage next turn.
Alright.
What do we do here?
I mean, I'm sure he has plenty of cards with removal, right? Unless he has, like, D-Shifts, Flame Destroyers.
His hand, I mean, if he plays the 3-drop that gives him the 5 ward.
What? No, that's the wrong deck.
D-Shift? I'm talking about D-Shift on this
you're
turn.
talking about summon
Yeah,
Ice
summon
Form.
Ice Form.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
like, wait.
He's gonna be playing that on that turn.
Yep.
And then just go face for 8.
Yep.
Then
You have to be careful though,
yeah.
because obviously if he didn't had clear there, one of those he could have easily died to Dance of Death.
Yeah.
Would have been 10 damage.
So he needs to think to trade. Oh, okay. So he's planning on trading it here.
I would just go face with this 4. Unless he has combo in his hand, he doesn't need the damage. Maybe that's it.
Well, Dance of Death will be doing some damage.
Yeah, I would just Dance of Death now.
but I would play Aurelia because it's turn 7.
No. You have to go for damage.
Oh yeah, wait, it's not. Sorry, we're first turn, not second turn. I would have done it. I would have played Aurelia on turn 8, on first turn. Or that, or Alwida's is fine too. So that way you can push for 3 damage.
Well, you couldn't with the golem there.
No, this
Or
following
the ice
turn.
form.
Turn 8.
Oh yeah, turn 8.
Turn 8. So he has lethal on turn 9. So Alwida's and then Novice, Trooper, and Sage Commander turn 9. That should be enough. He needs to evo the Alwida's to do 5 damage. As long as he doesn't.
And pray. The
Yeah.
thing is the Runecraft player does have an evo, so all he would have to do is Flame Destroyer, evo, clear, D-shift, double Flame Destroyer, D-shift. I mean,
Wombo combos.
right? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you just have to all us. Push for damage and hope you win next turn.
この剣を使うあなたの勝利と栄光を
Did you know our match is
戦
last?
場をかけましょう覚悟
What?
はいいですか
Our match is last.
この子と一緒なら
What do you mean our
何も
match
怖
is
くない
In the bracket, our match is lost. We're waiting for the score.
Oh, wow.
All the matches are done, and we
Well,
are the
this was
last
about
one.
to be.
Yep.
Here's the combo.
これで終わり
Yeah, I don't know why you... In general, I don't know why you would have played Aurelia, because he still had an evo. If he had combo, Aurelia didn't save you, whereas setting up all Weedas with evo would have set you up for lethal.
Yeah.
お見事です
And he takes it away. We have Rysio there winning with this Runecraft.
So this is 2-0? Oh.
Yep.
We just won?
2-1.
Rysio? Oh, I did the wrong thing. There we go. And Rysio takes on to the next bracket.
Alright. Rysio is moving on. We'll be going into round 7 shortly, guys. Alright.
Alright, so the match I'm trying to get is Jager versus Reynad going on right now. But we'll be watching on Jager's perspective.
Alright, that's fine.
But let me see if this will go through, if Jager is there. Okay, we got confirmed.
All right, so what that means, finally, chat, you guys will get to see the Reynad matchup everybody was asking for.
However, we won't be watching his perspective. We'll be watching his opponent's perspective, which is Jager.
Yes.
But we can still talk about his deck, though.
So I do have some information, and this came officially from Reynad himself. People who know Reynad knows owner of Tempo Storm, big Hearthstone streamer, very skilled card player. He was one of the first people I watched when I started playing Hearthstone. If you would have watched his tournament plays, very skilled card player. I got answers from Reynad, so I had asked him some questions. The first question I asked him was what his favorite card is in Shadowverse. And I actually liked his answer because it's one of my favorite animated cards. If anybody's watched my stream, you do know his favorite card is Humpty Dumpty. So I like that answer. I like Humpty Dumpty as well. The next question that we did ask him was what deck interests you the most or you have the most fun playing? His answer was different PTP decks like Forestcraft and Runecraft. I enjoy them as well. They're very fun combo decks. 3, I asked him what class do you like the most? And his answer was Dragoncraft or Forestcraft. To me, both fun classes. And the last question was your thoughts and opinions on things you like or dislike. And his answer was, I think the game's 4-drops are too strong. I would like to see side games continue to increase the power level of 3-drops and 5-drops to compensate, or nerf some of the evolution 4-drops. I can agree completely with what he said. I think those are all good answers. I like them. Especially the last one. I agree completely with, some of the 4-drops are very, very powerful, and increasing the power creep of 3 and 5-drops to compensate without having to nerf would probably be the better way to go about it. And I really do agree with his answer and his thought or opinion on that. And he is running mid-range Sword. He's running a version with triple Mentor's Teaching and triple Demonic Strike. And he's also running PTP Forest with 2 PTPs, 2 Will of the Forest, a Fairy Beast, an Angelic Barrage, 2 Water Fairies, rest very standard. We do know that... Whoa, why was that not working? Okay. Anyways, we do know that Jager... Has he been in a tournament before?
Nope,
or is
also
that a new?
very new.
Alright, so Jager is actually playing Forestcraft and Swordcraft. He's running a mid-range Sword and very standard double Aventblader, double Sage, double Alwita, double Tsubaki, double Odahime. And he's running Tempo Forest with 1 Wind God, double Dance of Death, a Barrage, and 2 Blessed Fairy Dancers. It's the first time we've seen the Blessed Fairy Dancer here. So, chat, if you'd like, go ahead and spam.
Hooray!
Put the mods to work. Put the mods to
Hooray.
work. Let's get the Reynad spam.
No,
Match
don't do
hype.
it, please. Not like
Do it.
this.
Everybody do it.
No.
Guys, type 1 for... I don't know. What do we want to type 1 for? 1 for Kappa Pride, Reynad. Or type 2 for no spam. Then that way it's still spam. While we are waiting on the matchup, I am going to go to the restroom really quick. Sorry. Be right back.
Meanwhile, while we're waiting, Still waiting on him to come back.
Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Moving on up across the east side.
Having fun there?
Yes. Let's see.
Reynad is checked in. Still hasn't
Alright.
shown up.
We're just waiting, guys. He was having so many issues earlier, I can understand. I better see the chat spam.
15 minutes later, you mean?
Hey, that's fine.
Of
At
course.
least I'll know. When I see it, we will know. You know?
No, I don't know.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Cap.
Anything you want to cover, I guess, in this downtime? Or discuss for the
I am
viewers?
hungry. I'm
Dude, I
dying.
had KFC. I had
Don't you?
know, their
Why are you telling me this?
because it was so good. You know the go bowls? It's like chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn. Oh man. And then I got mashed potatoes and gravy with some mac and cheese.
You're not helping me.
Some biscuits. Some honey to put on. Oh.
You're not helping me.
Chad, let's see some KFC spam.
There he is.
And he is here.
The man. The legend. Or was it the man, the myth, the legend?
Yeah, the man, the myth. I was like, wait,
Wait,
you're missing something.
I always get my orders wrong.
Something like that. It's
Something
okay.
like that. Alright, so we'll get to go in the first round.
Alrighty. Here it is, guys. What everyone's been asking about. We do get the Reynad matchup. Unfortunately, not from his perspective, but we do get to at least have him up in the match. So. Alright.
Alright. So, tempo for PTP, you said,
Oh,
right?
PTP, yeah.
PTP.
Which is one of his favorite
Yep.
decks to play.
Oh, I did not. Which. Better do it quick.
This doesn't look right.
No, I always seem to forget. Wait, so we are seeing fours versus swords right now, and in swords matchup, they're generally in favor. In this tournament right now, they're in favor.
Yeah, they're definitely favored in the current tournament.
But both of them are playing mirror matches as well, so.
Yep.
And now all it can do here is trade into that 2-2, like the elf girl. Elf child May doesn't really do much, but it does do a 1 damage. And he can trade off with the elf child May. So what Reynad needs to play here is probably a Pompous Princess if he has it.
Yeah, Pompous Princess would be really good in this position. Just to try and thin out his deck. We do know that he's actually running in his mid-range sword. He is running 2 Pompous Princess. He is running triple Vanguard, triple Quickblader, triple Mentor's Teaching, triple Demonic Strike. And then he's running 3 Alwitas, double of Sage Commander and C Queen Odahime, 2 Aurelias, and double Tsubaki.
Yep.
And then we know for Reynad's PTP Forest, 2 Will of the Forest and 1 Fairy Beast.
Yep.
Whenever we do get to see that matchup. Jager's Forest, this is it is tempo, so
It's a hybrid to PTP though.
no, pure
No,
tempo.
it's full tempo.
Yep, it's running double Blessed Fairy Dancer, which we haven't seen a lot recently. It used to be ran a lot, then a lot of decks have cut it, but he is running actually 2 of them, and
This
an
might-
Angelic Barrage.
This might be the older style.
私まだまだだな。
Reynad's looking pretty good right about here.
Yep,
And
Fencer on curve.
he doesn't really have much of a choice though.
I don't know about evoing the Eve.
I'd evo the Tia and
I would
smash it with the 2 kill.
Yeah, because this just dies.
Both of them. And it's also
Yeah.
a very disadvantage in terms. In general, you want to even out the stats on the board.
Yep.
You put too much into one card, then the rest of the cards can be easy prey. And wow, Aurelia on curve, Ray,
Oh,
and with
the
God
power
curve.
plays here, going from Aurelia, or wow, I can't even speak now. Floral Fencer on curve into Aurelia. Ouch.
Yes. And Jager doesn't really have a strong,
セラフフェザー真の力を示せ。
very strong hand here.
少し休もうかな。
Still has to play. If desperation comes, he needs to play that Rhinoceros.
Yep.
Cynthia wouldn't save him either. Honestly, the worst case scenario is for him to play the Fairy Whisper, Fairy, Rhinoceros.
必死しや押してまいります。
Probably not bash it in there. Instead, he'll probably just end turn.
我が呼びかけに応えなさい。
Yeah, I think.
Oh!
No, I don't think you want to risk him having like a way to clear that, and then that still being an 8/7.
Yeah.
You're already taking 10 damage minimum right now. 14 or 12 with Evo, and if he has Sage Commander, that's 14.
Oh, could he have just cleared it with a Rhinoceros though? No, he couldn't.
No.
No. It would have been
I
6
mean,
damage.
it was-
No,
yeah, it
4
would've been
damage.
able to
4 or
clear
5
it.
damage, yeah.
Oh, that's a veteran lancer. He's just gonna push damage. That's all he needs to do at this point.
And that's 12 damage right there.
Yeah. The thing is, Reynad does run triple Mentor's Teaching and triple Demonic Strike, so it's not unlikely that he
Kill one of the
doesn't
fairies,
have
why not?
something in hand. Double Roach.
Double Roach isn't. He doesn't have the combo to finish him off here either. No nature guidance or anything.
今日の森は平穏ね。
I mean, you can Roach one down,
未熟でした。
Roach the other one down, and leave your opponent with 1 damage on board.
退却だ。ずっと一緒よ。
Uh-oh, chat's just now seeing it. Oh, I should say hearing it, I'm sorry. And there's Alweedus for the game. Reynad takes match 1 and be moving on to his PTP Forest. Oh, he switched from the game screen.
For you.
For me?
For you.
Why for me? What?
Oh, for you.
Calling lies. Tell Reynad I love him.
What?
Good old chat. No, it's from chat, guys. It's from chat.
What?
It's from chat.
Okay. Being delusional.
I'm
From the
not.
future? Are you from the
I'm gonna
future?
I'm gonna copy and paste this.
Are you from the future?
Yes. Me and my DeLorean. Okay. If people don't know about DeLorean, well, I'm sorry.
Alright, forest matchup, mirror matches.
私の力見せてあげる
Uh-oh. So we have Tempo Forest versus PTP Forest. Who do you think has the advantage here?
I want to say tempo, because as long as you can manage to roach down before turn 8, 7 optimal plays, can certainly do some damage. And even then, they have Elf Girl Lisa too, in case it happens, and still roach them down.
I mean, that's if you have a good hand. Also, a good early Ancient Elf is good.
Yep.
I think it goes both ways. I think it depends on the hands for this matchup.
Yep. And he does have a good hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Water Fairy into Fairy Circle Fairy or Liza into Ancient Elf. We do know he is running double Will of the Forest, double Tia, one Fairy Beast. And only 2 PTPs.
何して遊ぶのねえ何して遊ぶの私あの人みたいになりたいんだ
Can definitely do 1 damage there, a whole 1 damage.
Hey, that 1 damage. Thinking if he has the, he doesn't have the Ancient Elf.
ねえ何して遊ぶのいったと
He's gonna trade in and kill the Liza. I don't blame him. Get rid of that card.
森の命は必ず守ります
And there goes the Elf Child man.
Elf Child May?
Demon
the thing
Child.
is, does he have another Elf Child May?
If he does, then
That's good.
that's good for him. Nope, he doesn't.
何して遊ぶの
Not anything here.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to play around like Angelic Barrage or anything. Let his opponent dictate what he's gonna do and then see what he can do next turn.
The correct play now is to do 5 damage. Is Evo it.
Yes, here goes the chat. I
今日
win.
の森は平穏ね
Yeah, but they're not playing 1, they're doing like random numbers.
I mean, it's Twitch chat. Come on. It's very easy to miss 1 and 2.
何して遊ぶのここで決めるよ妖精さんたち無理しないでね少し休もうかな
I do want to mention both of these decks that Reynad is running from the JP site.
Yes, they look very familiar to me.
Yep.
Oh, he had the Will of the Forest.
And yeah, I guess he was planning for that one.
We do know that. Wow, sorry. Jager does have Roach with Nature's Guidance and a Fairy Circle, so he does have some spells to sort of generate into that Roach. The problem is Reynad's still at 18 health, and it's going into these later turns. The longer it goes, the harder I think it's going to be.
Yes, it is.
And Reynad's still sitting on both of his Evos on top of it.
何して遊ぶのねえ何して遊ぶのねえ何して遊ぶのねえ何して遊ぶの
In a way, Midsword is Zoo, so Reynad created Midsword.
Oh yeah. Kappa.
And Tempo Forest. Reynad created everything.
Uh-huh.
Reynad secretly invented Shadowverse. Oh man. Oh man.
何して遊ぶの
He has. Whoa, what just popped up on my screen? Okay, there we go. Just flooding with fairies here. It's scary when the tempo deck
私の矢があなたを貫く。
Reynad with the early victories.
すごいね。
He's out tempoing the tempo deck here with all the fairies on the board. You see the little gasp coming from Jager there.
He's gonna
Crazy.
Evo, perhaps?
Nah, he probably won't Evo for this. I think saving your Evo to be able to deal with something like Cynthia or something would be the better option.
Yeah. Let's have a double rhinoceros. That's still not enough.
No. Yeah, he has Roach,
何して遊ぶの？
double Roach and a Nature's Guidance. If he can stall the game out, start getting a little bit of damage in, maybe he can pull out a finishing play with like Roach, Bless Fairy Dancer first. You actually get more damage out of playing it first.
今日も森は平穏ね。
He's not getting a lot of plays.
ここで決めるよ。妖精さんたち無理しないでね。いったと。ねえ、何して遊ぶの？ひどいな。
Yeah, it's not looking too good here for Jager. He did pick up another Nature's Guidance, so honestly, right here you might just Dance of Death.
Okay. Double Roach.
Why would you do it now? I would have just Dance of Death and then set up for
Lethal till next turn.
yeah, I maybe not even next turn, but in like 1 or 2 turns.
I think he's doing early damage and figured, well, yes.
No,
At the
you
brick
could have
door?
got more damage. You could have got way more damage saving the Nature's Guidance. Because you could have, if you drew into any kind of fairies,
Yep.
you know, you need 7 to do Roach, Nature's Guidance, Roach. So on turn 9, Fairy, Roach, Nature's Guidance, Roach.
少しは大人になれたかな。
Looks like it's really bad that you know, Jager's having to play his cards in Evo just to clear out these fairies of Reynad. And Reynad's still got hand advantage. And Jager's hand, I mean, he does have the double Roach, but he doesn't have anything to combo to really push this damage.
And it's a Ancient Elf. Dance of Death finally gets used here.
Yeah.
Probably gonna play 2 more fairies.
I mean, that is one good thing about saving the Dance of Death, is it lets you kill, obviously, a ward, because ward is cheat.
何して遊ぶの？
Double plus Fairy Dancer.
命のベビーとは。
Dance of Death. So you set up for Bless Fairy Dancer, Roach. That's 3, 7, 8, 9 damage that he has. He can deal next turn. 11 damage if he draws a 1 drop. I don't know about playing that fairy there on the side of Reynad. I think you just play nothing here. Well, how many shadows is Reynad at?
He was at 16.
Okay.
Or
I don't
13
think you
or-
play anything here.
No.
You just let him stay board locked, and that's why I was really concerned that Reynad decided to play that, unless he has Nature's Guidance or something, because now he's stuck with the what's on board.
Yeah, but if he needs to, he can just Evo here. And instead, he's just gonna play a 2-drop.
I-
I think he's trying to do double fairy, 2 rhinoceroses.
Yeah, but I don't know about playing the Liza, because that lets Reynad now clear out his board. Like, let's say he has Tia.
Yep.
Or Ancient Elf.
私まだまだだな。森の嘆きが聞こえま
There's
す。
the Elven Princess Mage. See if he decides to Evo or not, or what he may have in hand.
Killing him very slowly.
Yeah, there's poking him to death with 1 damage. It's so annoying.
神様の導きのもとに。
Then you even hear the sounds, it's the worst part. You're like, please,
遊ぶの？
stop hitting me.
Does he have the damage here? No, he doesn't.
Sylvan Justice.
1 fairy.
Or you, I mean, you would just, yeah, 1 fairy, but Sylvan Justice, fairy.
Blessed fairy, rhino. 6, 8.
can
No,
do
that's too
all.
much. That's not too much.
You could do Sylvan Justice, fairy, Blessed Fairy Dancer, Roach is 4. Roach, that's 9. 11 damage with Evo.
The 1 off lethal.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 1 off lethal. You play nothing. I think you just play nothing. Hope he, like, he's just opening up the board. I guess having the 1 cost is better than having the 2 cost if he does draw into like Fairy Circle.
Which helps a lot.
Yeah.
Or he might plan on doing the damage that we just talked about here.
I'm just getting all the damage in now.
It's 9 damage.
I don't know why you would use the... You could have just played the Fairy over it, but now it's 11 damage total with Evo, putting Reynad at 1.
So now Reynad has to clear here. He top decks a Rhinoceros
Or his Angelic Barrage,
or Angelic Barrage.
or Dance of Death. He runs 2.
And now Reynad just needs to play his 1 drop, or he only has 1 in his deck, but Fairy Beast is the answer.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he also has Will of the Forest.
今日も森は平穏ね。
But yeah.
Very difficult.
Will of the Forest, I guess he didn't have the heal. It's very scary knowing that, you know, you're at 1 health. And,
You're also board locked.
I mean, he's okay with this because he puts him at 5, and now your opponent has to kill these or he dies.
And
And
that's
that's
game.
Reynad takes the match. Oh man, that's scary sitting at 1 health. It's like, please don't draw anything.
何して遊ぶの？すごいね。
Reynad takes that match. He's moving on.
He's like, whoa. Whoa.
Whoa!
Whoa.
He's savoring this moment. Reynad going in with a little bit of BM here. Altered Fading. See if he can...
Oh, no.
no PTP.
No PTP finish.
No Fairy Beast BM.
None whatsoever.
Reynad. It's moving on.
Reynad with the 2-0.
Oh baby.
Wrong one again.
Good match, both of you. Congratulations, Reynad. Moving on. I'm sure chat's gonna go crazy for that. It's okay. Guys, if everyone spams, the mods can't keep up with you.
Hey, don't encourage them.
Everybody spam.
Why are you encouraged?
Because it's great. It's fun.
Am I full? Oh, I'm almost full. I have to unfriend some people, unfortunately. Oh, Hello Steve still plays?
Who?
No, it's just a friend that I know.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know who that is.
one of my earlier viewers, fellow Steve, usually goes into play.
Hmm.
Oppo. He dead last? Oh yeah, he's dead last.
Who
A couple
is?
of people. Eponymous?
Oponomo?
Yeah, or Oponomo, if you want to pronounce that.
However you want to pronounce it.
Whatever floats your boat. Right now with a 3-4 count.
Honestly, it's his first tournament too, and he's only been playing Shadowverse.
Technically, he could have had a better score if he played throughout. So if he wins the next round, he would be standing at 4-4.
Yeah, and he was having issues on top of it, and I mean he's still pretty new to Shadowverse, and he's
yeah. Go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, and he's been having to play a lot of Hearthstone because of their big release.
Yeah.
On their expansion, so it's not like I don't know how much time he has had to practice or really fine-tune his decks the way he would like. So.
Well, he researched it quite well, so this should be fine.
Yeah, but your research doesn't make up for experience, you know what I mean? Like, if he doesn't get to practice the decks that he made that often, he had the Sea Story Cup and traveling, issues with his computer, didn't really probably get to warm up much, so.
Right now we are waiting on 3 matches.
Do we have any more cards to go through?
We do.
We do.
Yes.
Oh, baby.
Next card.
Next card. We have a 5-cost 4/5. It is Fortune Hunter Fina. Beautiful, cute, and powerful to boot. Fina takes aim straight at the heart of her target.
Oh god. Side games, please.
Oh man.
It's a neutral card too.
Shadowverse coming out with the beautiful text here. Yeah, it's neutral and it's evolve. Put a Goblin Mage into your hand and change its cost to 0. Do we know what a Goblin Mage is?
We do not actually. Do we even have it?
I don't know if I've seen Goblin Mage.
I don't think I have. Wanna let us know?
Yeah, I'm gonna do some research on it, but depending on what Goblin Mage is, it may or may not be good. Shadowverse, Goblin Mage. Oh, it's the new card that's coming out. The 3-cost 2/2, 4/4 on Evo Fanfare. Put a random 2 play point follower from your deck into your hand. This card's not bad. It's a 5-cost that puts a Goblin Mage into your hand, which is a 2/2. It's 0, which then in turn puts another 2/2 and another 2-cost card in your hand.
Yeah.
This might see some play. I think I might try something out with this, but it being able to put a 0-cost 2/2 into your hand, that in return when you play it puts another random 2 play point follower from your deck into your hand, I find that pretty good. What do you think?
Where would you put this in a neutral deck though?
Well, I mean, it could run in any deck, but maybe in a deck that wants to cycle out cards faster.
So, Dimension Shift?
Maybe not D-Shift. Maybe like PTP, because it lets you pull more cards out of your deck really quick. It could also be good in Sword, like a mid-range variant of Sword. You play this, like over Avonblader. You could play this, then it pulls the Goblin Mage. You play that for free. That pulls you a 2-point follower in your deck. It cycles out 2 cards in your deck, gives you a 4/5 on board, a 2/2 on board. So for 5, you're getting a 6/7 of stats. On Evo, it becomes a 7/8 of stats. That's concerning that it is an Evo only effect, because again, in a deck like Sword, this is going to compete with Aurelia and whatnot. So I still want to try the card out and see. I'm not too sure.
Sure. Alright, we have our next match. For the last round. This time, we get to watch Reynad's hand.
Oh, we're watching from Reynad's perspective.
But nothing confirmed yet. Just gotta see if he's gonna add me. Oh.
Please add me.
And besides, this is his last match as well. And unfortunately, with his stats though, he won't be going into top 16
Yeah, hopefully he participates in the next one. I think he would do.
January 7th.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, with that one in January 7th, we are banning the Rage of Bahamut cards while we wait for everyone to get the its cards collected.
Yeah, I mean, that's very smart. You don't want to go in, and then for the people that can't, you know, get the cards or haven't been lucky enough, and it's very smart to take that ban. I like that. No. And when did you say the JCG 3v3 tournament is coming up?
January. We don't know. We don't have a date for that.
Okay. Just wanted to cover it in case somebody missed it and didn't get to watch, like, the VOD afterwards or something.
Yep.
So.
Currently seeing the next match.
Okay.
Seeing if Chrolo is still playing.
Chloroform?
Chloroform.
Chlorophyll? More like Boroville, am I right? I mean, that if you do think about it too, about Reynad, he did miss his 3-minute ready window, so he did take a few auto losses for it.
Yeah, he did. Though technically we did reset someone.
Yeah.
Alright. So he's going to add me right now.
Oh, he gets the Reynad ad. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Fanboy time!
And now I don't have to, you know, delete that ever again. Kappa. Just kidding.
Creeper. Chat, Reynad, take my shadows. Oh man. Twitch chat humors me.
Alright. So once he makes the room, we'll be able to enter his So what do we know about Chrolo? Chrolo's deck. Or Chrolo. Chrolo or Chrolo? How do you want to pronounce that?
I'm pretty sure it looks like it would be pronounced Chrolo, but I'm not 100% sure. We do know that he is running Swordcraft, and he is also running Haven. His Swordcraft is... Wow, the way he sent it was awkward. It's a mid-range. He's running like Oathless Knight. He is also running triple Wind God, triple Odahimi, double Sage, an Olivia, an Odin, and a Rousing Step in one Dance of Death, and triple Alwedas. So his own version of mid-range with like Odin, I guess, for maybe a PTP or Seraph, and then Odahime for it going too long, or it has its own value. And then he is running Haven. He's running Storm Haven. He's running pretty standard, but he is running one Angelic Barrage. He's also running one Death Sentence, an Odin, one Decree, and 2 Moons. So.
Alright, we're in now.
Alright.
This time in Reynad's perspective.
Hype! Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. We got the noodle. Noodles for everyone. Can I get some noodle spam, guys?
No, but I am getting hungry though.
Some noodle spam for Vindy, because he's hungry?
Yes. Yes, and thank you. I want some pho.
Some pho?
No, oh my god, you would do it to trigger me!
Yes. It worked. We triggered him, guys.
One of these days, if we ever go host a big event like this, let me smack you up.
Alright, fair enough. I'll give you that, dude. I'll take it with pride and enjoyment.
Alright, we get the first matchup going through now.
Alright. Oh, we get it from his perspective. I'm waiting for this to catch up to you guys.
Let it sink in.
Let it go.
No. Wrong.
Oh. Not holding back anymore. Alright, so it looks like we're gonna go into the sword matchup mirror. Sword mirror matchup.
Yep.
I'm not sure who has an advantage here.
Depends. We all know that whoever drops the Aurelia.
Well, Aurelia, Floral Fencer, Odahime. I mean, there's a couple things that matter, but Chrolo's deck looks very different. We do know that he is running Olivia, though, and an Odin, and a Rousing Step.
So more but he has a more swarm variant to use that Rousing Step, right?
He's running triple Aesthetic Knight and double Oathless Knight teachings. We do know Reynad is running the more hyper-aggressive version with triple Mentor's teaching, triple Demonic Strike.
And he gets the double Demonic Strike.
It always feels bad starting with that double Demonic Strike in hand. Oh, that was my alarm, letting me know that it is 9 o'clock.
But you don't have work today.
No. I leave them on because then I forget to turn them on. So.
Wow, 2-drop do nothing. I mean, not 2-drop do nothing. Turn 2 nothing.
From the sword player, yeah.
Yep. From Chrolo.
Looks like, yeah. Just go face for 3 damage. Probably just Demonic Strike next turn.
Reynad just made a comment saying, "It's so hard to click accurately on a small screen. I played fairies before drawing on accident 2 times 1 turn last game." That explains the immense of fairies.
Wait, did he post that on his Twitter?
No, he posted that on Battlefield chat, private room chat.
Battlefield or Battlefy?
Battlefy. Private chat. Ooh, now he gets to do a total of 5 damage if he wants to use Demonic Strike early, and he does do that. This is the right decision. If you're ahead, you might as well use it. Sometimes with Demonic Strike, you want to use them last, since that pushes to win.
Yeah, I mean, right now you just play it. You have nothing else to play. Next turn you can quick later into another Demonic Strike, into Alwita's Evo.
Yep. If he had a better drop aside from Quick Blade, it would have been better use. So now Reynad has a
I think you just push damage. You Quick Blader, Evo, Demonic Strike, go face with everything.
yep. Then turn 6 to 5 damage here.
Yeah, you just hope he doesn't have Aurelia. That really would be unfortunate.
So it's going all in on this one.
Yep, you just go all in for the damage. That's for 7 damage to his face, leaves him at 4. He dies to Alwita's Evo. Wow.
And he has to clear here.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to clear everything per se, but he has to clear the 3-3.
この剣に誓うあなたの勝利と栄光を覚悟はいいですかセラフフェザー真の力を示せ
速さが足んねえか
He did have the Aurelia that we were talking about.
Yeah. So which means that his other solution would have to be playing the perhaps the Sage Commander. Or Floral Fencer.
Yeah, Wholesale Swing, Floral Fencer, Evo. But then that puts him in an awkward spot if he has another Aurelia. Even better in Lancer.
Reynad actually thinking here.
Yeah, this is one of those turns where you have to think like.
Do we want to kill the Aurelia?
Like he can kill it. The problem is what if your opponent plays like another one, or he plays Veteran Lancer or his own Alwitas, and you don't have an answer to get through that next ward. It's going to be very hard to finish off that 4 damage. You're down 2 Demonic Strikes. I
mean, the alternative is to Evo the Alwitas. It looks like he's going with the plan that we play. I mean, he might as well try to take the beating now.
Yeah, you just gotta go for it now and hope maybe something sticks and he doesn't ward. I mean, he can clear everything on board. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh man.
Oh boy.
So Reynad's one off lethal. He does run triple Mentor's teaching though.
If he tops, he draws that,
He wins.
wins.
If not, that's rough.
What a god!
What a god.
What a god!
Ray god.
That, oh my god, what?
Wow. Oh my gosh, that's nasty. That's where Quick Blader could be good as a 1-drop. In that sscenario.
Said Mentor. That works.
I mean, it could have been Angelic Snipe.
But
Wow.
my god.
Reynad taking that first game there too. And he will be moving over to his PTP Forest. We do still have the sword and the Stormhaven from Chrolo.
Chad's gonna go hype for that one.
Yep, I can imagine. Chad, if you're not spamming on that, then we have the wrong Twitch chat. Wow. Top decking and wrecking.
And now he gets a not bad of a hand. Oh wait, no.
Oh,
I would do.
I think you keep the Ancient Elf. I'm sort of surprised he burnt that. Well, didn't burn it. Mulligan did.
Mulligan the Ancient Elf, and usually you want to hold on to that. Interesting.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
He still gets it back anyways.
He gets it back, but
it doesn't
he
matter.
has the PTP in the starting hand. I hate when I get PTP or Altered Fate right in the start. I'm just gonna go face. I wouldn't leave Mei up and do it. Ooh,
He's self-injustice.
this hand.
And he can't use Ancient Elf yet. Best thing he can do is just do.
Yeah, I mean, you just solve Injustice and go face for one. What can you do?
Usually that means that he has Ancient Elf in his hand too. That notifies. So now Ancient Elf gets to be played by itself if he wants to play on curve.
Yeah, I
And
think. Oh my gosh.
that's a second path to Purgatory.
Yeah, that feels. I hate when that happens. You're just looking at your hand like, why? What do I do? So, very unfortunate here. I think you just drop the Ancient Elf.
Right now with the early BM.
Charmed.
It's okay, I got a counterplay to that one too.
Counterplays for days.
I would play Altered Fate here. Or
Yeah, I
play
think
one in
it's-
Glimmering Wings. He's gonna do that too.
Yeah, I think you don't want to burn 2 PTPs here, right? Like, oh my. Oh.
I guess he
Yep.
sacrificed the top deck draw from the previous game for this match.
Yeah, wow. This.
What do you even do with this hand? That's like
I think
he
you
has
just altered fate before you draw into another PTP.
pretty much, and if he
He only
draws
has 2
into
in the deck,
yeah,
so
Wait.
he has to get a PTP down.
he only has 2 PTP.
Man. Wow.
That
This is worse than the hands I've gotten. Like, this is bad.
this is like worst case scenario.
On the bright side, he can't draw any more altered fates. You just drop PTP here, I think. I mean, PTP Fairy, Evo, kill the 4-2, and then altered fate next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't even want the PTPs.
Oh, time to go tempo.
Yep. Just switch it up.
We're just gonna roach him down.
Yep. Set up for roach plays, I guess, you know. Really contemplating what to do here. I mean, he could roach and kill it, but I think he really needs to save the roaches for his win condition now.
Or he can just go ham right now. Still trading.
I mean, he has to trade. He's got to stop, you know, some of this damage. If you look, the sword player is down to 3 cards, so.
Well, 4 now.
Well, yeah, after draw.
what he could do is maybe perhaps play the Elven Princess, keep the 0 cost.
覚悟はいいですか
Yep.
この子と一緒なら
Damage.
何も怖くない森の嘆きが聞こえますこれでおしまい真珠様の導
We
き
can save these fairies maybe for like fairy Tia Glimmering Wings. Save it for Will of the Forest Clear. Maybe save it for Roach. Really depends on what style of play he wants to go here.
Might play on all of them.
Yeah, he might play one. Or he might just go down with everything and start trying to get in some damage, but
Does he have he has one more. No, he has 3 Alter Fate gone.
yeah. 3 Altered Fate's gone, PTP's gone.
この剣を使うあなたの勝利と栄光を
Right side is he has both Will of the Forest.
Yeah, I mean, you just Will of the Forest here.
Is
Yep. I would actually Will of the Forest here, play down 2 fairies. At this point, you're just trying to get in that damage.
I'll probably play one, keep one board open.
Yeah, just in case of you get an Ancient Elf or something. Yeah, definitely leave a board spot open, but
I mean, he should still have 2 in his deck left.
what?
Ancient Elf.
Yeah, you should still have 2 left.
2 Roach.
1 more Tia and 2 Roaches.
Playing on trading here.
He might just want the body of Tia down, but I would probably try and save my Tiva. Wow.
Tia.
Tivo.
Teemo.
No, honestly, it's okay to keep the Will of the Forest to sort of counteract like an Odahime turn and stuff. So,
What's good about this turn too is that
未熟でした
if your opponent runs Otahime and whatnot, Will of the Forest, it gets killed. He plays anything outside of Otahime, he can...
well, the bad thing
That's
about it is
switched
you only have 13 damage on board, so you're not presenting lethal. But, yeah.
お頭の身は私が守りやす
Salwitas.
And that's Will of the Forest gonna be used to push down from 4, 5, 6, 7 damage.
Yep, I would Will of the Forest, Fairy Circle,
Or
and then,
Glimmering Wings.
well, yeah, I would Will of the Forest, Fairy Circle, and then,
Yep.
well, no, you would have to, if he does that, he overdraws, so you would have to play the Fairy and then Glimmering Wings here. Because if you play Fairy Circle, you're going to overdraw.
何して遊ぶの
Ooh. That Fairy Beast though. Renat's
Yeah.
looking pretty good. All
Yeah,
the
he's in a
board.
really good spot. Even after having such double PTP, triple Altered Fate hand.
Like, why... why P2P when you can have... Oh no, that's still a loss.
I mean,
Almost a loss.
yeah, not lost yet, but it's pretty rough.
闘争の果て遥か地平の新世界へ負の魔力が
No boards though. And there's an Ancient Elf. That
I
is
don't think
actually
you play it.
disgusting. I
You don't
would.
play it. No, you keep the damage on the
You
board.
can do all of the
I mean, you
damage,
can
do
take
4,
board.
Ancient Elf, play 1 Fairy, get the Crystalia Tia on down, and you got 2 boards.
I would just drop Fairy Beast
That too, make it miserable.
and go face.
But this is
Like
more
you-
fancy.
No.
何して遊ぶの
Alright. You can do this, trade, play Fairy Beast, or you can Ancient Elf. I mean, either way. I just like having the 4/4 body on the board,
俺はせん
keeping all your stuff, healing up, and same way your opponent does. You still have another Will of the Forest in the hand.
Yeah, but what can your opponent do with that? Nothing.
Well, the reason I didn't want to Ancient Elf is it burns the Tia and the Elf Child May.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Renat acting surprised. No, my Tia!
That's why I didn't want to do that. So. I mean, it's still fine. He's got a 6-7 he has to deal with. Then he also has to be able to kill everything else. We
And
do know
if
that he
gets
ahead.
Tsubaki'd, and that's still 4 damage on board. Or
Well,
3
I mean,
damage.
He gets Tsubaki and Evo, and it's 3 damage, so.
Slowly killing his enemies.
Yep.
Some role playing out here. I might save him a bit.
No, he's got Will of the Forest.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Fairy Circle, Will of the Forest. That's kills and he dies. That's game.
There he goes.
Reynad taking it again.
He's unstoppable. He could have won this
He's on
tournament.
fire.
He could have won this entire tournament.
Even with that starting hand, I give him props for that. I would have probably just conceded.
Well, his opponent didn't really have a good hand. He didn't have an Otahime on turn 6. Or any of that sort.
Yeah, I know. It's just when I see like double PTP and triple Alter Fate in my hand, I'm like, what? That's
Reynad
terrible.
winning both hands.
Hands? Games?
Games.
Question mark?
Question mark. I'm questioning my life right now.
Flavor Flav! Okay.
I actually didn't get that joke. Anyways, Reynad gets to win. His total score is now 4-4.
GG to both of you. Reynad. Very nice.
And now we get to see what match is finishing up. And we can probably sneak in a match actually.
Sneak in a match. Oh, also, do you mind sending me an invite
Do what?
to the private chat? Because I have the rights on. I don't know how to get to. I don't know what it is.
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
I don't get it.
Never mind. Just ignore me. Okay.
I don't get it.
What match? We can talk later.
Yeah. Bonus match.
Hey, whose match is this?
I don't know which one we're watching. Oh,
Alright, guys,
Reezl's.
we gotta.
We got Reezl versus this Japanese guy's name, which I don't know how to pronounce.
Japanese guy's name. Nice.
Ramanji?
It's Hirame.
Is that Hirame?
Hirame?
Hirame? Alright. And right now the score is tied. Alright, got it.
Alright. Which game is this? Are they in the first?
This is at the last game.
Last game.
Last
Get in
game.
for the special. Dun, dun, dun.
Right now it is Swords versus Runecraft.
Whose perspective are we watching?
We're watching Reezl's.
Dude, if we came in and Reezl ends up like losing because we did, it's the caster curse.
Shh. Shh, baby, don't tell.
It wasn't. It didn't happen.
Their match is going in pretty fast though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, they're just flying.
They're
just
like
playing cards.
pew pew. This is towards the end of the match. You know, they're guaranteed to win, so you might as well like play anything you want with no thought whatsoever. Like, look at
Like,
this.
Look at this. This is
It's so
an
fast.
instant play. It's just like no thought. I don't even need to do.
Curve
Oh,
against
crap.
curve.
This is what I like. It's just I feel like I'm playing like an FPS.
Look at that
right now. This
instant
guy's
ancient
slamming.
elf. Not enough time to
Just
play.
slams
Everyone's
Evos. Dude, if this next play, I hope it goes just as fast. Like, just slam the cards. Whoa, look,
instant Alwitas into instant evolve pirate.
dude, how are they playing so fast? What? Is this on fast forward? What happened? Oh my, instant barrage, Lancer, boom, like slamming through cards. Dude, he did a lot of
Turn
damage.
7 already. Can you believe that?
No, this is the fastest game I've seen. Like,
Oh,
usually I'll
fast.
be on like turn 4 right now.
Like, what?
Oh, those golems are annoying.
Instant Aurelia. By the way, it's probably because we came in late. So the game is playing for us the matches.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I think they did play it a little bit slower. It's just that the fact that we're seeing it play this fast because it's probably their game is almost done.
okay. I was confused. I'm like, man, they are. How are they doing
They're
this?
just zooming through this game like I don't even know. Instant
It's so
Avon
funny to
Blader.
watch. It's just like no thoughts at all. I just feel like this is speed chess.
Right? I mean, he could play the stage commander, but that's unlike what? Oh, he opened. Oh,
I was like, wait.
Lucifer. Oh my God. You evolve Scrap Golem.
速さが足んねえか
At least he has Tsubaki though. Commence experiment. Nice plays.
Probably doing it for lols. I don't know.
Pretty much. I mean, they're guaranteed. Why not?
Look at this. Tsubaki, boom, slam, Pompous Princess trade. Like,
Boom. Oh, okay. Still gets a clear. Oh. Wow, this match is actually close. Despite they're playing so fast.
D shift holding it out here.
この剣を使うあなたの勝利と栄光を私に任せな
Oh, another Lucifer.
So
Another one. Actually, this Runecraft is coming back from this play.
Yep. Lucifer and the Lucifer. That's rough.
私に任せな
Which means that he still can't kill. Actually, he needs to... Ooh, that's unfortunate. At the burger door. Oh my god, he has 30 shadows. So fast.
I mean, it's turn 10. It's just a game.
And...
Wow, that was fast. I couldn't even keep up.
I couldn't even
commentate
cast
the
that.
game, like.
How can we commentate this
Oh,
match?
dude, I feel like you're at one of like the bidding wars. So I got 50, 50, 50 over there. I got 25, 25, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30. How do you cast that game? It'd have been like, he played Lucifer. Oh, he went into the Ancient Alchemist next turn. He triple Guardian Golem. Like, I would have died. I would have been out of breath. Oh.
Alright, so that was the end of the match. We're gonna go ahead and go over the overview of the top 16 players right about now.
So we're transitioning?
Yep, we're transitioning almost soon. Right now, in first place, in current seed, is Rysio, and then Hirame. Third place is Gon, and then Delivering Craft. That name is Tornus in the top 8. Corbo, Reezl, Thurthus at the 8th spot, and then we have Otto Line 900, Suripi, Goms, Goms made it, Shugo, Verdalt, Yue, Nabi making top 16.
Yep.
Now, interestingly enough, the ones that are veterans in this bracket are Nabi, Yue, Shugo, Goms, Line 900, and Tornus. Everyone else are new blood. There you have it, guys. Top 16 of this. As for the final stats, we have Swordcraft winning out the majority of the games, including Havencraft standing at 50%. Havencraft also made it close to positive wins, except they're losing towards the Forestcraft games. And Dragoncraft PogChamp knocks out Forestcraft in the win percentage. They are standing at 51%.
Moving up.
moving up in the world, poly aggro dragons.
They're
I did
making
made a
play.
prediction last tournament that dragon is gonna come back into this.
I'm waiting for dragon, but you did say it last time.
And then Forestcraft, Shadowcraft, Runecraft, and then last but not least, Bloodcraft. And last time, LunarCraft or Shadowcraft was last. This time we see Bloodcraft being last. This time.
You mean VanyaCraft?
Yeah, VanyaCraft.
Everybody knows.
Runecraft didn't do too well this current tournament meta. However, it's still relevant.
Yeah, but we also do know there was like some Earthrights and there's
A weird mix match of both of them. But yeah, you can actually get this link. All you have to do is hit the bracket, hit the stats, and it should come up to this. But yeah, Sword is king this tournament. Last tournament it was Eris, but the champion was Runecraft. Interesting stuff.
We did just see an update here on Reynad actually just tweeted. Finished 4-4 in the Shadowverse with all 4 losses to not clicking the ready button on time. We'll win next week when I'll be at my PC. So it looks like he will be participating again, and he is right. We didn't see him lose any, and he only lost when he wasn't able to click not ready. So wow.
So the thing with that too is that there isn't a tournament next week. It'll be confirmed that he'll be here January 7th next tournament.
Ah, okay, that's right. With Christmas coming up.
Christmas coming up and everything, and the holiday, New Year's Eve, you guys should be in with your families, and not playing Shadowverse.
No, everybody should be playing video games too.
Yeah, I know, right?
What's family? What's
I
life?
What? Why?
IRL, please.
I know. Anyways, so thank you guys. We're gonna go ahead and transition into the camera. And it's being blocked because I forgot to do this. There we go. Now we can see you. Look at you.
Awesome.
Except you're not centered, but it's okay.
No, I'll be centered. Ready? Boom.
Alright, you're close.
That's what?
There you go.
Boom! Look at that. It's magic, guys.
Alright. Those of you who were watching, thank you so much for coming to watch the 3rd tournament for the official Shadowverse Season 1, Week 1. This has been hosted by Excelsior Vindy, and I'm Deception.
Yep.
Wanna say something?
Right here. Yeah, first off, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We had a really good turnout. I enjoyed this. This is probably one of the favorite tournament I was able to cast. Things went a lot more smooth.
Yep.
We are trying to fill in that dead air as we come up with more content. Everything will keep and start getting better and better. So just make sure you tune in each time, and every time it's going to be better for you guys. We had some really good competition. We saw a lot of new people win. We do have a couple of veterans in there. And it's just been getting better and better. And if you guys would like to check out my channel, it's I'm__deception at Twitch TV. And obviously, you can check Excelsior Vindy out at his channel. You guys are already on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much said because we don't have like an official Shadowverse Twitch, but it is being hosted. And Cygame was generous enough to consider me to host their tournaments, as well as allowing me to do this for the next 17 weeks. But not just that too. I have been working with other tournament organizers, such as JCG, which is pretty much the equivalent of what we are doing, but 2 times more participants.
Yeah, so that should be interesting. He's got that coming up.
Yep.
And,
so with that one, is JCG versus EXG, Excelsior Gaming versus JCG, and Card Game Sports. So top 3 invitation of both of our players as an exhibition match, best of 3, and the deck format is Conquest 3 deck 1 ban.
It should be interesting. I'll definitely probably tune in to watch that. Should be pretty cool. I'm glad also that you know, Vinny has brought me in on this, and we are working on this together, and that I'm able to cast this tournament for you guys. Also, if you guys have feedback, please let Vindy know, or please let me know. We do talk a lot. We work on a lot of things together.
Yep.
So if you have any feedback, or you guys need anything, or would like to see more of, less of, please give us feedback. That's the only way we're going to improve, is by getting that feedback from you guys, and being able to make the experience more enjoyable.
Yep. Along with that, with the feedbacks and everything, if you are joining our Discord channel, I would highly recommend entering that Discord, because all the official tournament news will be on there, along with registering and joining everything as well. Aside from the tournament news, there are also Panda Cup. For those of you who don't know, it's a invitational made by Lewis Panda. He is doing the I don't know when his next one is. It should be around January, but he choose 8 players, and then they all go for best of 3 or best of 4, best of 3, best of 3. I was just
It's
kidding.
best of 3.
Yep. Aside from that, I do want to thank all of my mods. This has been a very well transitioned stream, or not just stream, but tournament as well. We did hit over 5 hours, but mainly because of, again, the hiccup in the beginning. We do apologize for the bracket picking up slowly. However, you know, with more practice, we get less hiccup, and streaming wise, and the quality of the tournament, hopefully we'll get more application to join. If you guys are interested, hit up with the Twitter. I am underscore deception. Also Excelsior Vindy as well. That's both of us.
Yeah,
It's the same thing.
Only one underscore.
Oh, one
I had to
underscore.
make them differently. It wouldn't let me put the second one. Really weird. I know. I guess the name was taken. It's very awkward, because who's gonna take it? But yeah, you could definitely follow me at I'm_deception. You could follow Vindy at his at Excelsior Vindy at Twitter. Also, if you go to my page and you type !Twitter, or even at the bottom, you can find it there as well on my Twitch page. And
any shoutouts?
I would like to give a shout out, obviously, to Reynad and his team that got him involved with Shadowverse. All the sponsors that was involved with him. Thank you for participating in the tournament. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you do have any feedback for us, do let us know. Shout out to Side Games for letting us, letting Vindy host it. Vindy letting me, partner, work with him with this, letting me cast the tournament as well. Shout out to Battle5 for reaching out and letting us run this through their client. It's been an amazing experience. And shout out to all the viewers, everyone watching, all the people that worked on this tournament with Vindy to get it set up in his Discord, his mods.
Especially NG Show was doing the bracket, and even though he had a hiccup and had to restart the whole seeding, that is 140 players that were seeded that he had to go through. And his internet kind of hiccuped up and he had to restart all over. I also want to thank well, you already did most of them, thanks.
I was going all out there.
Yeah. Just a couple of all my mods, Jazzy, Spamless, Gengur, all my Twitch mod. Thank you guys for keeping the stream on check while also working on the tournament as well. Gengur, you didn't make it to top 16, man. Where are you at?
You played well too. You played very well, Gengur.
Currently, Gengur is number 51. He went 4-4 today.
Wow. Had a good start, and then sometimes things just happen. There's not much you can do.
Tornus too. He and Envy Bear were playing against each other. Envy Bear actually ended up being 5. Fortunately.
Yeah, sometimes you just get unfortunate.
Yeah.
How much you can do.
But aside from that, thank you guys for watching. And what do you want to do? Are you going to be streaming soon?
Oh yeah, I'm actually going to start up my stream. I had everything opened, so we'll go ahead and start that up.
Got about 5 minutes.
Alright, so
Cap.
if you...
No. Yeah, just let me know when you're up.
Okay, have you already ended?
No.
Oh. Well,
Oh, you got about 50 minutes anyways.
How what?
50 minutes. Delay, hello?
Oh, yeah. But I mean, that way we could cover some stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I
So
was
you
asking.
guys want to check out I'm Deception. He's going to be doing the post-tournament streams. He'll show you around.
Yep, I'll do the best I can, at least.
He'll show you, if you guys are new, he'll show you around what kind of decks to run, what decks to play. If you also want to watch my stream, I usually do it every day at 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. Except for Wednesday, 12 to frickin' midnight.
Whenever.
12 p.m. to midnight. But Sunday, tomorrow, we are streaming top 16, so don't miss out. That time starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Hopefully we'll see everyone there.
Yep, and I hope to catch you guys very shortly.
Have a great night.